G'day and welcome to the InfoRunners, and my name is behind my frame. I don't know why that is, but I'll fix that in a minute. I'm half execute, and this is Algared.
You've been executed.
It's one of those days, man. One of those days. Yes.
Ah, you missed my pun. Oh, well.
No,
Or you just thought it was so bad.
It was so bad, I was
just
cringing.
wasn't worth commenting on, yeah.
How is everyone? AI is over. I've had like 1 day of recovery. In fact, I think it felt like it ended early. I went to buy a CCU and I couldn't get one. And I'm like, what? It's over? I thought we had a whole nother day, but no. And yeah.
No, you've always got to go by the timer.
Yeah. So yeah.
Like the other day, the timer was 10 hours and 34 minutes, and yeah. So when people were, oh, it's ended already, I said it was over in 10 hours. So, but yeah, I get that. It used to catch me as well.
There we go. All right, frame fixed. All right, it's actually working properly for once. This is really weird, where the chat's working properly, and I don't have to fix it. So normally it's all over the shop, but seems to have finally learned its lesson and is doing as its master tells him. No, yeah, it's only not been working for 6 months.
My question for you is Twitch up yet? Because it looks empty.
It is.
I just thought I'd double check that because
we got grand total of 2 viewers. Can someone on Twitch say hello to me? Hello, Twitch. Say hello to me so I can see that the chat is working.
Say hello, Twitch, so we know you're there.
Yeah. But other than that, yeah. So, did you get much this year? All said and done.
No, I didn't actually. I know I bought a CCU.
Yeah, we both bought the same one. Pretty sure.
I did get the C8, the C8R.
Yeah.
I did get an upgrade. Did I buy that outright, or did I buy an upgrade for that as well? Can't remember. And that was about it. I spent more doing helping fund Crux Cup.
I've just realised something. Algared, hold that thought. Right. So you know what I've done, but nobody else knows what I've done. So yeah. I fixed something that was broken. It's all good. Yeah. So you know what's going on.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Well, we're in the wrong room, Algared. I had to move this room. Someone could have just jumped in and harassed us. It would have been terrible.
It would have been. They could have come in and started talking smack. And...
Right. There we go. Twitch is working. Cool. Thank you very much, gents. I appreciate it.
I can now see. Yes, I can now see this chat there. That always makes us feel wonderful.
Yes. All right. We've got to get the bot up and working as we usually do. This is all becoming very routine now, but it's still very annoying routine because we've got to get everything working in the right way.
I must say, X, you do look very nicely lit up today.
Yes, I got new lights, as I was telling Algared before the show.
Yeah,
and
it
they
wasn't
like
really...
the surface of the freaking... This is, okay, all right, just for a good laugh, all right? So everyone can have a laugh at my expense, all right? It's got this little remote thing, all right? It's 1%. I don't know if you can read that. Hang on, I'll see if I can.
Can't read it yet. No, still, it's just a white screen.
Yeah, it's because it's focusing on me and not...
Yep. Yeah, okay, now we can see it. Yep, 1%.
1%, right? So this is it going to 100. This is going to kill me. Ah! That's a 60, 50, 80, 100.
Yep. Put the sunglasses on.
Holy shit. Yeah.
I just need to get.
So they're
I need to get control of that remote. If we're ever in a combat, I can just jack that remote right up to full, and then you'll be blind, and I'll be able to shoot you. No worries.
Okay, I just turned them off. That was the wrong thing to do. There we go. I'm trying to turn the remote off because you got to hold to turn the remote off. Anyway.
Yep.
Enough little shenanigans there. I hope you guys enjoyed that blinding display. But yeah, they've definitely improved my setup, and I can still turn them off and on with Google as I did with my other ones. So yeah, so that's just another little small upgrade that you guys have helped us get through Patreon and stuff like that. So I really appreciate that, and we're going to turn around and do the same for Algared and things like that as well.
Although given the way my camera has been playing up the last couple of weeks, it could be the camera is the first thing. Another upgrade to lights.
Yeah, so
unfortunately.
Yeah, but that's what we're looking at doing, and the same thing for the others as well. So yeah, especially what was happening to Space this week with no adapter. He's working towards getting to a setup where he can have, because he's got to travel between Turkey and the US. He's working towards getting a setup where he can just have one in both places and travel. All right. What the hell? There's a Transformers. Sorry, I went to go look for ISC, and it comes up there's a new Transformers movie coming out. Okay. So we're gonna have to keep an eye out for ISC. Obviously, I know you guys will let us do that. Keep an eye on that. They also. What did you think of the conclusion of the Jax saga? Can we call it that? The 10...
Well, it is a saga.
Yeah.
I really get frustrated that they've left us with a cliffhanger and we've got to wait a whole year. Yeah, it's evil bastards.
Yeah.
Cursed UCIG.
I think both Twitch chat and YouTube chat are saying things like they went to the surface of the sun, and the one I liked was the Shadow of the Covenant. Someone said that from Indiana Jones. Yes, it did feel a bit like that. Quite powerful. But yeah, as for the Jack stuff, I think it was pretty good. It was definitely, how do I put it? It had like a Drake flair on it, but it was just different because it wasn't just at the show and him talking about ships anymore. We got to learn more about him as his like persona, and I think that was really strong. Well, for me it was anyway. I hope it was for you too. So yeah. Also, we're taking questions. So if you guys want to preface your question with the word question, they'll come through to us at our Discord. We've got a few coming through already. That's good. The other thing we're looking at doing, just to give you guys an update, I'm waiting on a bit of funds to come through, but when they come through, we're looking at buying 8 of those Drake Cutter starter packs, and we were hoping to do it today, but we're probably going to do it next week. And so the title of the show will be something like giving away ships and taking your questions or something like that. And what we're thinking, and we'll ask you guys as well, and we might do a little poll Algared here, possibly, if see what people think. But what we're thinking about doing them is giving them away to people that want to get into the game. So you can either come on and say, I want to get this for my friend, or get your friend to come on. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring them onto the Discord, and we're going to talk to them, and they've got to convince us to give them the ship. Yep. And I think that's pretty fair. And we'll probably do one maybe about every 20 minutes or so on the stream next week. And what do you guys think about that? You know, because then everyone can hear the person and see if they're very sincere or if they're full of shit or I don't know. What do you think, Algared?
So I'd like to have one of those ships because I've got everything, and I'd like one for my collection. No. No.
But yeah, we obviously would like them to go to people that aren't into the game, or even if it's someone that goes like, I really want one of these for my brother, my friend, my sister's auntie, niece, whatever. We just want to go like you guys said when we polled you, like we want them to go to people that are going to use them and pull as many new people into the game as possible. Preferably not someone that's already got a ship and they're already in the game. It's to pull those people in is what we want to do. And I think you guys think that's a good idea.
The idea was to use it to pull people in, but also hopefully be able to give just people that little encouragement, that little hey, you're loved, you're appreciated, you're cared for. Because you never know when those acts of kindness are going to pay dividends in terms of someone's well-being, and that really is for us where we were coming from in terms of looking out for, or hoping to be able to look out for other people's well-being. So
100%. So if you think that's a good idea, let us know that in the statements/questions as you forward them through to us. And also, if you have another idea that possibly is better, we haven't thought of one. We struggled because we really wanted to give them to people that were less fortunate, and then we were kind of like, people that are less fortunate aren't going to play a really expensive space game. So we were like, no, we have to curb on that a bit and just try and pull new people into the game. But we are going to do some charity stuff down the line. There are things working in the background. It's kind of difficult because we are across international lines, let's just put it that way. So we have to get a lot of things ticked and balances, but we have a lot of people helping us do that. So that we are building a team, aren't we, Algared? I think is the way we would call it at this point. So,
we always do see InfoRunners as a team. It's not a one-man show or a two-man show.
Yeah.
And it is.
Yeah. Well, when we bring in new InfoRunners, it's because we feel that we can help them as much as they can help us. Well, not really so much help us, but like we can help them, and they'll bring something to the table. Like we brought on Loken recently. He is not having the best time on YouTube, but he's really killing it on Twitch. Absolutely killing it. And he's got some official sponsorships and stuff like that. And that might help us. We've got no idea, you know. But
Yeah.
that he was put forward by Paul, and gonna be honest, that's the first person that was put forward that wasn't me, and that came from a conversation that we had after one stream on Captain's Table, didn't it? And went from there. So yeah.
Yep. And you know, and I saw in the last episode we did people saying, "Oh, Space Tomato was probably the worst person you should have interviewed because he doesn't like big ships." Well.
Oh, I clicked
no! What have you done?
I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry,
you know,
my finger slipped.
but Space Tomato isn't seen as a guest to be interviewed. He's one of the InfoRunners.
He's a host. He is
a co-host. He's a co-host, and his value there was the fact that he gives a different opinion, a totally different opinion, but even if he doesn't like the big ships at all, he still can give us viewpoints on what he likes, dislikes about the ship.
It's really important for us, isn't it, to have people that disagree, because some of the best episodes. So there's an episode we're going to release this week, Algared, that you and I did with Stim and Griffin called. So just give you guys a bit of a sneak peek. Actually, I wonder if I can give me a second, Algared. I might be able to open.
He's going.
I'll show them the thumb. I'll show them the thumbnails.
Show the thumbnail. That's right.
Wow, it's so back. It's behind all the AIE stuff, Algared. That's how far back it is.
That's like 30 or 40 episodes ago then.
Yeah, so we've held on to this for a month, Algared. That's how bad it's been. Open with Firefox. Bang. All right, so it's in Firefox now. I'm going to try this new mode, Algared. Let's see how we go. That I set up. Woo! There we go. It does work. Cool, sweet. So yeah, that's the thumbnail that we're coming out with. And I think you guys, I'm not going to, don't say it out loud, Algared, so it's only for people that are watching. That's the sneak peek. So you can see the title. We brought on Stim Citizen and Griffin Gaming, and we both learnt things. I learnt some things about Origin that I didn't know, and they learnt some. I think I just gave it away by saying Origin, but they they learnt some stuff that they didn't realize, that they hadn't even considered. And that's one of the best things about what we do, is you have to have those disagreeing viewpoints, or it just doesn't work. So when you have someone like Space Tomato that doesn't do what you usually do, and they're there. So if you saw both those videos I did with Algared, as well as the one I did with Just Me and Space, it had a juxtaposition to it, and that juxtaposition is really strong because it teaches me things, right, as a presenter that I have to show. So one of the things that came through was he didn't understand which CCU to buy. So I redid the whole thing to show exactly which CCUs to buy. So it's just so simple. There's no thought process involved. There's no working anything out. You can just blindly buy every one of those CCUs and connect it together if you want to do that. And so that was the thought process for me. Same thing here. I really enjoyed this episode, Algared. I think you speak for yourself, but I really enjoyed it. Did you enjoy it, or?
I liked seeing your negativity get mellowed.
Mellowed. Okay.
You know, but yeah, I've always said, you know, that the strength of InfoRunners is that discussion and those different opinions, and you know, I don't mind the disagreement, because I think showing those different points of view is always a valuable thing, especially in a project like Star Citizen.
It's also interesting to watch. I think for you guys, it's like if me and Algared just sat here and agreed on everything, it would be pretty damn boring. So yeah, but we are tangenting very hard here today. But I think we should probably move on to some questions, Algared. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. I think we're still in recovery mode. That's why it's tangenting all over the place.
It's probably waffling a little bit. Yeah, that's for sure. I'm definitely waffling. So
let's have a look at some of the questions, because we do have a Lizard Pager with them now.
Yeah. I do want to say too, a few of my reviewer friends, I don't know if you guys want a bit of a tip, but they're saying Callisto Protocol is amazing. Like 10 out of 10 material. So, and it comes out in about, it was probably about 7 hours it comes out. So if you want to, just a tip, Callisto Protocol is apparently really amazing if you like that survival horror stuff. And it's a sci-fi space game. So I figured a few of you guys and girls would be interested in that.
And negativity. Negativity. I've said your name. There you go. But you need to recant and repent, brother.
Now I want a follow-up question, Negativity. Why don't you like the Endeavour? What's wrong with you? No, but seriously, if you don't like a ship, we're not going to hang you out to
Yep.
dry. Like we like to know why you don't like things. It's just like what we said before. We want that counter position checked. Algared will tell you, having people that disagree with us, it keeps us checked and balanced and in the middle. We don't want to be white knights, but by the same time, we don't want to be negative Nancy's. And I don't know.
Yep.
You guys tell us. Like, actually, let's do a poll. I'm going to do a poll, Algared. Are we
white knights?
No, or like are the InfoRunners, I should say, are Algared and execute, because I want to are Algared and execute.
That's a fair call. I do think that's Miss do science quite well. So that sterile feature that you pick up is good. That's picking up negativity's response to the question. He doesn't like Miss because they're too sterile and ugly.
Yeah, I think that goes along with what I said the last stream. That they're probably the most vanilla of the manufacturers. I don't know. We could do that poll as well later.
Yep.
So what do we want to say for the first one? Algared and execute white knights.
Negative Nancy's.
Yeah, balanced. And then I was going to go, as you said, negative Nancy's. Negative Nancy. Yeah, it'd be a Y, comma, Nancy's. Yeah, like that. All right.
Yeah, why?
All right, so now I've got to copy that, and I've got to do it over here on Twitch as well. And I'll start them at the same time. It's only fair. White knights. This is more for us because we do try to be balanced.
Yeah.
We really do.
And
thank
you for telling us we're white knights, Miko.
Well, we
at least probably for the Endeavour, we probably are.
Yes, for the for the Endeavour, 100%, and the Crucible too, and a few other ships. Like, we really love the ships. Like, and let's be honest, I think that's what drew everyone to this game.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But I think for us, like even though I wouldn't necessarily say we're white knights per se for the Endeavour and the Crucible just because of what they do. Now I do like both of those ships because of what they do, but I think the key thing for us is the fact that they are still at that original concept price.
Yeah.
And we know they're going to go up. We know. Just look at the Crucible, the Carrack. That used to be around their price as well, and it's so.
No.
Yeah.
Right. Well, 86%. I don't know how many. Wait, I have to check Twitch as well. 75% on Twitch say we're balanced, and 82% say we're balanced. So that's to me, guys. Thank you very much. That's a ringing endorsement. Thank you very much, because that's what we pride ourselves on. We don't want to come off either way, and I think you'll agree. We do very negative shows and we do very positive shows when they're needed. That's what we try to do. And we get people, we get people that'll just leave. I'll say in the comments, I'm done, I'm out, I'm gone. If we do a particular episode, we will see subscribers dip in both if we're too positive and too negative. So it happens. We've even had guests on. Certain guests, if we have on, people will leave as well. So it's not speaking with their wallets. I think it's kind of speaking with their subscriber count. So
yeah. No, that's okay. That's well and good. But I think one of the things that I'd like to think, the thing that makes us balanced is that to and fro, the fact that it's not a one-man show. And I think that I've always thought that is the strength of InfoRunners. It's the multiplicity of people rather than just a single head. So
yeah. There's a question here from a first-time chatter called Skunk on Twitch that I think we can answer while we cut before we move on to the other questions. But the question is, will the Galaxy make it into suggestions for you to give or fix my fleet? I think that's really obvious, but I'll let you answer that one.
It depends on the person.
That's it, exactly.
We build, when we're doing Fix My Fleet, we do build them for the person. If someone said, look, I've only got this, or I'm only ever going to play with this number of people, as much as I might like to say, oh, go an Endeavour or go an Indris or you're not going to do that. And so it really depends on what the person's after, what their budget is, the gameplay,
If they come out and
all
say,
those things come in.
I want medical and I want refining, then, that's an obvious choice. But if they have a lot more money, you know, they've already got a lot of money tied up in the game, then me and Algared are more likely to say, well, you're better off to get an Endeavour and an Orion, you know?
Yep.
Oh, sorry,
Or
whatever the capital refinery ship is, you get what I mean. But
if negativity came on for a fix my fleet, since he's, you know, I don't like Mist because they're sterile and ugly.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want Mist ships at all.
That's right.
And he says, I'm into cargo hauling and science and medical. We're gonna say, well, you clearly want a BMM and you clearly want a Galaxy.
They are some of the most difficult for me. Like when people come on and they say, I only buy this type of manufacturer. I'm like, it's gameplay. Just buy the gameplay. Don't buy the... It's like buying a Ford over a Holden. Don't you just buy the better car? Like...
Not in Australia, you don't. Well, you know that, X. You know that.
You get my whole point on what I'm trying to say. Like, and to the American viewers, I think Holden is called Lexus in America. So it's Lexus versus Ford.
I couldn't tell you.
They're the two predominant brands here in Australia, though. Holden and Ford are two big car manufacturers here. So yeah.
The Bathurst race, which is, you know, but traditionally, Holden versus Ford, there was one time I think Ford won, and all the fans were basically chanting, "Ford sucks," and the driver said, "You guys are bastards," you know, because basically they were. But there is that tribalism over those two manufacturers in Australia, and certainly in that supercar type or muscle car type approach. But yeah. It's weird.
All right then, Algared, I think we should probably move on to questions. Okay. I've got like 3/4 of a page of them now. We were kind of playing for questions, but we've been given heaps, so I'll let you...
I'll try and do a couple of these fairly quickly for us. Okay, John Ski. Am I bad for store credit buying all 4 IAE Showdown winner ships just to get the red and black skins? No.
No, because I did the same thing with the Scorpius, and then I melted it once they gave me the skin.
Yep. Dan Little, 2010, says... How do you feel about the way CCUs were handled this IAE? What do you think this means for CCUs going forward?
So I was pissed initially. I think you were too, a bit, with how they went down. But then the final day, it was kind of half and half, wasn't it? Like they redid some CCUs. They had others. It wasn't so bad as I thought, but I can't see why they didn't just have all of them. Honestly, I don't kind of get the whole, like they were trying to make it into a thing that wasn't a thing. It just was like, because you don't know if it was going to be good or not, you just held off. People aren't going to blindly. It's like, how to put it? It's like going, this may be good for you, but it'll cost you cash. Right? If they sold those first ones for credit, everyone would have brought every single one. Right? But because you don't know what you're going to get, and if they told you all the ones that were going to be for sale for the entire sale, I guarantee you they would sell more. Because people would go, they could build their chains in advance. Hell, I could make a guide in advance. I would do that pro bono for them because it would just help so many people.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a matter of, I think the key was not knowing where those chains would be, or...
Yeah.
Like normally you would not buy them on the day, you'd buy them in the last week or the last couple of days because you'd be able to plan what was there. You don't even need to know the discount you're getting. It'd be nice to know which ships were getting them so you could actually better plan which CCUs would need.
Yeah, and you could roughly probably guess out what the discount was. Yeah, that's probably it. Just tell you the ships that are going to have them. On what days, so you could at least roughly plan which ones you need. And I can't see why they can't give you the discount because they don't need to give you the well. Once they give you the discount, you can work out the ships yourselves. But I'm going to be honest, I don't understand why they do it the way they do. Like they're visualizing it as in they're just going to buy the one, and that's all they're ever going to buy. And it just doesn't work that way.
No.
The vast majority of people are now educated enough. You know, the new people come in. We get new people on the Discord in record number on AIEs. Like the Discord just pops off like crazy, and it's the same thing on the YouTube. We get way more viewers in this period than any other time. Like the subscription count goes up drastically at this time of year, way more than it does any other time.
Invictus is very similar these days. We have 2 peak periods where we'll get people coming in, and in fact, there are also the 2 times we get flooded by people saying, "Help me fix my fleet. Help me work out where I need to go or what I want." And I know it's to some people it's weird. Like, they'll say, "Well, just buy the ships you want." And sometimes it really isn't. With the price of the ships, it is an economic issue. For a lot of people, they want the ships, but they want to support the game, but they also don't want to have to spend 5 times the amount they've got in, or they want to just use the credits they've got. So it is always, I get where people are coming from when they ask, but it's...
I'm just going to crowdsource this question really quickly. Is the Scorpius available to buy in-game? Can anyone tell me that? Because there's a conversation going on Twitch chat right now, and as far as I'm aware, it's not available to buy in-game yet. It should technically, because it's about 6 months, it should technically be with 318 that you can purchase that in-game. I was watching this other content creators, one of those ones that we don't like to talk about, so I won't mention the name, but they were saying that the Scorpius will be available in 318. There's no confirmation of that, because look at things like the Redeemer. You can't buy the Redeemer in-game, and that thing's been out for over 12 months.
Yep.
And there are multiple ships like that. I don't know them all off my head, obviously, but there are a lot of things that you just can't buy in-game for one reason or another. I don't know why the Redeemer is like that, but yeah. Thank you for the Prime subscription on Skunk. I appreciate that, especially since you're a first-time chatter. That's okay. We must have been impressive. Yeah. Thank you very much. Well,
shocked.
We don't do it for gratification for stuff like that, but we do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Next question, because
just hang on. Just trying to see if I can get. You can't buy it with a. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you can't buy it yet. So, to the people in Twitch chat, you know who I think it's Kudu Dark Blade. You'll have to wait for 318, mate. I think that's where we'll know. And obviously that's not far away though. We're talking about the 8th of December, so we've got less than a week to wait. Hopefully, there are a few things lining up with 8th of December. The end of the cutter sale, the end of the cause is about the same time, I think. So those CCUs will drop off as well. So yeah. All right. Next question.
Next question. Moondog Monty says, so looks as if Jackson crew were hit by a pyro flare. Yes, it did. Think the idea of finding Jacks in pyro as a mission is still on the table?
I think that's a hookup for pyro at next year's CitizenCon, because Lando kind of tipped his hat to that, didn't he? He kind of said we'll be getting it next year.
I think that would make sense. And I would guess that the original idea of sending Jacks to pyro was kind of, hey, if we get it up and running, then it's in pyro. If we don't get it up and running, then But yeah, I think that's the plan. And if it doesn't work, if we, God help us if it's not there. But if it's not there, I can see them doing a whole series where they've got the medical team or the camera team trying to find them. But yep, seems fair to me.
Linus, what are we wrong about? Linus just says we're wrong. Okay, so if you're going to be wrong, please put context so we can know what we're wrong and fix it. So what are we wrong about, Linus? Just let us know. All right. Yeah. Okay. Next question, please.
Ducati Tom says, you mentioned CCUs. What did you both get?
Both got that Vought Galaxy.
Yep. Valkyrie Galaxy for $5.
I went through
in credit.
Yeah, I went through and I got every ship that I could think of that you and I want to review in the next 12 months. So I got, I had to get someone to gift me the SRV one because I forgot about the SRV. But I got things like the SRV, the Vulcan. I just went through every ship I could think of that may come out in the next while and just melted them into buyback. I literally had like a whole page of emails talking about you have reclaimed a pledge. And I just had to sit there and mark them all as red. But yeah, it was a pain in the ass to melt them all the next day, but they're there. So we can access them. This wouldn't be a problem if CIG actually gave us ships to review. We are one of the, they don't seem to like YouTubers very much because they don't have enough staff to do YouTube and Twitch. So unfortunately, we miss out. If anyone's got a contact at CIG that I can get in touch with so they can give us ships to review, I will happily take it. I would just the contacts I have at CIG are not in that department, in the marketing department, because apparently it's the marketing people that give away the ships. So yeah. Next question, Algared, or do you want to talk?
Next question.
Yep.
My CCUs, as I said, were
Okay. So I am okay. So someone just correct me. They are right. Yeah, the Redeemer is in game now. It is available for 8.6 mil. I forgot about that. Yeah, they did add it. I am wrong. Yes, I was wrong. The Redeemer is in game to purchase. You are correct. I just remember. You
the
are
Scorpius
right.
isn't yet.
Yeah, the Scorpius isn't. But the Redeemer took longer than normal. Is that what it was? Maybe I'm remembering something wrong. But you guys will correct me, and I appreciate the correction because yeah.
I've got to admit, I never pay attention to the ships that they come available in game because
well,
I don't need to. So
you have all of them. You
that's right,
rich bastard. But
I don't need to worry. Oh, can I buy it in game? It's just it's available. I can fly it now.
Yeah. So
another ship to add to the terminal. So I have to.
Yeah, the rest of us, Algared, we are just lowly smuck that have to go earn our ships to fly them in game. So we have to wait 6 months. So yeah.
Nah. Execute. If you owned Hurston, you could do that. You know, you could have every ship as well. Although I'm still trying to get that red crab. Curse you, Silas.
Yes. All right. What question are we up to?
Sorry. We're up to. We were just finishing off Duncan's question. I picked up the CCU to the Galaxy for $5, and I picked up. I can't remember where I picked up a CCU to the C8R. Or I just bought a C8R outright. But I think that's really all I got. Most of my spending was actually going towards Crux Cup.
I just realised I brought a bunch of War 1 CCUs to the Galaxy. I started to build a chain to that if I wanted. So that was the other thing I did. I didn't spend too much, though. I reckon most of what I spent was on stuff for reviews and stuff. So we've got the ships there, or at least I can chain together ships to get, so right now I've got a plan for the Vulture to turn in the SRV and stuff like that. So instead of buying every single ship, we can we've now got a pool of credits there on my account, so I can just buy a ship, melt said ship, and review it and just rotate the credits around. So that's how we're doing it at the moment because we don't get stuff from CIG. But anyway.
And since I've mentioned Crux Cup several times, if you're into racing, March next year, Crux Cup, mark it in your diary.
They're talking about the Astropub Redeemer on Twitch, Algared.
Sorry?
They're talking about the Astropub Redeemer on Twitch. Paul's favourite ship.
Yes, that's the Steel is I think Paul hates that ship even more than I hate the Steels, so...
Yeah.
That's a hard call.
If someone at CIG is watching and they want to help us out with getting ships just for review, we don't need to keep them. We just want to use them for the buyer's guides and then move on. If someone at CIG is watching, please reach out because it's becoming rather stressful for me because I'm not very wealthy, and to have all those credits tied up is a pain in the butt. And it's like, why am I doing this? They should just be giving me ones to review. I don't know. Have we earned that? Maybe we should do a poll. I don't know. Maybe I'm being entitled, Algared, but
it could very well be the entitlement is showing.
Yeah,
and we all fall into that. Everyone falls into that category after a while. So
I don't want to keep them. I just want to review them. Even if we just got early access on the PTU, that'd be enough, wouldn't it? So we could, film it a little bit, talk about it, and then move on. But it just makes it difficult, especially when I don't know. I don't think I should have to do that to endorse and help them sell ships. Well, it's not selling. That's what it feels like. But we're really reviewing them for you guys. We're not reviewing them for... Maybe that's why we don't get help, because we put these guys over the CIG. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, we don't... if we were just doing it as a sponsored recommendation, then you can't really crap on the ship. And if we think the ship's crap, we say it's crap, so...
Yeah.
As I saw with our review for the Galaxy, what a negative review of an RSI concept ship, unheard of, But so people clearly thought our review of the Galaxy was negative. I didn't think it was negative. I just thought it sits in a place where
bipartisan is how I kind of looked at it. It was the middle of the road. I like, if it's a ship for you, get it. I spoke my piece. I said, well, I've got a bigger ship. Why do I need a smaller one? It would have been the same thing, and I'm going to be honest, it's how I feel of the Apollo. I don't know if you feel the same, but just to give an example, that's how I feel about the Apollo, and the Expanse for that matter. I've got a bigger one, or I intend to get the bigger refinery ship when it comes out, so why would I buy this? It's just where my brain went. And I've got so my plan at the moment is I've got a Starfarer, and I've got another ship I've just forgotten, but they're the two ships I intend to upgrade So I'll take the Star-R and turn it into a capital refinery. And because I don't need the Star-R if I've got the refinery above, and I'll earn the Star-R in game. Problem solved.
I can see where people are coming from in terms of that negativity. I see that. I've got a hope. I've got the Endeavour with the components for a hope. I've got the Expanse. I've got the Apollo. Why do I need this other ship? And yet, when I look at the medical aspect of the Galaxy versus the Apollo versus the Hope versus the and people saying, oh, this wipes out the Hope, the Apollo. Well, I actually didn't see that. I actually saw that medical aspect complementing all of them. So.
Shinobi Trip in chat says, maybe CIG is low-key salty because you help people save money. And then the answer that I was going to say literally was answered by Parker, who goes, they made the money on that info. That's it. Like you can look at it like we're saving you guys money, but at the same time, it's a bit of a hype machine, is it not? We are helping you to buy more ships. So it's a win-win if you think about it, because you would never buy said ship if you didn't have the help. But us helping you gets the ships for cheaper, so it also helps CIG. So yeah.
How many people have told us they've bought an Endeavour because we told them to?
Too many.
I've lost count.
Same thing with the Crucible as well. Like
there's a reason they call us the Cult of the Crucible or Church of the Crucible and Cult of the Endeavour or vice versa. But yeah. Anyway, moving on because we've been waxing lyrical on this for a while. Seraph Industries has a question. Did CIG just canonize in lore why ships get delayed? The prototype of a Galaxy was stolen. I like the idea.
I don't know. I'll let you answer that one. That's not a question for me.
I like the idea. I don't think it necessarily explains why they're delayed, but it's a nice in-law thing. So yeah, why not? And thanks for I didn't catch who did that, but thank you for the 5 copies.
It was negativity. You said 2 copies for the Galaxy put me over 10,000 finally. I brought it, just looks alone. I like all the large ships that aren't Drake Misk. I'm going to be honest with you, it looks-wise, it's awesome. But I don't buy ships. I'm a very functional person, right? So I buy it on what it does. And again, when you're trying to save money, you've got to take a bit of your feelings out of it and look at the gameplay and that earn down economy. So for me, the RSI is right next to the Caterpillar. I own the Caterpillar. I've had it all that time.
Yeah.
But it also comes down to the modules. I'm going to be honest. I'll probably end up owning both, right? But at the moment, I'm just kind of annoyed that we don't know about those Drake, the Caterpillar modules, and you can't make an informed decision on which ship is better. But and the only module that really tickled my fancy, Algared, and I don't know if it's the same for you, was the manufacturing module for the Galaxy.
It's certainly one down track. I could see the refinery module and the medical module being valuable. I could see. I don't have the same problem you've got in terms of the Cat versus the Galaxy, because I actually think the Galaxy are better or more a 600i type competitor in terms of that way the modules are working and the size of the weapons versus.
I'd definitely give you the solo single one. It is probably closer to that, but if you think of it as how the ship's going to work, it's closer to the Caterpillar.
And also when you look at when you pointed out the other day, and you check it out, the Cat has 576 SC of cargo or something like that, and if you got the cargo module with the Galaxy, surprise, it's exactly the same cargo capacity as a fully cargo featured Caterpillar. So
yeah,
you can see there's certainly even though I'm thinking, oh, this is a 600i competitor, you can clearly see just based on size of a ship and also the cargo capacity of a ship, it is also clearly being seen as a Cat competitor.
Yeah. There's a comment there by Ultravolt. I've never wanted a Crucible, but I have one in my hangar because of the InfoRunners. That's something we have. That's what we encourage. Yeah. It's a $5 investment to lock in something that in case you change your mind, and it's not a waste of money because you can literally buy it with credit, and melt it and use it somewhere else later. So it's just a time thing, and it's the same thing for any of the ships that we recommend. That's You saw me and Algared do it. We brought a Valkyrie to Galaxy and set on it because we're unsure of where the ship's going to be, and we recommended it to Space Time. We recommended anyone, and you know, that's a group consensus thing. Like that, the group, when we talk and in supporters and stuff like that, if you are a supporter, you can jump in on those conversations. That's the conversations we have in that group, and often the group comes to a consensus, does it not, Algared?
It does. Like, and look, and for me, I would like to be able to get the Galaxy and pay cash up front and get the full set and all the modules, but the cost is expensive. I can't afford that. Yeah. The economy's up the creek. It's Christmas. There's other things coming.
That is
$530 or $560 to get all of them or whatever it is. That's a hefty hit when you convert Australian dollars into the American currency. It's just hard to justify, and so I want one. And the cheapest way to do that is to get a credit $5 CCU. That was the easiest way to do it, and you can still do it because it's a brand new ship, so it's still available.
All right, I'm going to do this poll. You just gave me another idea for a question, and if you guys hate polls, I apologize, but it's a really great way for us to see what you guys think. So
it also gets some interaction with our community. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, I like to interact with you guys as much as possible. That's why we do this stuff. Like, that's the joy for us, is hanging out with you guys. Actually, speaking of hanging out with you guys, Hagen, we should talk about that real quick. There's a virtual bar citizen this weekend. Saturday for you guys in the up over, and Sunday in the down under for us.
2 sessions, I believe.
Yeah, there are 2 sessions, 2 3-hour sessions. Hang on, Stim sent me this link. I don't know if this will work for everyone. I'm going to drop it in Twitch and I'm going to drop it in YouTube. But if you're interested in going, Australian time, it's 4 a.m. for the first session. Goes for 3 hours, I believe. And they're going to have an hour break.
Yep.
And then 9 a.m. and then another 3 hours. Yep. If you want me to convert that back into ET, it's ET.
It's midday.
Yeah. Start time
midday for the first session, I believe.
Midday and then 5 p.m. So, yeah. If me and Algared are both going this weekend, I know Stim's going to be there, Griffin Gaming's going to be there. A few people from CIG turned up last time. So if you want to sit down in a smaller room and maybe talk with us or other content creators, I bloody loved it. It was awesome. And being that I'm in a remote part of the world, it's the closest I'm ever going to get to, well, other than the one I went and met Algared at, right? But I had to get on a plane and travel and stay at a hotel and all that to do that. It's just super convenient because it's like like me and Algared are talking with each other on video, but you're in a Zoom call. So if you don't have to be on camera, but it obviously makes a huge difference if you are, because one of the big things for me was names to faces. Like there were people that were there that I knew the name of that person, but I hadn't seen them before. And I got to have that kind of, well, not one-on-one, but like I got to actually converse with people. I just loved it. It was great to see what I could say it in a really weird way, the normal peasants, but like the more normal people like you guys think of things. And
the more sane backers is what he's referring to.
Yeah, like we were saying about perception, you know, like because it balances us out, like make sure that we're not, our thoughts are not too crazy. So this is a really interesting poll, Algared, because it's kind of high. 57% on YouTube said yes, it was at a bad time financially, and there was only 8 votes on Twitch, but 89% on Twitch. That is disturbing, CIG. Maybe you might want to think about moving it.
Yep.
For financial reasons, maybe you might think about moving it. I don't know, but yeah. I guess the follow-up one would be well, obviously the obvious question of that would be AIE. AIE is probably at a much better time for people.
Yep. Have I disappeared off camera? No, I'm still.
You'll be back.
I'll be back in a minute. Yeah. There you go.
It's just a bit of lag.
So I've got a question that's come in. I'll deal with it now because I think it kind of works. How did we meet? Like, question, how did you meet and start InfoRunners? We actually didn't start InfoRunners, is the short and curly.
I got asked to join at the start.
So was I.
And I said no, because I was like, well, I'm not sure you two are going to get on and make good hosts, and they're not here now. So I'm going to say, yep. no, but they actually did quite well. And they asked me and you on the same day, didn't they, as guests, and we ended up staying.
Yeah, I think I was a bit later because you were on, like, we had there was Hayes, there was Dyson,
I swear
then
we're
there
on
was
the same.
Snake.
I swear we're on it the same day.
We may have been on for a guest feature on one of the IAEs way back then. You became more regular. I was kind of, I don't know where I want to be on camera, you know. And I didn't have the gear, and so.
Actually,
So there are other issues, but yeah, we were asked. We were pulled in.
I was just reading what Old Man Zim just said there. I think CIG should just warp AIE into CitizenCon. I think that's a great idea. Just move it forward a month. That gives people a whole month of breathing room. You know, that's two more pays to put towards spaceships or whatever. So
yeah, well, 2 less pays to put towards spaceships because it's.
Or 2 less pays to put towards Christmas. Maybe that's the better way to look at it.
2 more pays to put towards Christmas, 2 less pays to put towards spaceships.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So I just wrap up on the virtual bar citizen. I really enjoyed it. Algared missed out. He didn't get a link, but I'm made sure he got one this time, so he'll be there as well. So if you want to come and hang out with me and Algared, I know Stim will be there. Veridity was the last one. Buster the Destroyer was the last one. I think that was about it. Oh, and Griffin was there. Fastcart was there. I'm trying to think of any other content creators. I know there's at least 1 or 2 that were small that I've probably missed. I do apologize, but there were a lot of people there. And
I thought you said Crunchy was there. Was that right?
No, Crunchy was not there. They had 250 people, right?
Yep.
So I'm expecting to be at least that many, and if that link's there, you can register, and they will send you the Zoom invite link. So I'm hoping. By dispersing that link, we've just smashed their system, and all 300 of you guys, or there's more than 300 of you watching now, but yeah, that you guys rock up, because it was really enjoyable. I can't stress, if you've been to a bar citizen, right, the way I've always pitched it to people is this: you go into a party or something like that, you know, if you think back to high school or whatever, and you've got to awkwardly walk around the room and talk to people and find out people that you can associate with, right? When you walk into a bar citizen, everyone's into the same shit you're into. There is just no awkwardness. You're all there to talk about spaceships. It's just amazing. You can walk up and start a conversation with anyone. So, what's your favorite ship? What what's your favorite manufacturer? Anything like that. Any of the most basic questions, and you're off to the races. It's just, it's awesome. You're in a room with all your peers.
You're in a room with every nerd that you ever, you know.
That's it.
And you're in light company. It's great.
ISC is usually out around this time, which is why we do the stream. But sometimes, like the one that they had for AIE, it came out literally like in the last half hour before we finished. So
sometimes it's all over the place. Next question. Shinobi Trip says,
just real quick, we also did that reaction video of ISC. Are you guys? I guess I'll do a poll, Algared. So ask your question, and I'll do a poll.
Yep. So while you're working the poll out. Okay. So Shinobi Trip says, do you think the Galaxy is further along in development than ISC let on? Possible, because of it looked more in game than we've seen other ships, so it's possible.
Agreed. But can you do the ticks, please? Because I can't track where we're up to in the questions.
Yep.
Just the last one is the only one you got to do. Just so I know where we're up to. Thank you. Because I missed the question. I was going to reread it. There it is. All right. Oh, yeah. I think that Galaxy is 100% coming with. I think they're going to do like 5 ships next year, personally, but we'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
And I think you made the suggestion that they'll have that when it comes out, it'll be Polaris, Perseus, and they'll do kind of an RS, and it'll be RSI running the show, and that would make sense. It would be nice if they were able to bring all of those ships out at the same time. And it might not be next year. It might be 2 years down the track. But I could see them doing all of those ships, doing them concurrently, bringing them out and saying, "Bang, here they are," and just blowing people away by the number of RSI ships that suddenly become available. And then being an RSI day, that'd be awesome. But yeah, I think it probably is. Will the RSI Bengal fit in the hangar of the Galaxy? No. Unless it's a model.
Someone's getting very hopeful.
Yeah. I think the model will. The model may just fit. You know, so yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, the keyring.
Yeah. the keyring version might. Vancel.
So I couldn't just real quick. I couldn't fully answer the question on Twitch because they don't do it as long. But what I was asking, so what this poll is for, is we recorded the ISC part segment that we do on the live stream and we released it as a separate video, and it went fairly well. So what I want to know from you guys was, like, do you like? I know you guys are all watching the stream, so you're probably the wrong people to ask actually, but. It was good, so you didn't have to go look for the ISC segment. We just took that out and put that up as a video separately. So if you're watching this after the fact, you can come back and see our thoughts on ISC separately. So I just kind of know, yeah, okay, so it's about 80%. So yeah, okay. We're going to have to keep doing that. More work for me. I'll have to make another thumbnail every week, but we'll get that to work. So yeah, all right. Sorry,
Vancel says, based on the Galaxy ISC and the reference to deep and real gameplay, are COG out of touch with the reality of the state of a game? A, Galaxy isn't out now, and B, the gameplay isn't either.
I think when they talk about stuff like that, you correct me if you think I'm wrong here, Algared, they're talking about the final gameplay. Their proposed final gameplay. And I think that's the biggest thing with all these ships. You have to have a bit of imagination, you know, and it's hard at the moment because, like, let's look at mining. Did you think mining would be that when you brought a mining ship?
No.
And do you think it's going to be the same with the Orion? The Orion's going to be completely different. You know, you're munching entire rocks. Is it going to be different with the land miner again? Absolutely. You know, and so there were actually essentially 3 types of mining within the mining gameplay. We've just got that one at the moment for the mole and the prospector. That's it. So yeah.
And if you look at the way they even looked at the like, mining's still going to grow, because if you look at the way they did the large outposts and the underground outposts, that gave an indication there's a heap more to come. In terms of the mining and the planetary cave play. And does that mean we're going to have mines that will link, you know, external entrances that are going to link up into those outposts as well? And I think down the track, it is. It's going to be, I think, in a sense, what we see in the prisons with the prison breakouts is almost going to be very similar to breaking into an outpost to do stuff.
I agree with you.
It'll just be in reverse, you know. So
we see them using those multiple gameplays in multiple spots, and for us, it's been something we've been able to use as a tool to try and figure some stuff out. Like, the one I'll give you is the Spartan and the ballista and the turrets on the ground as defense points. That's really obvious to us, and we literally saw a turret in not this year's but last year's CitizenCon video on a stand, and we're like, recognition, you know, like that's what they're going to do. So. Yeah.
And thank you, Misfit, for becoming a member on YouTube. Awesome.
Misfit's been a long time viewer of this channel. Misfit, can you message in chat just tell how long you've been watching us? Because I remember, like, there's certain people you remember because you've seen the names so many times. And let's be honest, there's a lot of names that leave in the comments, but he's one of them. Another one, what's the Mr. Bubbly? No, what's his name?
Mr. Bobby. Yeah, Mr. Blobby.
Blobby, that's it. Yeah, he's been around almost as long as Misfit, and they're 2 gentlemen that we always remember because we read their comments, and it's interesting. So Misfits, if you don't feel like mind sharing, how long have you been watching the InfoRunners? Because I'd generally like to know, because I know it's a really long time. I remember you from way back. Or it
certainly feels like a long time.
Yeah.
Which could possibly be a good thing as well. But yes, we and. To pick up on that point, yes, we do read every single comment that you guys put into the videos.
At least one of us. At least one of us. So during AIE, I just hand that all off to Algared because I am zonked. So he's been the one. So there's a lot of comments that I've probably missed, and anything that's important, though, he will pass through to me as well. But now that's over, I'll get back into reading them. I've had a bit of a time to recover, but it usually takes me about a week, so I'm still going to be. You know, that's why I've got a few pre-recorded shows, so we don't have to do anything this weekend. We can just take the weekend off.
I'm still waking up at IAE time. So yes.
Me too. I woke up at 3 a.m. today. So, you know, that's 3 hours before we started. So yeah.
Yep. And Prone Excavator, also welcome to being a basic YouTube member. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Misfit can convince me. 5 years. That's almost as long as we've been doing this, Misfit. So thank you very much. And I'm not talking about the basic membership. I'm talking about just watching. Thank you very much, because it's that conversation that we've had with people is why we do it. I'll leave it at that much. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Next question.
Moving
please,
right
Paul.
along. Is Ducati Tom, can you speculate on what chips you feel come out next, post 318 and the Vulture?
We talked about this a little bit, didn't we? You know, so we know the MCV was in the files. I think that's probably premature. If you think about it, I am kind of surprised we didn't get another Salvage ship this year, but obviously they probably didn't want it to stand too much on the Vulture. But let's think forward a bit in terms of Salvage. With the munching coming, maybe we get the Salvage, one of the other Salvage ships after that.
Yeah, given that we've got we'll have hand mining or hand salvage, we'll have the Vultures scraping, we'll have the Reclaimer doing the scraping. I could see them holding off and not wanting to add more gameplay aspects that aren't available in Salvage yet. And then as we go beyond the basic level and they add more components, I think we'll see more mining ships come in. And Negativity, thank you for becoming a YouTube member as well. Awesome.
So I just got a message on Discord from someone called Cloudmaster J. He's actually sending a voice down below, but he actually wants to give away one of his. Jay, message me again directly. Do you want to give it away right now, or do you want to give it away next week with ours? It's entirely up to you. He would like to give a starter pack away. I think that's very generous of him. And if there's anyone else that wants to do that, maybe we make that thing next week. So if you have a starter pack and you want to add it to our 8 that we're going to give away, reach out and you can come on the Discord if you want, or you can just do it anonymously. That word does not roll off my tongue at all.
Yep.
And you can add it to the pile, so to speak, and give it away to someone to try and maybe we use this channel as a bit of a mouthpiece to give it away to a whole bunch of people. So maybe we can put that out there for next week. We're going to try and give away 8 starter packs and any others that people add. So if you know someone out there that wants one, bring them along next week and see if we can get them out to people, and we'll give away as many as we can. And it would have been nice if we could have maybe got CIG to match that. So if we give away 8, they'll give away 8, and maybe we can go all if the community piles in as well. Would you match that? So if someone out there at CIG wants to match every ship that we give away, would you give away a starter pack as well and see what we can get? I don't know. Maybe that might be a good little drive for CIG. I know it's a 2-for-1 thing, but maybe for Christmas they might do that. I'll throw it out there. CIG, if there's anyone watching, get in touch with the Algared or myself. Yeah.
Buy 1 for the price of 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So JJ2078 asks, "Is this pre-recorded?" Yes, mate. It's pre-recorded.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. We always pre-record.
Yeah. We never live, mate. This is a pre-recorded show. Come on. No one does live. Live streams are old news. All right. Next question, please, Algared.
To carry on with the speculation, Feather says Astropub speculated that the Galaxy could come next year, and yeah, could.
I agree.
I could see that.
Especially,
I could see that.
We talked about this on the last few streams. There's about 5 or so ships, and this year they did a similar thing with Drake, where they had a couple of think about all the Drake ships that just come out. Either next year or the year after, depends on how long it takes to make them, obviously, right? But if they put more people on the RSI ships, and say you got 5 RSI ships, you can mix and match. So say you make 3 doors, 3 walls, and 3 floors, just as an example. You can then mix and match and combo them together to easily fill out 5 ships.
Yep.
So you don't have to make as many art assets, but you can make more ships. I think that's pretty logical.
And I think they're working on streamlining the way they build ships to speed things up. So yeah, I could see that. Moving right along, Shinobi trip. Is it likely that they will build the Galaxy, Polaris, and Perseus at the same time to save time and release all 2 of them when RSI sponsors come?
It's like when Mind Readers Algared. This is crazy.
I know, it's amazing.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. No, I actually didn't read that question. I don't have that up at the moment because I was replying to Cloudmaster J. But yeah.
And you noticed as I was reading that question, I started laughing because I hadn't read that question beforehand. But it was I think that more likely the way they're going. So yeah. Commander Emeritus, what do you guys think about the patch watch updates coming in 3.18?
Say that again, please, Algared.
What do we think about the patch watch updates coming in 3.18?
Patch watch.
So I think when they put out this is what's coming. So I think it's certainly with Evocati, you'll get the patch and the notes for the patch and what's coming and what's not working.
So is that the weekly roundup? Just a different wording of the weekly roundup? Is that what
I'm not sure. Like for me, if I go into it, when you go into the CIG and they tell you what's in the patch, I think that's what I hope that's what that's referring to. If not, I've totally misunderstood your question, Commander Emeritus. But my understanding is when they do patch watch, they actually tell us what's in the patch. And then, what things are working, what things aren't working. That's certainly PTU, Evocati type information.
I've seen a question in chat I have to answer by my mate Sam Pastor. He literally says, do you think CIG will update the Connie with RSI new design language? I bloody hope so, but I don't think it'll be until Squadron 42 is out, mate. Because so you know how they're doing nav mesh tech for planets. The Connie was the test bed for nav mesh, so they probably don't want to change anything. And we know it's in Squadron 42 as well, so they obviously don't want to change things because they have to redo everything. So they'll wait till it's out, and then they'll go, oh, look, here's the new Connie update. And it'll be, what are we up to? The Mark, what's the Phoenix? Mark 6 or some shit?
Mark 4.
Mark 4. So they'll just go, here's the Mark 5.
I think yes and no. I think they'll update it so it's more the design language of that we've seen in the Mantis, and I expect to see in the Apollo. But I don't think we'll see it in the design language that we see with the Perseus, Polaris, and Galaxy.
I would love to see it take heavy identification from the Mantis. I reckon it would look sick if you upscaled that Mantis.
Well,
I've still got a Connie, so just yeah.
But I don't think it'll have the same look that we see with the Polaris. That seems to be their large ship look. That kind of arrowhead seems to be the large ship look. Whereas the standard Connie look seems to be the medium, smaller ship.
Prone Excavator, can you link me that, or just drop? Can I give him permissions? See, this is the problem. I don't have any mods here today. I want to give him permission to post a link. Post a link, Prone, and if it deletes it, I'll undo it. So Prone, just post me a link to that Spectrum post, please, buddy, and we'll open it up and we'll have a look. Because I'm curious to know what the hell it is, because it sounds like something new, and I've obviously been asleep and missed it. So yeah. Who said not? Hey, Graham, how you doing? Who said not too awful long ago that the Polaris will borrow quite a bit from the Bengal assets set they could have changed? Yeah, I think it heavily borrows from the Bengal. I agree with you on that, Graham. And good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well.
And the Bengal is one of their capital ships. So interiors, I think it's going to steal from the Greebles. They'll steal from it, and I think that'll so that'll be stuff they carry through. And I'm pretty certain we'll find that the Bengal's already built at least the external aspect because it's needed for Squadron 42. So at least I assume it's needed for Squadron. So
yeah, Misfit says they're forever waiting for that Zion Cuddy. I think like ships like the alien ones, let's be honest, if you logically think about it, we know they're going to be making expansions for alien races, you've got to assume they're going to save most of those ships for that expansion pack. So they bring out a Zion expansion, you'll get all the Zion ships. You bring out a Banu expansion, you get all the Banu ships. More lore. The other side. So if you think about the races we've heard at, like the Kathak, and I can't remember the one for the Banu, but the races on the other side of those, that's what that expansion pack will be. It'll be going back into places you already know and experiencing the human part of the universe as an alien, but then also going to a new part of the universe to experience that as an alien. So you get a bit of everything. So yeah.
Now, because you just talked about the aliens, I've got to ask people, if you've got questions that you would like answered about any of the alien races that we've got in lore at the moment, please go to Paul's channel, smash him with those questions, because the next Lore Citizen podcast that Paul, Jail, and I intend to do is answering your questions about all the alien races. And my understanding is, so far, you guys don't want to know anything. Yeah. So hit us with those questions So you actually force us to go do research on those races so we can answer your questions.
Yeah, Algared, give Algared more work for a change instead of me. That'd be great. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah.
No worries. I'm trying to look after you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Taking my work away. I love it.
Yeah.
All right. Next question, please, mate. Wait, I think I might have a... Yep, go ahead.
Dan Little, do you think the cutter has dethroned the Titan as the king of starter ships?
The cutter has dethroned the what, sorry?
Titan.
That's a really... So it's from a value proposition, it wins. From the... Once the price goes up, they're the same. So no? Because at the moment, right now, at $45, it's great. But when it goes back to $65, that's the same price. So the Titan...
Oh, the game pack? No, because the Titan game pack...
It's Titan on its own. You're right. There's a difference there. Yeah. So I don't know. I still see it as a stepping stone. I think you would go Cutter or Avenger. Like you get a heaps bigger gun on the Avenger. You don't. Let's be honest. As a Drake ship, it is the most non-combat ship I think they've pretty much ever done.
Which is weird because it's also the most un-Drake ship. It's the most un-Drake ship.
Yeah, so we've always considered the Avenger to be an advanced starter, and you know most of those ships, like put it this way, even the Pisces is borderline. I know that's what's in the pack, so I know that would be a starter. So there's only really 4 starter ships: the Mustang, the Pisces, the Cutter, and the Aurora. They're the 4 starters. Anything else, once you go over that, they're into advanced starters. So you get the Reliant, the Avenger, the 300i. Actually, I have to chuck the 100i back in with the starters, but it's an overpriced starter, so it just gets skipped. I think if you go out there, most people would say, I either have this or this, and the 100i gets completely skipped because of its price. As soon as it's right in line with some of the, like you're talking $5 to get to an Avenger, you're gonna spend $5 to get the Avenger.
Yep. And you look at those starter ships, the Mustang Alpha and Aurora MR, they're $35. You go C8X and Carter, they're $45. Then you've got I think the 100i at $50 and $55 is the Titan, and then $60 is the 300i. And if I've got those wrong, I apologise, I'm going from memory. But you do get that progression. The 100i, just for what it is, yes, it's a good ship. It's a great little starter ship. But I think it's overpriced for what it is. I think the Cutter is certainly better than the C8X. Sorry, C8X, I do love you, but I think the Cutter's better than that. And the fact that it's the most heavily...
It's more versatile, isn't it?
Yeah, but the fact that as a Drake ship, it is more heavily armed, so it's got better armor than any other starter ship.
Really breaks that Drake mold, doesn't it?
That's like, it's the most unspartan, most unspartan Spartan, which was someone from the Peloponnesian War.
Well, ironically, it would have...
This is the Brasidas of Drake ships.
It ironically would have made a good anvil starter because of the armor, Terrabin aspects. It would have been interesting, but, goes on the road. So I think the only thing left now, Algared, in that advanced starter area, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I think the only major manufacturer, I'm saying here, is the Crusader. We do not have a Crusader starter.
Aegis?
The Avenger.
Okay. Yep. So I was thinking, real starter, not.
Well,
starter,
I said in that. Let's put it this way: in a comfortable way, sub $100, right? So there's no sub $100.
Yep. I think Anvil's probably Crusader. Yep. Crusader would be it.
It's the only one I can think of. You guys correct us if you think it's wrong, and. Do you think there should be some other starters from other manufacturers? So yeah, just let me know. Yeah, Argo. Actually, that's a good. No, because you're the MPUV. No, wait, that's not a starter though. Okay, I think you've got us there, Midnight. So Midnight Black just brought that up. I have to agree with you, mate. Yeah.
I would like to see an Argo starter ship.
Yeah. As I said, with the alien stuff, I think you have to realistically put your designer hat on and go. That we know they're making expansion packs. I don't think you'll see that stuff until the alien races come into expansion. So we're talking years down the line now. Think about it. Look at the ratio of alien ships to what we've got to human ones. It's drastically outweighed. We've got like 2 or 3 each. That's it. So I don't think you're going to get... Well, what are they going to make for the expansion? Nothing. Well, they're just going to make new human ones that go... Because that could be a thing though, right? Because we know the whole series is made in Xi'an space. Is that a thing? Like, do they allow us to have new human? They introduce a new human ship that goes off in the unit, you know, so they have two versions, like an alien one and a human one, when an expansion pack comes out. But to me, my brain goes, most of the alien ships will come with said expansion. So yeah. All right, I've got this up, Algared, unless you want to talk real quick, and then we'll talk about this. So you...
I'll go to that, and then we'll come back.
Okay. Cool. So this, as far as I'm going to tell, this is just talking about highlighting certain things in the patch. So 3.18. Yep. So for me, what is it that you wanted us to look at directly? So additional keybinds doesn't seem like much. The mining bug fixes is just talks about some stuff. So the only thing I can think of is it's this ballistic shield penetration, health components, distortion pass. So that kind of, all right, I'm just going to read it. Ballistic shield. I don't know. You guys tell me. What are we looking at here? What did you want us to look at? I forgot the gentleman's name. He did say it earlier. I have to scroll
I'll back and have a look at that question. So it was a
prone excavator. What did you want us to look at specifically, mate? But yeah, you want to read out the next question, and we'll come back to this once Prone gets back to me or drops a message in chat.
I was seeing if I could find his question. So his question, it was Meritus, by the way. Meritus said, what do you guys think of the patch watch updates coming in 3.18? I just think it's just, though I see those updates and those notes that is there for testers to say, this is what is currently in the patch, but we're testing, these are the things that are there. And it's just giving us an update of where we're going and what, you know, so...
Yeah, things like this are just quality of life stuff that we often talk about controls. Like you want to have as many different controls as possible to sort to miss different people. So a simple one here is you can have a separate key bind for going the landing gear down and landing gear up. That's all about giving player choice. We talk about this quite a lot. Yeah, this is just all quality of life improvements. As far as I can see, that's all quality of life stuff to me, unless it looks different to you, Algared. I can go full screen if you want to read it. By the way, do you want me to go full screen?
I have read those, and I do know they're there. And often I'll go in, you know, when I'm doing a patch. Certainly if I'm in Evocati or PTU, I'll often go and read those. But unless I'm doing that, I don't bother. But yeah. So, yeah, in answer to Dan's question, no, I don't think the cutter has dethroned the Titan, but I do think it's dethroned the C8X. So, John Ski, Origin best ship, manufacturer in-game. Bloody peasants. Now, John, I think that hurts. Now the best manufacturers in-game. Yes, old man, go away, you don't have any ships.
All right, next question, please, mate.
Grim McFadden says, now that I have two Reclaimers, a Polaris and a Vulture, am I an idiot who wants to salvage too big or wants to salvage big?
I like Reclaimer, probably my favorite ship in the entire game, and even I would say diversify a bit. In fact, I think Algared, you would agree with me, get a Crucible instead of two Reclaimers because they'll work really well together.
If you're looking at that and you're saying, oh, do I really need two Reclaimers? If you want two Reclaimers, go for two Reclaimers. But if you're after more gameplay loops, then yeah, go a Crucible or go a the two options I could see to go with your Reclaimer would be either be a Crucible or a BMM.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And also the fact that he's asking the question probably shows that there's some doubt already. He kind of already knows the answer. He just wants us to reinforce it for him. And
the reason we'd say BMM or Crucible is you're reclaiming stuff, you're going and salvaging stuff, components and bits and pieces, all the crunched up ship aspects you'll be able to put into. Hopefully, you'll be able to purify a little bit more, put into your Crucible and use that to repair stuff. The components and weapons you get, you'll be able to repair them in a Reclaimer. And then if you've got a BMM, you get them and you sell them. So BMM and Crucible actually work really nicely from our point of view in terms of your other ships. So
yeah, I don't disagree. I own all three of them, as you do as well. Real quickly though, Crystal H asks in chat, very quick question: can I get the $45 Carter pack? Sorry, went off screen at the last second. Starter pack with store credit. No, you have to buy it with cash, but in return for that, you get a $20 discount, which I think is pretty damn good, considering how low down the stack it is. If you think about all the Warbond CCUs, you get $5 off. You're getting $20 off, and you're getting Star Citizen with it. It's a very good deal. Best we've ever seen.
Basically, at the moment, that chip, which is so much better, like in terms of the gameplay possibilities you've got, I think it kicks the MR's butt.
Yep.
It's the MR was the most tanky starter ship. This is tankier because it's got better armor and all the rest of it. It's got the same armaments as an MR at start. In fact, it's got gun mount, so it kind of balances out. It's got better internals, so you can actually store your cargo without dying when you're trying to do a 3-box mission.
That was Spectrum, by the way. Someone sent me a Metrum on Spectrum. I was going, what is that noise? I had never heard it before. But yeah, someone was pinging me on Spectrum. Sorry. Apologize. I don't know if you heard it. There was a really bizarre noise. I was like, what is that noise? Mongo Mo, thank you for the $3.50. Still speculation of an alien ground vehicle. I think we Sorry. I think we are going to get more alien ground vehicles. We've still got bikes to come from the vote image. So yeah. Algared, you were saying, sorry? I just talked because you got cut off. So apologies. Yep. What were you saying?
Yep. No, I gathered that when that happened as well. Yeah, but the cutter is so much better than an MR, I think. And at the present, until December 8, it is the same price. That starter pack is the same price as an MR or Mustang Alpha starter pack.
Yeah. That's it.
That's why it's such a good buy.
Yeah. You're basically getting the game for free, is another way to look at it, isn't it? They're giving you Star Citizen for free.
Yep.
So yeah.
That is the only reason why it's so much better than those starter packs. If you're new to the game and you've got someone you want to get into the game, man, you get that pack and you gift them that pack because it's so much better. I think the ship is so much better than the Aurora or the Mustang. After the 8s, then it comes back to how much you want to spend, because it's $60 versus or 75 versus 45 or whatever it ends up being. But yeah. Grim McFadden. And now that I have two, that's the one we've just done. Damir Bergonja has a question. He says, I have a Corsair, you poor thing. And that was CCU'd up from an LTI Cyclone.
Hey, hang on a minute. What's wrong with the Corsair? What are you talking about? You poor thing.
Well, it's Drake. That's the starter.
It's actually quite a good ship, Algared. I did some ERTs in it recently, VHRTs in it recently. It was quite good.
It is a great ship. It is a great ship for the pilot. But if you're crew on the ship,
I was in the co-pilot seat, and I was having a lot of fun. Because the ships that come behind, that ship's weak point, by the way, is it's behind. But yeah, the missiles that you can fire backwards, a lot of fun.
But not much fun for a turret gunner, I don't think. But that's just my opinion. But
I think when that closer combat comes in, they were still killing stuff. They were still shooting to the sides and shooting stuff, and they were shooting forwards as we went in. Not as bad as you think. Especially because they can fire forward and sideways, it's just different because they're on the sides. I'd almost put it up there with a hammerhead in the way a hammerhead works. It's very comparable to the side turrets on a hammerhead. Is how I'd call it, except you obviously can't shoot backwards. That ship has a massive backwards, its ass is bare. Let's just put it that way. That's what it is.
I think it's like most ships, to be honest.
Yeah.
Most ships, their rear is bare. Like you look at a Connie, the Connie's weak spot is its rear. Pick the ship and its butt is showing. So, but Damien's question doesn't really go to the Corsair. That was just me being finicky. He says, I upgraded it from the Cyclone LR. Or Cyclone, but I noticed in the item section of the pledge in my account that it doesn't contain a hangar. Do you think that will be a problem? The answer is no. Because you've got a hangar so I'm sure you've got a hangar with your starter pack.
Yeah.
Or one of your other ships. So no, you will have a hangar. Even if it is just the base hangar, like the simple base dirty peasant hangar. Everyone will have a hangar because you need it. The hangar is basically your home. That's your, that's how the hangars are. And the idea of different hangars was to give you the variety and flavors. So the rain and horn hanger, the rain and I've forgotten what the other bit is. But
safe land.
Safe land, and then
the blue one. Revel in York, is that the
Revel in York? That's the one I was thinking.
And someone will remind us of the blue one. That's the one I'm struggling with. The Aeroview. Aeroview?
It might be Aeroview.
Yeah, and then the asteroid one is something industrial.
The industrial hangar.
God, man, I haven't used these names in 5 years because it's been that long.
That's how important the hangars are.
Yeah, so
we can't even remember what they are.
It kind of sums it up. Monster Avery also added, just real quick, he said, plus you get an LTI on that starter. That's another important thing. Because the Auroras and the Mustangs have been out, they no longer come with LTI. And I think we could all agree, as a new player, it would be really good if they just give... It's only on a starter ship. Just give them LTI. So they've got... they're not paranoid they're going to lose their ship. And let's be honest, they need it more than we do. Yes, because we'll make it so that it can't be upgraded.
Yep.
To make it so so if you buy an LTI one, it can't be upgraded. Problem solved.
But even if I do that, like we've already got ships you can't CCU to anyway. You've got the Pioneer and the 890. I think you can't CCU to them, and yet they're two ships. I think they need to have LTI. They're so bloody expensive. They're all, and they're deliberately just under $1,000. Why? Because at $1,000 you automatically get LTI. Like, crying out loud, just give them LTI.
Chat corrected us. It's VFG Industrial. I knew it was industrial. I couldn't remember and I had a V, but I didn't have anything else. So yeah, cool.
No, we said it was industrial.
Oh, it's not safe land. It's self land. Yeah, we got that wrong.
Safe land,
Thank
self land.
you,
Yeah.
First time chatter, Sir Ventrock. Ventox. Man, these names, man. I swear people make names to make them
Seraph Industries also said the same thing as well. So yeah,
deliberately try and trip me up.
Oh well, that's life.
All right,
but
can we?
I think it stresses into what we were saying about the hangars. They're so not necessarily an issue. We don't even bother discussing in those days. And what were you going to ask?
I was going to say, can you reread the question because we've just totally tangented off the question.
No. The question was. Because his question was, I bought the Corsair, I upgraded it from a Cyclone, but it doesn't have a hangar in the package. Is that going to be a problem?
Nah, it'd be fine.
And our answer is no.
As long as you've already got one, you'll be fine. I think I've got 4 or 5 of them, and Algared's probably got 72, but, it doesn't really matter at this stage. He's literally just going to own Hurston. He's going to put it all in one spot and just have this little old man Hurston quarter with just all these hangars, I think. But, yeah. Throwing you under the bus there. Algared Net Bus. I think it'll be fine. I think you only really need one hanger, and the way, if you look back at Freelancer and the way a lot of that game worked, he's really been trying to make the same game all these years. So the insurance will be a small thing. So yeah, if you ever want to kind of know what Star Citizen is going to be, go back and look at some videos on Freelancer. I think it'll be enlightening for a lot of people. I know there's a lot of people that know Freelancer, what Freelancer is. Obviously, younger people or people that don't know what Freelancer is, you kind of want to get a bit of a thought process for what it could be. Go back and look at Freelancer. It's a very old game now. It's all, next year it's 20 years old, Algared.
But even if you look at like for me, it was the fact that Chris made Wing Commander. That was the thing that got me. I knew that Wing Commander had such an impact on our current computers. The fact that our computers have an inbuilt sound card directly comes back from what Chris did with Wing Commander in putting the actual video in and having quality sound. And, back in the day, because of games like that, and the industry followed in terms of what they were doing, you used to go to your computer shop and you'd buy a Sound Blaster sound card just to put in your computer so you could have really awesome sound. Well, that is a direct point coming out of what Chris Roberts did with Wing Commander.
Yeah, and he was trying to push it with the graphics too when he started this out. And it's only just now people are kind of catching up to it, like it's been going for a while. I've got to read out what Eric Nova said, because I must admit I had a laugh. He goes, he's staying at his mum's place right now. She saw the name InfoRunners and thought he was watching Alex Jones, because his show's called InfoWars. So, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I never thought of InfoWars to InfoRunners. I never kind of really made a connection.
I'm Alex Jones, and you're watching InfoRunners. Yeah.
I'm kind of a retard, kind of, isn't that what he said? Like he really degraded himself. Why does someone do that? I do know what it's like though, because when I was a comedian, it's very self-deprecating. You kind of have to make fun of yourself more than you make fun of anything else. So yeah.
Yep. Okay, next question. Given the extreme timeframes CIG has shown for completing and releasing new ships, and given the ever-increasing performance of gaming systems, is there any reason to ever buy a concept ship? Yes. Because they look cool, you're back in the game, you are getting it theoretically at the cheapest you'll ever get to buy the ship outright, deliberately avoiding the fact that you can get them CCU'd for cheaper, but or often get them cheaper with Warbond CCUs, but yes, definitely. The Carter is a classic example. Why buy that ship when it came out, even though it was a straight to flyable? Because it is actually currently the best starter pack in game.
Best way to get into the game.
Yeah.
No exception. And that's why we want to give some away next week if we can. We're just having some trouble sourcing 8 of them at the same time. That's why we've got to get in a whole, because the only way we can do it is literally make 8 separate accounts and buy separate ones. I just want to buy 8 and then give them away if I can. So,
yeah,
that's what those pings you were hearing. I was trying to get in contact with someone at CIG, and I've just been emailed or sent an email address to contact someone. So I'll do that after this.
And John Ski, I think, is having a go at Ivorus. He says, "Do not disparage the Origin Merchantman." What Origin Merchantman?
Actually, I floated that idea in the episode, didn't I, Algared? In the one with the thumbnail that we talked about earlier. That's actually talked about. I actually have had that idea for a while, so I don't think it's not a terrible idea.
Oh well, and in lore it's not either. Like early on, the I believe it's the 600i started life as a freighter. When the UEE had a major shortage of freighters, and the 600i was a freighter, and they repurposed it and luxuried it up.
I really hope we actually see that, like some crash sites and stuff like that are those older Origins, so they kind of reskin it so it looks like an older cargo ship that's not all classy. It's so that they essentially make a variant that's just like this older one. And I would even, I don't know, you tell me if you think this, Algared, the older cargo ship that's in game that you can purchase from certain reputable or from certain dealers, where it's just a much older ship, so it's just like a 600C or something like that. So you can't buy. Origin no longer sells it, right? So these ships are 200 or 300 olds. They're a bit of a junker, but that would be really cool to me. I don't know.
So you have to go to Asperia to get parts, because they make all the parts for these rare ships that.
Not even that. Maybe the parts is really hard to come by, but just like there's certain people that sell, like as a so you find it's like a person, like a junk yard or a salvage yard person, and you get really high up in rep with them, and they're like, oh, by the way, we've got this rare 600C. Do you want to buy it? And so there you just have this rare variant of the 600 that no one else has. That would be really cool. And essentially, all it could really be is just a skin.
I was rereading the Asperia lore the other day, because you do, and
I don't, but you do, so that's fine.
Yeah, and in there was a little tidbit that when Asperia released their design of the glaive, when they rebuilt it, they were under commission by one Victor Hurston.
Ooh.
So Hurston was commissioned them to build a glaive ship because, hey, he wanted one for his collection. And it was Victor Hurston who actually unveiled the glaive at an IAE, got into it and flew it away, and that got everyone's attention. And that is directly responsible for why Asperia then got the UEN contract to build those alien ships so they could train. So those of you who hate Hurstons, there you go.
Man, they better take your likeness and put it to someone in game that's from Hurston at some point, or Lawville. I think it'd be quite funny. I don't know. No, yeah, that'd be interesting. Maybe we do that as a poll one day. See what people think. Like, if they did put us in game, where would we go? And we could actually do that with like, where would you put Board Gamer? Where would you put you know, all pick your content creator. Where do you think that they would go in game? I know Paul would have to go at a pub somewhere. Space Tomato would have to be some kind of farm. With the tomatoes, obviously. So yeah. Badgers, you could see him as like a drill sergeant on a javelin or something, just like bossing people around. But I'm getting a bit off track here. What's the next question?
Moondog Monty has a question. Expectation versus anticipation. Is there a difference between the two terms, and which one would be healthier? Which one would be a healthier mental approach to the development of Star Citizen?
I'm going to be honest, I did not absorb that question. I was listening, but I did not absorb it. Read it again. Oh wait, I'll read it again.
Expectation versus anticipation. Is there a difference between the two terms? Which one is a healthier mental approach to the development of Star Citizen?
So what you're asking is kind of like, it's a personal control thing, not to overhype yourself. I think that's what he's kind of asking there. Do you kind of read it that way as well? Like how expectations versus reality, and how do you kind of level yourself to not overhype yourself? That's how I read that. You read that any different?
Yeah, I think it really is that overhype, the overhype question. And if we overhype ourselves, then we just build ourselves up for disappointment and the rest of it.
You underrate yourself though. You pleasantly surprised, aren't you, when something comes out? So there's positives.
There are advantages of both.
And you got to also, if you overhype yourself, and let's look at the Galaxy. A lot of people jumped out and brought the Galaxy straight away. I find that you've got a week. Take your time, have a look at it, absorb it. I did buy a Valkyrie to Galaxy on the first day, and I thought, I'll just sit on it. Got secured, and then as I looked at it, I just realized that it's an earning game, kind of like especially with the modules. I mean, the modules are earning games, so I was like, I'll just sit on it. And I think you're kind of in the same place I was, Algared. Yeah, you just realized after a bit, like, well, the CCU is all I need for now, and
I like I said, I'd like to get the Galaxy. I'd like to have it outright. I'd like to have the modules. I do think the modules might be ones that go up in price as time goes on, but it's a guess. But it's expensive, and due to that fact that it does get expensive, and I can pick up a CCU to it for credit and lock in that price on the base ship, I think it's a good option. And but expectation. Look, I expect the game to be awesome. I do want it to be awesome. Looking forward to it. Yeah, it's that whole. It is to do with just balancing that hope. And
so let me put it this way. My brother is a games reviewer. I consider myself a games reviewer, but I review one game and he reviews all the others. And there's a reason why I don't do all the others, because just this game spoils all the other games for you. Even everyone knows I'm playing Dark Tide at the moment. I'll probably pick up Callisto Protocol and I'll play them. But they just are not going to sustain you. And I got stale of the older MMOs. They just became too samey and not deep enough. And I think most of the reasons why now, especially the newer people coming in, is that you can clearly see when this game is done, it's going to just have a depth to it that nothing else has got.
Well, I suppose to go back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of mining, what makes mining so much better than an MMO? There's so much more. I go to any MMO, I've either got to just have a skill rank or a better mining tool to be able to mine the rocks, and I just go up to the rock and it's just the same animation regardless of what rock it is. Click, 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 click. This is totally different. There is a skill level in terms of making sure you're balancing the power level on your device, or keeping it in range of everything else. Not just go up and press the button and or spam the button. You've actually got to watch what you're doing. And even that's a fairly simplistic approach, it is still so much more in depth than what you see in any other MMO, and that's what makes
So,
It's so much better.
Are you guys hearing that? Sorry, Jax is being a pain in the bum again. What are you doing, buddy? So the box I got for the lights, he was just like tackling them like they were fried chicken. But yeah, he's gone and had a rest on the bed now. I told him off. But yeah, sorry. No cat cam this week. If you want cat cam, go back to last week. You can have a look at that. He's not scared this week. He's just being a pain in the butt.
So Vadras Paytonus says, so with that said about Endeavour and Crucible being ships you like based on what they do, what would happen if I released new ship designs with the same mechanic but different design? My thought on those two is that if they brought out Endeavour-sized ships or Crucible-sized ships again, but did those types of did that same gameplay loop, they certainly would not be at $350.
Yeah.
And if they did do that, they'd put them at the new price, and the Endeavour and Crucible would be jacked up to match that price.
They also stated that they do eventually want to go back and make direct competitors, and I think the example at the time they gave was the Prospector. They do eventually want to go do that, but right now it's about filling out the grid. And I think the other thing you'll realistically see is there's always going to be more smaller ships than there are large ones, because large ones just take time. It's like real life, right?
Yep.
You know, we see heaps of little. I know heaps is a relatively term because we don't see heaps, but we have more fighters in real life than we do, say, aircraft carriers. Where aircraft carriers almost seem to be bespoke. You know, so yeah, I think that's a good example of what I'm. You're far more likely to see, you know, prospectors and vultures having direct competitors than, say, a Crucible and Endeavour, especially Endeavour when that thing's done.
Yep. But
maybe smaller ships that are, say, like a large rather than a capital that do exactly what that module does, though. So they might have a direct hospital ship that's just a hospital.
Yeah. And I could see, you know, down the track, I could see a Galaxy, say, getting a repair module, or possibly even that being something they put on a Caterpillar to do that type of role. But for me, one of the really key things that make the Endeavour and Crucible such valuable ships is that price that they are at the moment. It hasn't gone up from the original concept price. So if you get a CCU to those ships and lock in that price at $350, using your Warbond CCUs, you can get a ship. You can, even using the CCUs from IAE this year, you could have got both of those ships for significantly less than they were originally put on sale for. And we know they're going to go up in value and cost. So that for me is one of the key reasons why they are so good. And that, for me, they also have that gameplay loop that I like, the idea that they're not just combat. So I don't mind if they bring out others, but the main reason is because of their price. Unless you want to add any more to that, X, I'll move on.
No, but I'm talking in the background with a few people. I've had multiple messages now about the Drake starter pack giveaway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a channel set up on the Discord over the next week. I'll try to get it up by the end of today. And if you're interested in giving away a Drake starter pack with us next week, jump in there. So yeah, I've got a few people messaging me about that. So just for those of you listening, I'll get a channel set up and we'll get it all sorted in there, because that way don't have to remember who. You can imagine I get a lot of messages, so if I've got it all stored in one place, it's a lot easier for me, because then otherwise I've got to remember every single person's name, and it's gone.
And we might be awesome, but we can't.
No,
we're human.
Too much. Look, masters of the universe. Anyway,
Alex, you are wrong. The Crucible is not so damn ugly. It is awesome, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So
that's it. And as Space Tomato says, there's got to be things in this game that you hate, both looks-wise and function-wise. So yeah.
All right. So Malkateri has a question. They say they seem to have removed certain always available ships from the store post IAE. Is it usual thing for ships to be removed after an event and then be put back later, or is it more likely a permanent change, i.e. the Cutlass Red?
I don't know what he means by the Cutlass Red. That's the bit that threw me.
I think he's saying that Cutlass Red isn't always available.
It is always
in
available.
the store.
I thought it was. I thought it was an always available ship. Guess I'm wrong in that regard then. Yeah,
I think the,
go ahead.
Go on.
There you go.
I think the key thing is when you're looking at CCUs to ships, the key thing is whether they're more likely to go up or not.
Yep.
Ships that are already out in game generally don't change in price, so they're good. They're good CCU stepping stones.
I think you and I would probably agree is once a ship is available to purchase in game, I think it should also just stay on the store for purchase.
Yep.
You know, so to give an example, we were talking about earlier today, the Redeemer. I think the Redeemer should be able to be brought any day of the week now because it's in game to buy any day of the week. So what's the difference? You know, so and let's be honest, you guys correct me. I can do a poll on this, but I know where I just know where people are going to lie. Right? It's in game to buy for free. Why wouldn't you also want to give them the opportunity to just buy it outright and give you money to support the game?
And I know there's that whole argument of the store is eventually going to go away. But I kind of take the, and I know there'll be people who say, oh, but that's just pay to play, you know. But if people, you know, there's that whole people with time to spend to grind to earn the ships versus people who don't have the time to grind but have the cash. And I don't see an issue with buying the ship with cash or earning the ship in game. It's just different ways to play and access the game. And paying cash just means that you are actually enabling the company to do more or increasing their profit margin. I don't think someone saying so let's see, prone excavator saying FOMO. I don't think it's a matter of FOMO in that regard. It's just
I agree. Like, so let's take that Redeemer example. It's like if you don't buy it now this week, you can't get it later. You gotta wait 6 months again.
Yes, for the for ships that aren't always available. Yes,
but why shouldn't they be? If I can get it in game for a small grind, that's stupid because you're giving away potential earnings to boost the game forward. So they're losing out. Honestly, in my opinion. Just really quickly, dig that. Just want to say hello to dig that. He's in Twitch chat. Nice to see you, buddy. All right, sorry.
Yep. Yeah, I to me it seems that marketing, this is one of their marketing bad choices.
Yeah.
Because if it's available in game, then why not just sell it on the store? Because it is possible income. Yeah. So I can't say much more on that. It just seems weird. Yeah. Next question. Old Man Zim. Any relation to Old Man Hurston? According to the progress tracker, the Crucible is currently under reconcepting. That is true. What changes do you think it's getting, and do you think next year will have a focus on repair gameplay? While you're thinking about that or doing whatever you're doing, I'll take that question.
I'm trying to get the mods to make that channel.
Yep.
Is what I'm trying to do.
Yep. So in terms of the progress tracker, yes, we are aware the Crucible is under rework or reconcepting.
They put it on, then took it off, didn't they?
Yep. And I did hear it was back, but I haven't checked that myself, so I'm not sure.
I'll do that now.
But what changes do we think it's getting? Based on the Liberator in the size, I expect it's probably becoming more Liberatorish in look and feel. I kind of hope it doesn't go too much that way. Do I think there'll be a focus on repair? Yes and no. I think they'll try and get salvage working better. We know that with salvage, they've kind of got the reverse in the hand salvage / repair, where you can just reline the ships. So there is an element where that's coming as well. But I think the focus will be salvage first, and then they'll do the flip side and do repair. But
doesn't seem to be there, mate. To be honest with you.
So it's off and it's not there at the moment.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's not being worked on, or it's not. You know, it just means they're not working on it currently.
Yeah. So yeah.
So what are your thoughts on the reconcepting of a Crucible? What do you think it's going to happen to it?
I think we've talked about this before, but it's obviously got to increase in size. I think they'll metric it, meaning that it'll be kind of like what they did with the Polaris and Odyssey. So it'll have a small hangar essentially. it needs to have that. And again, if it closes, so if you think about that in terms of being metric to a small hangar, that ship's growing a fair bit. I'm just going to say that right now. Think about what happened with the Polaris, and we'll probably learn more about that today when they finally drop ISC. But if you kind of combine that, that ship is not much without a hangar. Really is a hangar, a cargo bay, and a little kind of, what do you call it, bridge on top. That's it.
Rotating restaurant.
It's basically a flying hangar. You know, it's a Polaris or an Odyssey, but you cut off all the other part of the ship. So with the Polaris, you lose all the torpedoes, you know, all that stuff. There's very minimal crew quarters on it. I think it's got like is it 4 people? It's 3 or 4 people. It's not very big.
I thought it was a bit more, but yeah, I'd have to go back.
We can go back and look at those videos again. It's been 2 years since we looked at them, yeah. So yeah. The
key thing with the Crucible, at least, is the description of it. It's a flying toolbox. That's how it's always been described. It was one of his ships that, for me, said this is not a pew-pew game. This is not just a combat game. This encompasses combat, hauling, repair, medical. It's a game for everyone, not just your military heads or your combat heads, and that is what makes, certainly in terms of my anticipation of a game, it's what makes it exciting. To go back to the earlier question.
I don't disagree with you, mate, at all.
Axis 0096 says, what are the odds of a smaller fabricator ship or two?
That's the MCV, 100%.
What, fabricator ship?
Well, when he says fabricator, I'm going to lump that in with the manufacturing, I think that's what they're calling it now. So the Pioneers moved to manufacturing, the MCV is manufacturing, and I think they've mentioned the manufacturing module on the Galaxy. So that essentially leaves only the medium. Kind of already done. If that's the way it's going to pan out based on the information we have, and I know some of those leaks and stuff like that, but yeah, I think you could also argue though the MCV could be classed as a medium and there just isn't a small. That's the other way, but they also listed as the starting tier, so you've got to imagine it's at least Vulcan size, which is the largest advanced starter we have. So yeah, but the Vulcan as a point of reference is a medium ship. So yeah.
Okay, Zeva has a question. Zeva's question is, do you think they could hold off increasing the price of Endeavour until the beta release to stop people pulling another BMM style of chain?
Yeah.
I think they could. I think they probably should just say it's going to be this price and just jack up as high as they're going to do it. But they're damned if they do, damned if they don't, I think. But what are your thoughts, X?
Sorry, I'm reading stuff. Can you... Sorry. I'm trying to do 45 things at once. What was the question again? Sorry.
Do you think they could hold off increasing the price of Endeavour, and I'll chuck Crucible in there as well, until after beta release to stop people pulling another BMM style of chain?
I think it'll be just when things go in game. I think I think they'll do a very similar thing to the way they did with the banner merchant. They knew where they had to get it to price wise. And I think you would roughly agree with me. They've gone, right, it has to get to 750. So they've just, they knew how long it was going to take to roughly come out. So they just keep incrementally raising it by $50. I think we won't see it go above 650 now. I think it'll sit there until it eventually goes in games and it'll jump to 750, being in line with the Polaris and the A2. So you can't sideways upgrade off it. And I think now, this sale was the time to jump off, because they did say they wanted to release it early next year, but that may now be in flux because of more recent things they've said. But still, I would be...
Questions about the Endeavour, not the BMM.
Yes, but I'm using the BMM as an example. So, I think it's the same thing, is what I'm trying to say. For the Endeavour, I would treat it the same as how you're treating the BMM. Sorry, I got a little tangent there, but you are right.
Yep. But I think that, and it's a question we keep asking ourselves each year. We for years have expected the Endeavour and the Crucible to go up in price every year, because we know they are
too good value,
too good value, and so we expect the price to increase, because the longer it stays at that low price, the more it gives people a chance to do that CCU BMM chain type thing up to bigger ships. So yeah, we expect it to go up. We've always expected it to go up. Every year it doesn't go up. It's like a bonus, but yeah.
No, I agree with you.
Aurelius Indomitus says, how much...
And Algared froze. I'm going to go back and see what that question was. String questions from Indomitus.
Next.
Oh, you're back. All right, what was the question again, Algared? From Indomitus? That's where you broke up.
So Indomitus has a question.
Yep.
How many people do you think do the CCU chain game?
I don't know. I got no clue. That's a great question.
I don't know.
I would have to assume most of the people in chat do. I would have to assume a lot of the people that follow our channel. We might have been some of the first to start it, but we've seen a lot of spin-off channels that talk about it now. You know, I know Starjump himself, and those guys talk about it, and Starlet, and Ender, and Grim, they all talk about it. Loud Guns, he was on Space Tomato's stream this week, and he's a member of our Discord. I know he talks about it. So yeah, more and more people are talking about it, and that's what we wanted it to be. We wanted it to be a thing, so everyone, you know, this is not an exclusive club. It's not meant to be that way. We just wanted to kind of safeguard people from the mistakes we made, didn't we, Algared? So yeah.
Yep. And I think it was I'm a Robin 75.
Yep.
I'm trying to read the front. Thanks for the $10. There, that was really appreciated.
Didn't leave a message, but thanks very much. Appreciate it very much, Robin.
So it must be a another coffee break for us, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'm going to be high on coffee, Algared, after today's stream. I've got a feeling too much coffee. They're trying to kill us with caffeine. But yeah.
You can never kill me with caffeine.
You are way more addicted. I'm a tea man, personally.
Yeah, I'm an addict. I've still got a little bit of caffeine left from my first cup today.
Yeah, you're a bit of a...
That's the remains of my first cup, so I'm doing pretty well.
You're a bit of a savant with coffee. I know that for a fact. He always talks about geisha coffee, I think you call
it. The geisha coffee, yeah. The geisha brand. The geisha variety of bean, yep. But yeah, definitely good. Esmeralda Estate geisha blend. That is, yeah. That's like your Grange of coffee. So there you go. Going down the list. Oh, thank you, Alex. Just one upping the donation. I do love a content, gents.
Thank you, Alex. No, you don't have to. Please don't feel you guys have to outdo each other with things like donations. We don't even feel comfortable taking donations after. So yeah, but thank you very much. We appreciate it. It does go into things, and as I said, like I've got some new lights. We're going to help Algared. Obviously, Algared's camera's starting to go on the fritz. What I really want to get Algared, and I don't know how to do this because it's obviously an ongoing cost, is I want to get Algared a better internet connection. But we're kind of waiting till it rolls out in your area, aren't we?
I am actually waiting until I get NBN curbed premises. You know that's the. So yeah, that's what I'm actually waiting for. It's still not. I can get it to the curb, but I can't get it actually to the premises at the moment, and that's what I'm waiting for.
Do you know once you get it done to the curb, you can contact them and they'll upgrade it for free?
Yeah, at the moment they're saying it's not in my area. They're not even offering it for my area. They're saying it's coming. I'm getting the stuff that's saying it's coming.
Yeah. And that just shows you how backwards the Australian system is. I live in one of the remote parts of the world, and I got it first, and it was the first thing we were able to get, and it was just the good stuff. Algared lives in pretty much the capital city of Australia, and he can't get it. That's how weird it is.
City. Well, the premier city, the first city.
It's the biggest city, so let's just put it that way. So it's Australia's equivalent of New York. So it's really bizarre that he can't get something that I can, and I'm in a tiny little island by comparison. Like I have not even 500,000 people, and Algared has a quarter of the population. No, a fifth of the population of Australia is in Sydney.
Yeah, Sydney and Melbourne are pretty much the same size, maybe 100,000 different type thing, but yeah. Prone Excavator says, give us another donation. He says, too late.
Oh, yeah, so now they're going to $12.
He upped it again.
Look, guys, don't give us the money, right? Especially for next week's show. Hold on to it and put it into a starter pack for someone else. There you go. That's how we'll do it. Don't. Now someone else has gone. Seriously, guys, like we're not saying this to be out because we think it's ironically funny. Give the money to someone, you know, with a starter pack next week. If you want to give some money to help people, get some people in the game, do that. Don't have to chuck donations at us because it makes us feel bloody awkward as shit. So yeah, But yeah, Starjump
Starjump
says,
has a question with his $5. He says, do you think they will adjust the crew count of the Polaris for its reconcepting? And man, when the chat is going in and trying to read it, it's so difficult.
yes, 100% agree. And then we've had 2 people up, the last one, so $13, embracing the meme from Royal Kutsune, and then Alex has gone beat you at 14. So they're just upping each other now. But yeah, seriously, guys, I do appreciate the donations, but just for next week, save your money, because I think Algared and I will both tell you, and I can hear Badges here as well, and Space Tomato and Paul all saying, buy shit for someone else next week. That would be awesome, right? When's the stream next week? Let's have a quick look. So the stream next week is on the 9th. So it will be the last day you'll actually be able to pick one of those up. So that's perfect timing. Absolute perfect timing. But yeah, I'm shifting myself personally now from buying ships for myself to buying ships for other people. I don't know if you're in the same book, Algared. But,
Yeah, like I said earlier, you know, most of my spending this IAE was basically funding or helping fund our preparation for Crux Cup. So, yeah. And Deepa, thank you for the $20 donation there, or $19.99, whatever it goes for, and for the little man jumping up and down. And Zero Awkward Turtle, thank you for the $5. That'll be another coffee for me somewhere, I'm sure. Or Execute, or one of the other guys, but yes.
Yeah, man, is that we're gonna have to put that on the funding now, Algared. Coffee for Algared. He's gonna get it all paid for by InfoRunners.
Yep.
We'll do Algared. What would we do? Old Man Hurston coffee. Maybe that's a merch concept we could do. And they're really just geisha in the bag that says Hurston. That sounds like a thing that the Old Man Hurston would do. He would just buy someone else's and rebrand it.
Well, no, I probably wouldn't do that. But the Esmeralda Geisha coffee, when I first started getting it, was like $40 a kilo. You know, the last time it came out, it was over $1,000 a kilo. It is.
What the?
Yeah.
Man, talk about a polished turd. Holy crap. That is some expensive coffee. So how much does that work out to a cup? I have to ask that now, because that's insane.
Around that time, the coffee shop that generally managed to get, like, I think they got 10 kilos of the geisha from the auction. They were selling it a cup in their shop for $21 per cup.
That's like bottle of wine price of, you know, a bottle of wine's what, $50-$60. That's insane. So,
like I said, Esmeralda Geisha, Esmeralda Estate Geisha is the Grange of coffee.
There we go. Definitely a concierge Algared of coffee.
It is gone beyond my ability to drink the Esmeralda Estate Geisha. It's just beyond even my wildest dreams nowadays. But it was the smoothest, fruitiest, floral flavors of the coffee, the fruitness, the sweetness, the velvety. Just
you make me want to try it now, and I'm not a coffee drinker, but now I want to kind of try it at some point. So yeah. All right then.
It is also the coffee I did ply with one of the guys from SCA when we went to Bar Citizen in Canberra, and he was bouncing off the ceiling all night. So there you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, next question.
Just really quick. Babbling Brook, nice to see you, mate. The only thing I would say, Babbling Brook, is you're probably better to get. He's talking about a Vulture to Galaxy CCU. Instead of doing that, mate, you're probably better off just to get a Valkyrie to Galaxy, or build a separate chain all the way up so you can fork off. Don't buy one big one when you can buy multiple small ones. Just a tip. So yeah, sorry. And that's the only reason I'm responding to that one and not some of the other things other people are saying, because he looked like he needed help. Next question, Algared.
Because a lot of people do think of the one by one CCU and go up and just.
Yep. That was Algared just flurriedly coming back in.
Individual CCUs.
Yeah, sorry, Algared, you just flurried back in at a mental speed.
I just saw disappeared. Yeah, so for CCUs, a lot of people just do the one CCU up. And yes, you will get some savings there, but the best way, lock in the price with a smaller CCU, and then that gives you the option to buy lots of Warbond CCUs if you want to do that. And every Warbond CCU you get, that's a Warbond discounted CCU.
Yep.
will give you a discount on that ship, and so you can end up getting massive discounts on the ships by doing that.
That's it, 100%.
You know, so, which is
next question when you're done.
Yep. Jabberwocky says, do you agree concept ship sales should continue for a while after the Q&A is out? Absolutely. I'm glad they actually do it halfway through now.
I actually think the Q&As, especially if they're for a ship that we know that's coming, should come out on the first day of the sale. I think it's kind of... Odyssey is a really good example that you and I bring up a lot. It came out on the 8th or 9th day, like 2 days before the sale. Well, I think they had 5 days maybe afterwards to buy it, because they usually last about 2 weeks. And most people had already decided they were going to buy one. And then it came out and you had people going, hey, this is not what I thought it was. You know, they didn't realize it was a survey ship. They didn't, you know, we got it from the get-go, and we got so much flack on the Odyssey, like it's an explorer, it's not a survey ship. But now you go back in retrospect, you can't not see it as a survey ship, because that's what it is. And it is technically an explorer. It does fall into the explorer vein, but it's not the same. As in, you know, it's not like the Star Trek go where no man's gone before. It's the explore a planet, find what's profitable, and sell it to other people. That's a survey ship. It's the same as when you go and looking for oil, or you're, you know, I guess surveying to build a house. It's the same thing in this. Where do you want to build a house in Star Citizen? Where there are things that you can mine that are profitable.
Yep.
Yeah. B-Rad says it in Twitch. Survey is a kind of exploration. That's it. It is, but they sold it as the carrot killer. It is not a carrot killer. It's not even kind of adjacent. They're two different types of exploring, and that's the problem. And they treated us like idiots, and we're not idiots. We're very informed. All of us are here. That's why you guys are here, and that's why we love talking with you guys. So yeah. Yeah,
and that was my frustration. I wanted you to tell me what elements this have that make this an awesome explorer. The Jack series this year actually said to me, the Odyssey is a crap ship. Why? Because Jack's had it stolen from him, and then he stole it back.
Yeah.
So it's so easy to steal. Jack's had it stolen, he stole it back, and then he crashed it.
I think negativity covers it quite well here. So he gave a $5 super chat. He says, I see absolutely no point in the Odyssey now with the Galaxy. Same guns and modules, and the Carrack modules will also do refining most likely. I think the only real difference is you're paying a lot of extra money, almost. I'm not gonna say double, because it's not. Well, it is almost double, but you know what I mean. Like, it's an extra $220, and you go from a tiny hangar to a large hangar, and you can't swap out the modularity or the area. So you gain something, but you lose something. So, and I think we'd all agree the Odyssey is more restrictive. You know, it's not as flexible.
It also comes into as to whether the Odyssey or whether the Galaxy has a module for surveying. And if it doesn't have a survey module, then you take it surveying, just like you could take a 890 going exploring or looking for jump points, just like you can take an Aurora doing the same job. But ships that are equipped for those abilities and skills are going to be better at it. And if there's a ship that does surveying, it's going to be better at that than a ship that's not equipped for it.
I think you would agree you could take a Carrack or a Terrapin as an example, or an Aquila, and you could do surveying like that ship does. But you've got to remember that cartography table, right, that has is very unique and very much for mapping. And you also look at the Carrack's cartography room. It's a 3D sphere. It's designed for space, where that having a flat 2D table, it's clearly designed for surface level 2D plane, right? So they are built for what they're best at. And that's the bet. Like when we talk about the drop ships, we've talked about this before. Every drop ship in this game is the best at what it does, right? And it'll be exactly the same thing with exploring ships. They can go into other areas and do it in a pinch, or not a pinch, but they can probably do it better than, say, most other ships. But they will not be good as in that very bespoke area. And the most bespoke ships that we're seeing over, and you correct me if you think I'm wrong here, things like the Polaris, the Vulture, and the Terrapin, those starting ships seem to be the jack of all trades that can do everything, but they just don't have the power to do it on a big scale. Yeah. So
and if you look at the Aquila, like the Aquila when it first came out, and whether it still does this, what does the Aquila do? It jump through a jump point. Did you map it? Yep, we got it. Then they go, oh, this planet, you know, they're scanning the planet. Oh, the planet has life form. So they go and survey the planet.
Mm.
So clearly, you know, I'd expect, and this is that expectation, anticipation question coming back, I expect you'll be able to do that.
Mm.
But then I also anticipate that a ship like a Polaris, not a Polaris, a Prospector or a Odyssey will actually do the surveying of the minerals and things on a planet much better than, say, an Aquila will. Will I be right? Don't know.
You just gave me a thought there too, Algared, with the conning growing in size. They probably need a Merlin now that's got a scanner on it. I've just realised, like going back to our oldest discussions of the Carrack and the Pisces, I've just realised the Merlin's going to need, they're going to need a variant of the Merlin that's got scanning on it for those smaller jump points because the conning can't go through them.
Well, it needs more than a scanner.
You know what I mean, though.
It needs a give it a quantum drive before you even get a jump drive. But so maybe, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so it would need a quantum drive and a scanner. But could that? And so basically, it gives up all the guns and everything. So it's got no guns at all. That could be a really interesting. I don't know. I think that it'd be really cool to see some...
A science variant. Yeah, I'd love to see a science variant of it.
Yeah, a science variant. That would be really cool. And it could be the lowest end science ship in the game. That'd be really sick. A science scout, if you will.
It'd be an interesting variant to see... And I'm not even sure you'd want to have Kruger do this to the Pisces because Kruger are a weapons manufacturer. So it'd be really weird to see a weapons manufacturer change their concept, hey, we can build a spaceship, and then turn it into a non-combat, unarmed science vessel. But if they did that, that'd be them saying, yeah, we've arrived, we are a spaceship company, a spaceship manufacturing company. But yeah, it'd be interesting. But
okay, one of our mods on the channel has just set up a text channel called giveaways. So if you have a Drake cutter that you want to give away, just let us know in that channel somewhere that you want to give it away, and we'll come back to it. And if you're around for the stream next week, you can jump in. We'll use that channel to contact you as the stream is in progress next week. But if you want to give away a ship, you got one there you want to give away, a Drake starter pack. Hell, if you want to give away another ship, you can do that too, there as well. Right? But what I'm trying to say is we want to try and get as many people in the game as possible. So instead of buying your favorite vulture with LTI to give away, we want to get them into the game. So giving the Drake cutter is a great one at the moment because it comes with the game, right? So you do you, right? I'm not going to judge you, but you got to remember we're trying to get game packages, and that's the best way to get it at the moment because we want to get new people into the game. And by the same token, if you're in Trap Night now and you want to make a question or a statement, how do you reckon we can advertise to people that don't know about the game and get them into the game? What's a great way that we can reach out to non-citizens and pull them into this game? Do we just do it through you guys? Do we go, hey, I've got a friend called John and he wants a ship. Can I have one to give to him? And I'm totally cool with that, right? But is there any other ways that you guys can think of? Like, you know, how do you go outside our bubble? I float that idea to you guys. So, yeah.
Yep. I'm going to go back a question because I did miss one. Ryback had a question. He said, Tyler confirmed a referral bonus for 318. What do you think it will be this time?
Sorry. What was again? Sorry. I'm getting multiple text chats now.
So Tyler's confirmed there will be a referral bonus for 318.
Right.
What do you think it'll be?
Price is too big. The Steve? I
could say Steve. Yeah, I could say Steve.
Did we have a Steve as a referral bonus already? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's probably a really good idea. Prone Excavator said, why don't we reach out to Level Cap or Ollie? I might reach out to Level Cap. That's a really good idea. I don't know Ollie. I have reached out to Ollie, but I haven't heard back. So I might have to reach out through Space. He knows Ollie. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's a really good idea.
Yep,
Thank you
that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a Steve's probably the way for the referral. I'd like to say Cutter, but I don't see it. Anyway, 24 Gibbs says Redeemer is available in game. Yes, thank you. going back to that question earlier on. Citizen Cheese has a question. Is there any way to get a petition started across the community to alert RSI to the disparity between Twitch and YouTube streamers? It's quite unfair. They are aware.
Yeah, they're aware. I've had conversations with a couple of people from CIG. They just don't have the people. So they had to pick. And they picked Twitch because it's live and they found it more engaging. But with my discussions I've had with them, they're starting to realize that there are actually way more people on YouTube. And the way I pitched it to the people I was talking to, it's like Boomer Vision or TV and live streaming and Netflix, because it's on demand. You can watch it whenever you want. It's convenient to you. But to a live stream, let's be honest, let's look right now. We've got 400 people watching us right now. That's nothing compared to even our lowest viewed videos that hit like 1,500 people, because it's convenient and they can watch it when they want. And let's be honest, that's kind of why we do the videos. This stream came about so we can interact with you guys. We love that interaction, but obviously the videos are always going to do better because it's on demand. And if we look at the analytics and it tells us when you guys are mostly online, and that's why we get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to do this stuff, because it tells us that's exactly when you guys are online. So yeah, and we also release the videos in line with when you guys are most likely to watch them.
Yep. Because that's when analytics says, hey, that's when all your audience is on at this time.
Yep.
So yeah, okay.
Because I could be a real dick if I wanted to one day and release a Fix My Fleet that would be 3 o'clock in the morning for you guys, and none of you would watch it, and it would track really well. It would go nowhere, and it could be the best Fix My Fleet ever. But you got to play that algorithm game, and it's one of the reasons we talk about it with you guys, because we're just upfront. We call a spade, and we're just going to do it like that, aren't we, Algared? So yeah, I think I'm.
Yep. We'll just keep doing that because that's.
You're back. Your face isn't back, but your
myself.
All right, I just sent a message.
Yeah, I heard the gibberish as well.
Yeah.
All right, so Misfit has a question. They say they just hyped up the BMM and hiked up the price for another $100. Now they're doing it. Now they're doing the Polaris. That they're getting ready to hike the price on that one as well.
Price hike? What? Sorry, what was that? I heard.
So we've just seen the BMM go through a price hike as they've been working on it.
Yep.
But now working on the Polaris.
Yep.
Do you think they're getting ready to price hike the Polaris as well?
No, because it hasn't been made yet. And the Banner Merchantman got reconcepted twice. I think almost all those older ships will set for the Crucible, as you mentioned earlier. The Endeavour eventually. What's some? I think that's about most of the older ones. Now,
I think they're the last of the two. The Crucible and the Endeavour are the last of the two.
But even the Polaris, like it's maybe 5 years ago now. So just to bring things up to modern standards, they reconcept them. I'm trying to think of something else. I would almost say something like the Idris might have its crew number reduced as well for players. So I don't know. It's a tough one to call. In terms of the Idris is a sticky one because it's got to do the Squadron 42 stuff and it's got to feel lived in and have all that. But then it's got a gameplay function as well. I wouldn't be surprised, and you correct me if I'm wrong, right? If they have like the civilian version and the military version, and the civilian version is heavily automated, something to that faction, degree.
I certainly expect them to do things to bring down the price of crew size on the Idris. But you see that with the K-Pack. Yeah, the K-Pack takes turrets off and reduces them to remote turrets.
Yeah. Well, you've got to imagine it's got to be somewhere similar in line with the Kraken, right? The Kraken's got 10 crew. That you'd hope the Idris is at least in that ballpark, So yeah.
Yeah, but I can also see the need or desire to have the ships feel lived in, and so AI crew or even just cleaners or mechanics just walking around doing stuff because that's what they are. But how you work it, I have no idea.
Agent 1213 asks, "Where is ISC? I left it in my other pants, mate. In a pre-recorded show last week. That's where it is. No, I wish they'd release it. To be honest, it should have been out by now. But we've got Algared and I have got at least 50 minutes left. But I think we'll stay to a reasonable time.
Yeah.
Until we get sick of this. There's heaps more questions here. There's, you guys want to watch it as much as we want to watch it. No, we want to talk about it afterwards. So we were hoping it was out by now, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles with this stuff. And now Disco's coming from Europe instead of United States. He's probably on slightly different time, so we'll see what happens. But generally it would be out by now, wouldn't it, Algared? We would have started streaming probably. We used to. So our time, we used to start streaming at about 7:30. It's coming up to 8:30 now, and it would have been out roughly by now. Usually comes around about 7 for our time, so it is a little late. I'm going to give you that.
Yep. Okay, Linus has a question for us.
Yep.
Okay, excluding the Crucible and the Endeavour, so we're not allowed to say Crucible or Endeavour, which ships offer the best bang for buck?
Drake Carter can't go past that. Is that a cheap one? We get out of that real cheap. Best bang for buck that's not Crucible and not Endeavour. Well, I think I'd naturally have to go to the bigger industrial ships. That whole earn down economy we talk about. Like you essentially, like we'll often give an example, say like we'll go the Orion and go like that gives you every mining ship, but if you want to be really anal about it, that gives you every ship underneath it. There's no reason you can't take an Orion and go off to a Vulture, or a Crucible or an Endeavour or whatever ship is underneath it. It's underneath them now, but later on they obviously won't.
And it's still relatively cheap.
Yeah,
for what it is.
For what it is, $575 is still cheap when you consider Krakens and Idrises and stuff like that. And that's why we try to get people to consolidate their fleets, because even if, for example, Bizarre Wearable, if all you had was a Kraken, you can use that Kraken to earn a ship fairly quickly. You could probably do a cargo run in it if you did it on its own. Yes, it's risky. It's on the first day, stay to safe space, and it's hard to fly, but you can struggle through it and get that done, and the amount of money you make would then allow you to buy another ship.
And yes, we would say the Cutter at the moment, the Avenger certainly, but they're great starter ships and good value for starter ships. But then when you go to the top end, as X said, you're often that earn down economy, and that earn down idea really comes from the fact that we know that when the game's eventually out, the cost to get those ships in game is going to be exponentially more.
And that's why I recommend them, don't we?
Yeah, because they're going to be exponentially more expensive. So, Chris has talked about time and time again that price difference. Yeah,
I was just going to say, it's very logical why they priced them that way. So what Algared's talking about was when I interviewed him, he literally said the Aurora 1 times, the Constellation 5 times, and the Idris 10 times was the example he gave me. But if you run that through your head, it's pretty logical. And Idris is designed for, say, 10 people to run or an org to run. It's got to be, but you need to make it so one person could buy it. So they reduced it by 10 times, And so when you eventually go to an in-game, they want 10 people to have to earn it. As an example, it might be more than that, but you get what I'm trying to say. A Constellation, built for 4 people, so it's got to cost more, etc. like that. So they just shrank the price so it was at least affordable for one person. But
so I recall hearing the 10th of the chairman where they said, an Aurora just is dirt cheap. You could do some missions on a planet too, and you'd earn one very quickly. A Constellation, I think, was a 4 weeks gameplay. You should be able to earn a Constellation. But then when they were talking the ships like an Idris or a Javelin, that was like the difference in price between a sedan car and a supercarrier.
Literally,
they just don't.
Literally months they were talking. So, you are kind of setting yourself up to save heaps of time. And again, if you have one of those bigger ships, so like you got a Javelin, yes, they might be a bit expensive to run, but again, if you can get away with certain things, and I think, Algared, you'd almost have to agree, the better ones are the bigger industrial ships, because they are money makers by nature, where a lot of the, say, something like a Kraken or an Idris or a Javelin, they're a bit more of a money sink, but they can get away. Like if you can get a mission for a Kraken and you can pull it off with a couple of friends, you're going to be rolling in it.
You'll make bank.
Yeah, you'll be mail. But again, like you might have to have the rep to earn that. We there's just so many things in there that we we're unsure of at the moment. But I think everyone will chat will agree, it is far better now to buy a Kraken than have to grind for one, as an example. But by that token, Algared and I a lot of this stuff that we talk about are for the older backers and the veterans and stuff like that, and the original backers, because we would never endorse someone coming in the game and just buying Kraken straight off the bat. I think right now there are so many ships in the game. All you need is a Drake starter pack is a great place to start. And I think after that, Algared, you and I generally recommend maybe just one ship that you really, really like. And if that's a Kraken, do you. But I think for me and you, Algared, we've talked about this before. It kind of goes, now it would be kind of Cutter, Avenger, Cutlass, and then it would start to spin off into separate professions after that. Wherever
you go after that.
And you'd probably then get to Connie. And then after Connie, I think it just diverts too much after that. And when we say Connie, we're talking daily driver, so you can go in the MSR or the Corsair or the Caterpillar or...
Yeah.
And then after that,
these days, like, before the Corsair, you'd have probably gone Cuddy, Connie, Cutlass, and then Connie.
Yeah.
And
you could go to Freelancer if you don't like the
You go Cutlass / Freelancer, Connie now, Corsair, so you start, and even... MSR, now you're starting to get that.
Got to check the spirit in there as well. So it's splitting up now. So me and Algared do paraphrase. So when we say Connie, we're often just implying to ourselves daily driver. We should change our lingo a bit. But me and Algared just have this thing that we've kind of landed on over time, where when we say Connie, we mean daily driver. It's just this weird speak we have, but we probably should clear it up for presentation purposes.
But the other thing with that is, when we're doing Fix My Fleet, as you said, it is really for people who have got invested in the game. It's not for someone who's, if you can you do Fix My Fleet? Okay, what have you got? Oh, I've got nothing at the moment. Oh, well, get yourself a...
and we get out questions like why we don't do smaller fleets, but we try to do smaller fleets, but they don't need the help. It's really kind of obvious what you've got to do with a smaller fleet. It is for people that have gone too far. Fix My Fleet is a cautionary tale. That's what Fix My Fleet is, and there is a very loyal fan base that watches that. We get roughly 1,500, and I think the latest one got up to over 2,000, right? Because it's obviously during AIE, but it's not for everyone. And I've talked to other content creators that can't stand what we do on Fix My Fleet. They're like, how dare you?
How dare you get rid of all our fighters and daily drivers?
And tell people what to buy. But it's just based on simple logic and how you can best save money. And Algared and I will tell you, there are things that we teach in that we don't follow ourselves. We have rare ships that we've brought. We also say that too. Just buy what you love. Ignore us. And like what was that before? He said I can't remember the gentleman's name, but it was early in the stream. He said he doesn't like Mist because he doesn't like Drake. That's the thing.
Yeah. I would say sell your fighters, but I've got every fighter.
Yep.
But it really is a matter of people who are saying, I want to get. Often it's people who say, I've got all these ships, I want to get to here. Or I've got all these ships and I really like mining, and you say, where are your mining ships? Oh, I haven't got any yet.
Yeah.
And so you go, okay, well, what do you want to do? How do you want to get there? What ship? And they say, well, I don't really like this, and this. And you say, well, why have you still got them?
What's that cautionary tale to Algared? Like, a lot of what we learned is because of the mistakes we made. So we're just trying to stop other people making the same mistakes we made. If Algared went back again, I think you would change how you did it, yeah?
Oh, hell yeah.
But we didn't have the luxury of knowing. Me and Algared, because we were there at the beginning, we kind of went in blind, didn't we? So we're like, whoa, new people, hold up. Don't do this. Don't do what we did.
I didn't start as early as you did, but I certainly drank the Kool-Aid very quickly.
Yeah.
But the key thing is they introduced CCUs after I came.
Yeah.
And CCU chain, if I was going back, if I was starting today and wanted exactly the same as I got now, I'd be using CCU chains. Yeah, and I'd be doing everything, and I'd have spent half the money.
Yeah. That's just it. Well, again, something from the CCU guide that we did the other day, $525 again for a Polaris, so they broke that promise again. $650 will be $650 will be the cheapest you can ever buy the Polaris, guys, is what they said at the concept sale. It's a blatant lie. Twice now. So yeah.
Well, it is the cheapest you can buy it outright, and it's true. You know,
yes, it is technically true, Algared. You have me there. The technically correct is the best overcorrect. You know, got me there.
They are not lying when they say it's the cheapest you can buy it out. You know, when you can buy it, it's the cheapest you can ever buy it. Yes, outright. Yeah. But if I can CCU and use those things that were made, and my memory is CCUs were really brought in to help those people who had those mega packs, because they used to put the mega packs in with, you know, two of these special ships, so 2 LNs, 2 Deltas, 2.
And I know we're talking about the high end of town here, but even those packs they have now to buy everything, they've started included all the sub flare, all the armors, and all that shit. Most people don't want all that, even at the high end of town. There's a pack that you just tell people, so because there's a lot of people that obviously won't know because they don't spend the amount of money that a lot of the whales spend out. But do you mind telling people what they do at the end of they have an update pack, don't they? So just tell people.
The Legatus pack gets an annual update. That annual update, you can either, will have everything that's been produced that year. I looked at the pack for last year. It has, all the ships that came out. If I wanted to get that pack with the War Bond, which is the cheaper version, I could actually buy the ships individually and pay less than buying the pack, because it's got all the skins, all the paints and everything else. And so the paints and the skins actually pushed up like $680 or $700 above what the cost of those ships are. Yeah.
They don't understand.
Great if you want all the paints and the skins, but
and they don't quite understand.
I think it also included.
They that kind of shows to me, even at the top end, because I remember you've talked to me about things before, like they didn't understand the certain things they were doing to you guys. Like, why would we buy this pack just because it costs more? I remember when they redid the Legatus, you talked about that before, yeah? They wanted you guys just to pay more for no reason. For none. Absolutely no reason at all. And they couldn't understand why none of you were buying it. And it's like, well, why would give you...
Well, because... Yeah, why would we buy... And I ended up upgrading to Legatus. So melting my stuff and going to Legatus, because it solved significant problems I had just in clutter and junk. But I actually lost significant cash value going to that.
Yeah.
Because they did things like, oh, well, you bought a Javelin, but if you melt the Javelin to buy that, you've got to put an extra $500 in, because we've actually increased the price of the Javelin in that pack, and we're using the current value that we use.
Read that super chat, Algared, because I agree with him on that. I'll read it. How about this? So, Prone Excavator $2 super chat says, like the Drake pack with 2 Krakens. Why isn't it just a Kraken with a conversion kit? No, you don't. No one really wants 2 Krakens. They just want the one, and it does 2 things. Like that's the whole point of modularity. Like they had a kit in the day that came out with the Vanguard. It had all the Vanguards in it. Why wasn't it just 1 Vanguard and the 3 buck kits?
Like we can make more money.
Because you can make more money, but people are not idiots. You're treating us like idiots. Stop treating us like idiots. We are not idiots. We want to help you fund the game, but we don't want to be ripped off at the same time. We want value. All consumers want value, and I think CIG kind of need a bit of a refresher in that.
And I think there's another aspect that comes in. Sorry, and Digjat says, "Let me borrow your beard, X."
What's wrong with my beard?
He wants to borrow it.
I probably need to have a
He's obviously saying he's saying it's really good. That's what I understood he was saying there. So.
Oh wait, yeah, it's Dig that can't grow facial hair. He's just a boy, so it's all fine. He'll get. Oh, well. I'm going to pay for that later. Don't you worry. So yeah.
I think part of the issue with the way a lot of the older backers are is, we were backing the game we were buying stuff to back the game. These days, I think it's no longer we're buying to support the game. We're buying things to play the game, and I think there's been a shift in that mentality. A lot of people are coming into the game. There's so many more people in the game now than there were when we started.
I agree with Liquid Wayne in chat. It says, dig that, let Exy borrow your voice. Yes, the ladies would love me. Woo! I would, yeah, 100%. I would do that. Yeah, Dig That has an amazing
those
voice.
Barry White tones, yes.
Yes. Space
yes. Are we
Tomatoes
envious?
too. Yeah, Space.
Are we envious? Yes.
Yeah. You can borrow Spaces.
Are we envious of those people? Yes.
Yeah, you can borrow Spaces, Algared, and I'll borrow Digs, and we'll go out in the town. I think we'll have a great time. All right,
yeah.
Next question, please, Algared.
Next question. Okay. Grim McFadden. He sounds like a Scotsman. Grim McFadden says, what are you hoping for in Salvage? I feel something like hull stripping, combining with the game ship breaker, salvage for components of everything. Yes, 100%. So what are you hoping for Salvage, X?
I think we kind of explained what it is before. It's the stripping of the hull, because you got to think of it from a developer standpoint. It's not going to be like Shipbreaker, right? Shipbreaker is an entire game designed around that mechanic. You're going to strip out the components. You are then going to be able to strip the hull. In fact, you might even have one person gutting the components while you're stripping the hull off. Once the hull's stripped off, you're going to have that underground model. And I think one of the reasons they're doing that is, think about it, you've got different colored ships. So once you remove the texture off the top, it makes every hull the same. So it reduces the memory bandwidth and usages and stuff like that. And then you've got one thing that you can work with, and breaking that up into chunks, the munching, it's the same for every ship then. So instead of having every different Hornet that looks different, they all become Hornets that look exactly the same.
And I think when you break up the ships, it'll just like the ships break apart when they explode. You'll be breaking, a Connie into the neck, the cockpit, the neck, the body, and the tail, and that'll be the bits you do, and then you'll feed them into the cruncher, and it'll all become mush. Ironically,
Algared, I only just thought of this. The breaking up of that body underneath is not that they could use the tech. I'm not saying they will, but they could. It's like breaking up a rock for mining, because you know how they break, but they shift the rotation of it, so it looks like it's the same thing. It's actually the same model that breaks up every single time. They just change the positioning of the rock, so when it breaks up, the physics are different every single time. But with a ship, when you break it up, it's going to be more recognizable, because obviously, the wing off a Hornet is a wing off a Hornet. So when that wing comes off, it's going to look very similar. But yeah, they could technically use the same breakup tech to use it for salvage. It's interesting.
To me, it makes perfect sense. You've got the breakup tech for when you're destroying it. You use that same tech because it makes less work and it's less coding and all the rest of it. So
that's it. I didn't think of it until just then. Yeah. And then
that's
it's
development.
It's going to be a similar thing in the reverse. You're going to 3D print the wings out. So, and the way they'll do that is, as I've worked it out, and I'm not saying this is exactly how I'm going to do it, but this is how I've worked it out from a developer standpoint. If you actually have it so it's got an alpha transparency on it that can move, you could literally have you could 3D print it, and it basically just moves the alpha transparency exactly in the line of the animation of the arm, and it basically 3D prints that object.
Yep.
Done.
And I get that they, we won't be repairing, you've got a cockpit of a Connie, you're not going to be able to print the rest of it. But I could imagine you'd be able to do an engine for a Connie, or bits and pieces, or
well, that would be then reapplying the paint, or the reverse of hull stripping. So you're putting the hull back on. So again, after you've 3D printed it, the arms may come in and just literally spray paint them back on. So it's more of a spray painting tech than and they might do it with law and say, oh, it's nanobots or something like that. But it's not the same as salvage as we have today. It's a gamified salvage. So I have to really stress that it's not going to be like Hardship Shipbreaker, right? Because Hardship Shipbreaker, they've built a whole game around that mechanic, and it's very, very good, but it's not going to be the same. And you got to remember, think about the size of the ships we were doing and the quality of ships we were doing, right? They have one ship in one level they've got to deal with. You could be talking about an entire field of ships that you need to break down at the same time. And that's where the memory restrictions come in. And that's why they've had to do it this way. So it's not the same.
But I think you'll see it'll certainly be more complex than just going and picking up scrap. And
90% of other games, 100% will be more complicated. I don't think it'll be as complicated as Hardship Shipbreaker. Like, you won't be able to pull out a laser and just go bing and cut the whole thing in half. No. You'll be able to cut the meshable, the munchable bit in half, but you can't just take the straight ship and go bang. You'll have to strip everything off, then cut it. And when you cut it, you'll only cut at specific points. So like they would have made that. Every ship will have. This is again why you've got to strip it all off, because then that breakable, munchable model underneath will have breakup parts all the way across it. So instead of it just being you cut off the wing, there could be several points you can chop the wing up into. And again, because that mesh becomes more complex, as you start to strip it off, once you have fully stripped it off, they'll probably, without you noticing, despawn the one there and then load a more complicated one that has all the pieces to it. Again, you are switching from A to B in the background and not kind of seeing that. So it's a movie magic thing. Kind of like the easiest tech that I could probably use to explain it that you guys would understand is LODs. So essentially you're chaining from a single mesh polygon munched object, and then once you've stripped it, it comes to a more complicated one, because you've essentially now removed all the polygons off the top. It allows it to use more polygons on the one underneath, and therefore now you can cut that one up. I hope I've kind of explained that properly.
No,
Does that make sense?
I think that distance, the way they're doing that, it makes sense. As it goes, it's the
like
complexity.
Yeah, it's like LODs, but it's different. It's because you've stripped off the hole. You are right; it is right in front of you the whole time, right? But because you've now stripped it off, you no longer need that layer, so it despawns that layer, and therefore it just does a quick load changeover, and you go from kind of like a low poly munchable one to a high polyable munchable one. Is probably the easiest way I can.
You don't need all the greeballs once you've stripped it off. So
that's it. Yeah. So that explains why. Anyway.
Yeah. But as we've often said, it's salvage and repair. They're two sides of the same coin, and we know that just from what they've done with mining, that it's going to be more complex, and they'll have to. And because they're two sides of the same coin, I think they'll go for as much complexity as they can. But then you've also got to think of all those issues you were talking about as well.
Yeah.
Ticonderal.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Ticonderoga there. Do you know what that is?
I was almost going to say that, but because it was calf hidden.
Just let me know in chat if you know what the Ticonderoga is. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
But Ticonderal, we've gone from a Scotsman to a Spaniard. Perseus seems overpriced. However, aren't the armor maintenance costs and low crew number redeeming qualities over, say, a Polaris or other capital ships, and that's why the price is up? I don't think it should be, but that's why it is, in my opinion. Your thoughts?
I think it also, with the hangar bay for the Odyssey, like the Odyssey goes off and it's probably really only one ship that it's taken care of. This, to me, it's a support craft for all the fighters that are going to be with it. You know, they're going to cycle through it and resupply. That'll be my mother. Give me a minute. You take the next question.
Yep. So yeah, I think as X said, the Polaris is more going to be a support ship, whereas the Perseus isn't. So, but I think that armor and weapons on the Perseus is why it's more expensive. But
I'm in the middle of a live stream to 1,000 people. Is there any way I can...
says the Lord team loves leaving questions are good for storytelling. The Lord team deliberately leave things vague, so that it actually makes it possible for the developers and the shipbuilders and others to actually fill in the gaps. If they paint the details too complex, then it narrows the creativity of the other departments. So the law team deliberately try to leave things vague, so they can actually go back and fill in the gaps as they go. So yes, it's good for storytelling, but it's also good for development to leave things hanging or leave things vague.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
That was an appointment I have. So yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't my mum. I thought it was my mum. My mum loves to call me at the worst times. Don't they all?
Hawkeye. Yep.
Yeah.
Hawkeye has a question. He says, or they say, CIG is adjusting crew requirements for bigger ships. Would the Polaris be reduced in crew requirements? Currently 6 is minimum and 14 maximum, stuck between low crew of Perseus or Polaris.
I like, look at the Kraken. 10 people. Look at the Polaris. I think the last we looked at was 8 to 24. I think it's got to come down. I just think it's too big. It's a ship half the size and does half as much stuff.
Hawkeye's got it listed as 6 to 14. So,
I think. Look, for me, I think the numbers are coming down because they're moving away from that big single universe. Do you think that's kind of what it is, Algared? It's more like they've realized it has to be. I never thought it was obtainable because, like, if you play games across the world, like let's just look at Eve, for example. Eve ran terribly for me. It's one of the reasons I didn't end up playing it, because there was one server in England, and while it feels great if you can get a good connection to it. If you can't get a good connection to it, it feels horrible. And at the end of the day, I would much prefer to have a server in Europe, Asia, Australia, and the US, and they'll probably end up with 2 in US, let's be honest. And you can go there if you choose to. But at the end of the day, and you can hang out with friends, but at the end of the day, you always want to have somewhere to come back to where you can legitimately play the game. And you cannot there are physics involved. We live on a sphere. It's just the nature. You cannot get around that until we make the net somehow faster. Like, there's a technology out there. I don't know. Maybe they teleport us between places or whatever we figure out down the line. Then maybe gaming can get to that place. At the moment, gaming is at a place where it's just physically not attainable. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Algared, yours?
I think they'll bring it down. I think part of it is the fact that I think they're realizing that, yes, while they want people to do multi-crew gameplay and all the rest of it, it's clear that not everyone does, and most people seem to be wanting their small groups, and so you cater your ships to what your audience wants or what your customers want. I think we'll still see the big ships like the Javelin being made specifically for those massive big raids, and they'll be the big raid ships, and I think that's going to be Javelin, Idris. I wouldn't be surprised if a fully crewed, a Kraken that's fully crewed with ships and everything else is going to have roughly the same crew count.
Yeah.
But I think that's all part of that raid type thinking versus small group thinking. And we also had a chat there from someone who I can't read anymore, but just zip past.
Cobra 9 Delta says, you better call her back after the show and tell her you love her. Yeah, thank you for the $5 super chat. But it wasn't my mum. So I know, if mum, you're watching, I owe you an apology. Mum won't be watching. I know my mum too well. She wouldn't.
Still,
you're totally confused by this.
After a show, you should call your mum and say, Mum, I love you.
Yes. I'll probably have lunch with her, to be honest with you. Thank you for the subscription with Prime Herbie53. Appreciate it, man. Oh, view of Crunchy. He's got the Crunchy salute. So you should have a cat salute now too, Herbie. And a rooster one. I don't know. I try to make funny ones. I don't know how. I don't know. Do you guys give me a bit of feedback on the emotes, guys, if you like them, and suggestions. I try to be creative as I can, but I made the cat one myself as a bit of a to my cats because I'm a cat person, and the rooster one just seemed funny because I always what's that guy? Foghorn Leghorn. I always just found him comical for some reason, but yeah, maybe I'm a bit weird. I know I'm weird. You don't have to tell me. I know. But yeah. Next question.
Okay, next question is a fairly easy one. Are you watching the World Cup?
No, I don't watch sports. Not a sports person. If I did anything, I would buy that Philip DeFranco shirt that he sells that says sports. That would be me. Algared, what about you?
No, I have my students tell me about it, and that's about as close as I get. Yeah,
so I don't know. Just even Australian soccer and cricket, I'm not into any of that either. I'm a gamer. That's what I am. My dad forced me to watch a lot of stuff when I was a kid, and it just turned me off it completely. So yeah, I don't know. Algared, is there any sports that you actually do like? I prefer playing them.
Yeah, I like
watch.
it. I like the NFL.
Oh, I don't mind NFL. That is pretty good actually. I got into it when I was up there. I go the Maroons. But for me, I prefer playing them than watching them. Even in NRL, I'm the same as that. So yeah.
No, I don't like the NRL. I like the American football, and I like the American football. I used to hate it. I used to tell my American friends, "It's stupid. It goes, it just doesn't make any sense." And they sat me down and made me watch a game, and then I went, "Oh, this is a war game."
Yeah.
And after that, it just
to me, it's just NRL with armor. Man up. Come on, get rid of the armor. Just do
No.
without the armor.
Totally different game.
Yeah, it is.
But yes, I used to do exactly the same thing. It's a stupid game. It's just, but it's a totally different game. It really is a war game.
I will say though, it does actually make you. For wonder, they talk about injuries in the AFL one, and I wonder if it's the armor makes it worse. Because they feel like they can hit harder, so they just go smack. Where if they got rid of the armor, maybe they might not hit as hard. So we'll see.
Well, no, because they even talk these days about micro concussions. So the concussion awareness that we do in NRL now actually has come directly straight out of NFL's dealings with the impacts of concussion. Man,
I don't know
the type of stuff we have to do as teachers these days in terms of concussion awareness and dealing with kids.
Okay, ISC just dropped as well. But keep going with what you're saying.
Yeah,
I'll get it set up.
So just that concussion awareness stuff is just huge, and NFL is dealing with we didn't care for our players, and now we're facing litigation and all the rest of it. And schools are now doing, kids get a head bump, you've got to go through the concussion awareness stuff. NRL's doing this. The NRL's doing this these days. Get a head bump, they've got to do that compulsory check, and they're off for 5 minutes or so. And it's just being duty of care, looking after your players and games. So yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
before we do this ISC, I have to do a poll, because this is something that's been bugging me for years. And it is this: do you find the titles of ISC bad? Right. And what I mean by that is, when we go back to look for stuff, and I can't be the only one that goes back and looks at older ISCs, they are notoriously hard to find, right? So this is an episode on the Polaris. So instead of calling it the Polaris Reconcepting or whatever, like we would call our stuff, it's called Finding the North Star.
Huh?
What the hell has that got anything to do with the Polaris? Like, now I understand he thinks he's being clever, right? And I understand all that, because we used to do ones like that too back in the day, Algared, didn't we? We used to do very clever naming. But what we found was we got less views, right? Because people can't go back and watch the older content. You have to watch it stay up to current events, and if you don't stay up to current events, it gets lost. Because no one's going to sit there and go back through hours and hours of footage to find that one little pinpoint they're trying to find. So I've got to ask, because I think it's very logical.
Yes, and
go ahead, Algared.
Yeah, Seraph Industries, as an American, trust me, American football sucks. My friends in America say it stands for No Fun League. So yes, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. All right. So there's a poll up there for you guys. I'm going to get this set up, Algared, so we can watch ISC together. So I'm switching you over. It will be this one.
And yes, Stop and Sniffer, I am a teacher, just like Paul.
Right. Flicking us over to the browser. Right, cool. All right. I'm expecting big things. I love this shit.
Well, builds can break for a ton of reasons. It's not a point of pride that, I start to rattle off a whole bunch of different things that break.
Can I just say, Sean Tracy? Haven't seen him in ages. What's going on? Good to see him again.
No. He's been hiding since Theatres of War disappeared off the roadmap.
Yeah, I bet you there's all in the comments. Hit him with Theatre War as a question, guys, in the comments. On their video, not ours. But yeah.
Builds, because my whole vocation is to create tools, to create pipelines, and to create processes that don't break builds, that are very, very dependent. But in a perfect world, that might be the case, but in the reality of things, it can be so many things. There can be a perforce commit that completely destroys it. There's so many different types of errors. There can be a compilation error that fails the build. There can be build errors that have nothing to do with the actual game data itself. We're trying to move away from these kind of things, but having assets, single points of failures on certain assets. So a good example is like in our facial data, we use a thing called a DNA wrap deformer. And it literally just came up this last week that there was a wrap deformer attachment checked in that didn't have an LOD. Any face that was attaching this would fatal the entire game. As soon as QA got into it, every 2 seconds they were having a fatal error, which means the entire build sort of shut down on them and they couldn't proceed with their testing. So this is one of the reasons that we put those asset validations and those things in place. There is a lot of reason that builds fail. And, you know, part of the tool's job is making sure that those don't happen.
Yeah, but also say that's why Theatre of the War is not in yet.
So what is a build? The easiest way to understand a build is everybody's heard of code compiling before, and that is there's raw code that is written, and then it gets run through a compiler, and then out comes a binary or an executable as people would understand it. The same actually happens with our assets. So sometimes our assets come through and they'll be in an intermediate type format, and then those will get sent over to the build system to be compressed in such a way that it's actually a lot easier for us to deliver the build to users, and for the build to actually be able to run a lot quicker.
In order to distribute a version of the game to all the developers so that we can continue producing the game, we create what we call a build many times a day. As work is completed, it gets submitted to our source control system, Perforce, which is basically a way of just holding all of the assets, all of the code, everything that goes into producing the game. This obviously is being done by hundreds of developers in different studios across the world.
So when a developer comes in the morning, they need to be able to depend on the build for the day. And the first build of the day, they're going to expect that all the stuff that they checked in the night before is actually present in that build so that they can continue to iterate on what they've been working on. So a build failing is a big deal. It actually brings down the entirety of the company on that particular change list. So there's a whole bunch of ways that we actually protect the build against failures like this. We run the assets through something called asset validation. And what this is a pre-commit check. You can also call it health checks for the assets. So we run these through. What is this validation? It checks for all the common errors that we would possibly make to the data.
And it's very important because when you're developing in the editor, it can check what you're doing within that one level, but it can't look at a holistic approach. So the editor itself will produce various checks to make sure that what's exported is in good shape. But the asset validator is very much a complement to that, checking things that they cannot check at that time.
And then if there's no errors, it allows them to commit it. If there is errors, it tells them exactly what to do about it. They go and fix it, and then are able to commit again, and we should be safe on the build.
So this is one of those tools that are really vital to their development that we would never ever see. But it's just one of those things. This would be very transformative, because if you think about the actual entire thing compiled, and it's so big, it's sometimes very hard to find a very specific error or whatever. And this is directly like a tool directed down to find those asset problems.
So we had a tool in place since I got here to CIG actually, and it started as a very, very small little Python script. And over time, as with any tool, it got a little more robust, but as it got robust, it also got very confusing to continue to build out.
It's showing its age. There's been a lack of structure to it, and it's been very difficult to maintain and to keep up to date.
So what we wanted to do was make sure that not only was it just the tools team able to write asset validation, but also the rest of the teams. And what that required was a more robust framework. It's sort of a plugin kind of approach. So we moved it from Python over to C#, and now we have much, much broader adoption for all the teams so that they can write their own levels of asset validation within the tool as well.
So
this also may be something that they can sell to other development houses as well, if it's done properly. Because like a lot of these stuff, people build their own tools in-house just because of need and desire and stuff like that. But if this is actually a decent tool, they could actually on-sell this as well. And I've seen that happen at other development studios as well. So this is not a nothing burger. It does help them, but it also could be financially profitable as well.
Beneficial for them. Yep.
of course, a big win for the tools team here is that we don't need to create all these tests. We can allow the experts in the other teams to do it for us.
Other teams among the company, as we've scaled up quite a bit comparatively to the older tools, can actually write asset validation inside of this framework. So this was a really important part of the new tool. Now, it does everything that the old one already did, but now our scalability is so much broader.
So as we continue to develop Star Citizen, we get ever more complicated systems and therefore ever more complicated assets, and in particular dependencies between them get ever more convoluted. So it's very important that we can have a scalable system that allows contribution from everybody to help address the potential issues that this could incur.
So the exact same way as a player might be excited.
Yeah.
The other thing that does is it also frees the tools team up to actually work on other tools.
Ironically, yep. That's how it all works.
So yeah.
for a feature coming from a feature team within CIG. We have developers excited for a tool that may be coming from the tools developer within CIG. It's very much the same paradigm. So when we bring up new asset validation, they appreciate having this because they need to know about those errors up front. They don't want to wait for the build to fail, for some producer to come to their desk and go, why has this failed? Why has your asset not worked out? For players especially, this is going to matter for you because as you've been waiting for a PTU build or an ePTU build, these failed builds slow these things down. And if we can't review them, we can't QA internally, that means a release doesn't go out. So we're trying to nab it right at the very beginning. So that developer knowing that there is a problem before it hits the build, before it fails to the build, and before it delays a release for you guys. So the tools team is incredibly important as far as the developers, players, and builds go. And hopefully this means more builds will make it to players' hands.
I hope you've enjoyed this brief look into the tools team and one of our products, and hope you see you again in the verse.
Really quick, Algared. So this again shows why I think the titles are badly designed, because not everyone will know this, right? And the vote, by the way, is about a 50-50 split. 51% say it's bad titles, right? And I think this shows that they're very Americanized titles, but you got to remember, it's a very global game now. Misfits in chat said, the North Star is called the Polaris. All right, I didn't know that. And I wouldn't know that because I'm from the Southern Hemisphere, right? So, okay, fair enough. I'll agree with that. It does make sense now you've explained it. But again, would you know to look for the North Star if you were looking for the Polaris? You wouldn't, right? So they need somewhere in the tags or something like that, or in the description or in the text title to mention the Polaris. So you can literally just go onto the Star Citizen YouTube channel, search for Polaris, and it'll bring up every single video based on the Polaris. I guarantee, well, I won't guarantee, but I've done it in the past with some other videos where I've typed in certain things and it doesn't come up. You can't find the said video. So you've got to sit there and go, it was roughly 6 months ago, and go back and go through every single little thing. And that's my biggest problem. Like, what is the point of making all this content to such a high bar that they insist on that you can't find it?
You can't find it. Yep.
It's superfluous. It's stupid. So make it so it's findable. So it becomes this archive of information that you can go back and look at. And I know you pride yourself on the titles, Disco, but if you're watching this, you need to start either having a like we do this on ours, right? We have a thumbnail title and we have a text title, right? And so basically you can have fun with one, but the other one's got to be business, so you can go back and search for things. And make sure in the tags that you put in what it is about so people can go search for it. There's no point having these videos if they're a one and done. And at the moment, they're all a one and done. So yeah.
They do feel like that.
Yep. All right, here we go. Hopefully this is the good part.
While much of Star Citizen's continuing development is dedicated to creating gameplay systems like cargo and salvage, new locations like rivers, sand caves, and crash sites, missions like the new prison escape, the Horizon platform stuff, the time trial races, and everything else that's heading our way in the upcoming Alpha 3.18, the folks that are focused on the making and iteration of tools to help the very process of game creation itself are an essential element of the game dev gumbo that we make here. And we're always thrilled when we can give them a few minutes to shine. But up next, the long-awaited, often rumored, Polaris concept model internal layout rework. Now, it's not a series of new concept images like those that were created for the 600i we showcased a few weeks ago, but this is a down-in-the-rough 3D Max model look at the reworked concept mesh to explore the new internal layout so potential pirates can begin plotting out their boarding actions.
So, Algared, would you say that means that this is further along than the 600i or further back?
Given it's a mapping of, I'd probably say further back.
Yeah, I'd kind of agree with you on that. So I think they're going to work out the layout, then do the concepts. So I'm hoping down the line we'll see concepts. So yeah, all right, here we go.
Enjoy.
The Polaris is obviously a really, really old concept. It's been around for a very, very long time. It was one of the more early ships that we did the exterior concept art for.
The Polaris came out in, I think, 2017. Lots of features have been added to the game since then that were not known about at that time or couldn't be planned for if they were known about.
Like a lot of the older ships, the interior just didn't fit. We couldn't get the size, the scale, or the metrics for how we would want it to appear to actually fit inside the frame that we had.
We've really
now locked in how we want the interior layout, what the impact of the exterior means, but it's still the same Polaris that everyone originally saw and fell in love with. It just means that now it's kind of fit for purpose, whereas with the initial concepting phase and initial layout, it wasn't quite where we needed it to be.
Getting tingles, Algared. Don't know about you.
Exterior remains pretty much the same beyond it has got larger to accommodate some of the interior changes. The role is the same, the key visuals are the same. You may notice, again, some like panel line changes or turret updates. But fundamentally, you look at the Polaris now versus then, it's all...
So
Notice a turret there?
Yeah, that's completely different. They were side-mounted before, and now they're kind of like almost embedded, aren't they?
Well, that's also very much, I saw that and I thought, oh, that's a kind of hammerheady type turret.
Yeah. The other thing, I don't know if I'm correct here, but that looks like that red dot, that looks like a docking port.
It does look like a docking port.
That's a huge ass turret if that's the case. That's massive.
Yep.
It's big. All right, let's keep going.
Most indistinguishable aside from that scale change, and the role remains identical to what it was before.
Moving on the end.
Yeah, look, you can actually see the torpedo launchers there now too.
Yep. And if you did zoom in on that red dot, you can actually see the label above it. So someone will have to zoom in and tell us what that is. But I'm pretty certain, just to look at that, even that box sticking out, it does look like it's a docking port. So that spins around, you actually see the label or name
right
above.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't make that out in the video. It's very, very blurry. But yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost indistinguishable aside from that scale change, and the role remains identical to what it was before.
Moving on the inside.
Actually, that's something we've not been able to really see, actually.
It was before.
Look, you can see that there's two seats.
Two seats in the front,
Yeah,
probably one
and
at
then,
the back.
Yeah, because they have the cockpit. So, yeah, the two seats are at the front. This is very Carrack looking cockpit. As in, not the shape, obviously, but the seats hang out above the glass.
The arrangement. Yep.
Yeah.
Moving on the inside, however, we have a completely different story. Although there wasn't...
Okay, I can't make head nor tails of that, can you?
No, from my end, it's a bit pixely, so.
Yeah, it's multi-floored, multi-roomed, utterly stacked. Is what it is. They've got a corridor right round the outside of the hangar, much like the Carrack, as far as I can tell. This is very Carrack in design. It's still top loading, obviously, so yeah.
Much seen for what the inside was going to look like. We had to remove a lot of that and just start again. We fit the entirety of the interior inside of it while taking into account the change in component sizes,
where we went from size 0 all the way up to size 10, whereas now we've got much more kind of distinct categorization of our components.
I don't know about you, Algared, but I love that language. Look at those angles.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Oh, I'm excited.
Now got
This is an RSI ship?
Yeah, it is. It is. I think people are going to regret their Galaxy decision, but but we'll see what happens there.
Well, it depends if the Galaxy takes on that internal look as well.
Yeah, and if they do them at the same time, like I've been suggesting, they could share architecture. No, 100% agree. It's very interesting. Like, you've also got these massive torpedo tubes here on the sides and stuff. So it's very very dense compared to, like, how a lot of the ships have lots of empty spaces. This thing just feels so dense. So packed in.
Yeah, so
shield
chunky.
Sorry?
So chunky.
Yes.
Generator, capital power plant, capital cooler, all to support the actual size of the ship and the scale of it, especially for what its role is within the actual universe.
There you go, capital
So,
power
talking
plant on the
layout-
side there, see it?
I just forgot, Algared. I forgot to record this. Damn it. Oh, well, next time. I'm terrible. All right.
We don't have concept images for every single room within the ship, but I can give you an estimation of what you can expect from it. So, you start from the bridge, which has been opened up a bit to give you a bit more space and visibility.
Those seats and MFD arrangements, I like that too.
It's a proper captain's chair.
Yeah. And you even
At least it looks like it.
You even step down into the bridge, which is different as well.
Yeah.
You usually step up or straight. I don't think correct me if I'm wrong, I can't think of one where we've stepped down.
Probably the Hammerhead is the closest one I can think of.
With the
'cause you actually
elevator?
go down the lift.
Yep, I'll give you that. But that's also on the bottom of the ship too. So yeah, different. All right.
Behind that, we then have the escape pod section where there's escape pods for all the crew to be able to quickly evacuate the ship. Moving behind that, we then have the captain's quarters and office, as well as the CO's office. Behind that again, we then have the armory.
He doesn't
Moving
mean
further
CO,
back.
he means EXO.
Oh, hi, by
Sorry,
the way,
gents,
Badges.
just playing voice in the void. Sorry, just popping in very quickly to say hello. I'm still in my work clothes, so I'm just gonna pop in, pop out. But he actually means EXO. CO and captain are the same thing. CO stands for commanding officer. EXO is executive officer, second in command. But there you go. That's my 2 Peneth. She's exciting.
She's got an armory too, which is interesting. All right.
Well, it is a warship. You expect that.
True.
We have the crew bunk room and baths and showers. Across from that, we then have the rec area. So it's
Did you notice how all the beds were angled? I'm just
Yep.
going to go back. That's so different.
And it
'Cause
looks
that-
like there were two rooms because you got 4 in this room, and then you go through,
Yeah.
and it looks like 4 in the next room.
Yeah. Well, that's the weapon. That's the armory here.
crew bunk room and baths and showers.
1, 2, 3, 4. Where do you mean next room?
Well, if you go through the next room, if they go through,
Across from that,
Oh, yeah, there is another 4.
we then
You're right.
instead
have
of 4
the
rooms.
Yeah, you're right.
rec area. So it's where the food is, it's where the relaxation is for the actual crew of the ship. Moving back further, we then come towards the center of the ship, where the actual hangar of the Polaris is. And that's had a bit of a size increase, so that it's very comfortable to fit things like a saber in it now.
Interesting. Does it feel a little short to you, Algared, or is it just me?
well, it fits a saber. So
Yeah, but for example, it won't fit a Legionnaire if it's not 10.5 meters tall, as an example. So yeah.
yeah, it's hard to tell, but it does look like it. It doesn't seem as cavernous as it used to, or
Yeah,
as deep as it used
Well,
to.
they said it was to metric, so I'm
Oh, that's pad size.
yeah.
Whether the height is the same is a different thing. But yeah,
Exactly. So yeah, makes me wonder if this is how they're going to do the Crucible too. So only certain ones can fit in. Interesting.
On the left and right-hand side, on one side, you have the medical facilities.
That is pretty. Sorry, I'm just going to go back. That is pretty tall though, Algared. Look at that. Maybe it's just the camera angle that we're on.
Yep.
So that's a human-sized door. That's what you got to assume. That's at least 2 meters.
Yep.
So it's what 4.5 meters at least tall. So
at least,
yeah.
yep.
So yeah, things like a Legionnaire wouldn't fit, but other things would.
Have the medical facilities. On the other,
Hang on, I have to go back because we've got the medical facilities. That looks like tier 3 beds to me. You
Yeah.
tell me if I'm wrong.
I think that one bed looks like a double bed. So you know, queen size medical beds only on the Polaris.
You'd have to expect it to be at least tier 3 or tier 2. I'm not expecting a tier 1. So yeah, maybe tier
Yeah.
2. So we'll see.
I'd guess tier 2, but we'll see.
Yeah. Looks like they've still got that RSI fold away thing where they can go down into the floor though and fold away. So I wonder if we're going to start to see dual use stuff with all the RSI stuff because like the tables and chairs and all that stuff fold away. So can you mix and match a little bit? We'll see.
on the other, you have the holding cells for any
It's got a brig. That puts it into the bounty hunter's domain as well.
Yep.
So, yeah.
prisoners or wrongdoers that you might get hold of. And then moving back, you then have the entrance of where engineering is, which spans about 2 decks.
She's a big girl.
She's a big girl. Yep.
A small section of it is at the rear, which houses some of the more standard components. Then the lower deck of
That just looks so Enterprise, Algared. You know the set from Enterprise
Yep.
where I'm getting Enterprise vibes from that.
engineering holds the large capital components for the Polaris. Moving back forward then from the rear, we then have the cargo hold. Moving forward from the cargo area, we then have
I love the low ceilings and stuff. It just feels so more realistic. I wonder, Badges, you still here? Nope. Okay, I was wondering if Badger's around because it must. I'm wondering if it's more lived in. It feels more lived in. Like you know how you have the submarines and the naval ships. They don't have these gloriously huge cavernous areas. They're, you know, it's kind of like the opposite of a Banu. It's more lived in and more realistic, and they it looks like they've used the space really effectively. But yeah,
Yep.
The torpedo
It's
ring,
not an 890 jump.
yeah.
which has all of the torpedoes stored and an operations station if anyone needs to maintain any work down there.
So the Polaris is
Okay, someone's going to snip that, and it's going to go all over the place.
Mm.
Wow. Yeah, Algared, look at those bunk beds. That's so different yet cool. Those turrets are massive, Algared. They're huge.
Huge. Be interesting to see what size they are now.
Yeah, I'm thinking at least size 7s. At least it's got to be, well, in the neighborhood, or size 6s maybe, I don't know.
What was the Polaris originally supposed to have? What?
I don't, it's been a hot minute, mate. It really has been a hot minute. But they have grown drastically. But again, you and I will start to ask questions like the Corsair turrets, like how effective are the 2 turrets on the sides going to be as opposed to the 2 on top? Those 2 on top are going to be deadly. They can fire forward, they can fire backwards, and then you've also got the one here on the back as well. Like, yeah, deadly.
concept complete. We're pretty happy with the updates to it internally, and hope you are as well. And now we are just at the point of scheduling when we can jump it.
I'm in love, Algared. I don't know about you, but yeah.
Big cargo ramp, small cargo ramp. I like it. It's got a, it looks like a purpose ship. It's good.
Yeah, it's very, very good. There's not anything I can really complain about. What about you, chat? What is your take on this?
Into production. It's naturally a large ship, slightly larger than it was. So it's not going to be a quick endeavor, but we think it's going to be a pretty fruitful one by the end of it.
It's not going to be a quick endeavor.
He's going to regret saying that. Oh, what a clip that's going to be. A quick endeavor. Yeah, I'm just going to pop out a quick endeavor. Yeah.
Lessons that we've learned over the years from the evolution of making ships and their interiors have all come into play when we've done the Polaris. And I can't wait for people to be able to see it.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, we learned a bit about the build system, how it can break, how it affects development, and how the new asset validation tool and the work of the tools teams themselves aim to combat that day in and day out. That the Polaris concept model internal layout rework is the last necessary step before that much beloved vehicle can move into production proper sometime in the future. And that if you want more information about the process of ship creation and everything that's involved, including a detailed breakdown of the newly revamped vehicle pipeline and a candid discussion of the where, when, and why of all things making spaceships, be sure you check out this year's IAE Special Edition Star Citizen Live up on YouTube. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all here next week.
I have to be the devil's advocate and wonder, Algared, did they deliberately leave this until after the RSI sale? Because it probably people would have gone, no, I think I'll buy the Polaris instead.
Yep.
Just a wee bit.
For me, I always looked at the Idris as being the Enterprise. You know, the ship for going on a 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds. I think the Polaris now has that mantle for me.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely, that engine room really spoke to me. Like, and just the low ceilings and stuff were a thing. And I know that sounds weird to go, why would I want more cramped space? But it just kind of puts it in that realistic domain. That said, the Carrack has a similar thing, by the way. I don't want to throw that out there. But some other ships, $600, looking at you, has a lot of wasted space, and it doesn't make a lot of sense, you know. It's going to sound really weird to say it like this, but you know when you go to a supermarket and you know how it's kind of got that roof that's like, some have really high roofs, but you go to ones that are not as wealthy and they have the lower ones. That's what it feels like. It feels more like a utilization of space, because a lot of the spaceships in this game, not always, some of them do, don't have that utilization of space, which would be a thing in spaceships when you're paying to carry fuel and everything in the atmosphere. You would make it as small as humanly possible to benefit, you know, and this feels that.
Yeah, and that makes sense in terms of the Origin, you know, 600 and even the 800, because they're saying, I don't need to worry about that. It was the same argument they put as to why have the stone features in the 890, because we can afford to take it up. Why worry about what? Because we can afford to take it up. This is a space-saving, economically minded combat ship. So yeah.
I'm also noticing too, just looking at this one in the background, which is one of the older ones, the doors on this slit across the top, they had them concertining a little bit more like the Odyssey. So that's an interesting change as well. So yeah, but there was heaps more stuff on it, like the torpedo pods, the turrets had definitely had a massive increase. I'm wondering about the crew count though, because like I'm counting the turrets in my head: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the crew, there was 3, so...
I counted 8 bunks.
Yeah, okay. And then you got the captains and the XO, so that's 10. So it's 10 people.
So if I go 12, then there's probably another, you know, there might be beds behind that we couldn't see from the angle, but yeah.
Well, I'm just counting the bunks, which were 8, and the XO and the captains, that's...
and that gives us 10. But...
Yeah, so that's brought it down a little bit, which is good, I guess, but yeah.
As someone said in chat, I'm wrong about it being the Enterprise. It's a Defiant, but you know.
Each ship is your own ship, whatever you make of it. You know, I think we could all agree that this is definitely more combat orientated than most ships, though. You know, so I still think the Carrack's going to be the explorer of choice in that regard, because that's what it's built for. This is the more combat oriented. I think you could do a little bit of exploration in this, but it's not going to be its main purpose.
I think you could do.
There's no cartography room for one.
Every ship will be able to do every activity. They're just going to suck at. You know, you could take a Polaris and do mining by just doing hand mining.
It's like you can open a can of beans with a can opener, or you can open it with a spoon.
It's going to be a significant,
a lot more messy experience with a spoon. Right tool for the right job.
Take a lot longer and be harder, but you can do it. But I think in the game you'll be able to do every activity type to some degree with every ship.
Yeah.
But the more you go specialist, the better you'll be at that particular role, and that's where a jack of all trades ship becomes a really good ship to have.
I think my only disappointment, and just because I'm that hangar height, I was hoping that you could land a Legionnaire in this thing, because that allows it. It works with the bounty hunter aspect. Obviously, you can rock up with the Legionnaire in the belly, deploy it out, board, you know, aggressively negotiate with some torpedoes and. So yeah, I'm hoping it can feed a Legionnaire. I think that would be really cool. Unless we get another boarding craft down the line.
I certainly think you do need that kind of boarding ship to do, as I think it was Badgers who said last week or the other week, that the consented boarding, where the customs come up and say, okay, we're just going to board your ship and check the contraband, and you say, right, come aboard, and they come aboard, and then they do the check and leave. So you do want that type of ability, and
So Dig That is messaging me, and he's saying that if we get to 200 likes on this video, he'll give a $20 gift card away to someone in chat. So yeah, so if you want to win a gift card, get us up to 200 likes. That's not from me, because we don't do self promotion very well. But
that's Dig That. Promoting our channel.
Yeah,
we love you, Dig That. We love you, Dig That, for supporting us in that way.
Bluey's 0087 says, don't forget Navy usually does hot bunking, so if you have 8 beds, 16 crew will use those beds. Now I agree with you on that, but the other part of it is it's a multiplayer game. You're kind of not going to really be hot bunking in a Polaris, so the beds are really for log out points and log in points. So you got to look at it from a gameplay perspective. In the single, if that ship was in the single player campaign and had NPCs on it, absolutely. But from a multiplayer perspective, I think that goes a little bit out the window.
I think that's how they deal with the problem of needing extra crew to fill up the Idris as well. It's the hot bunking idea and the double for crew count, etc.
So there was a couple of things that I wanted to reach out. Hook 2005 says small hangar equals useless. No, a tiny hangar equals useless because there's not many ships you can have in it, but it's a small. So you can have a terrapin so it can go out and scout. You can have fighters cycle through it so you can refuel, resupply them and all that type of stuff. So you could have 6 fighters as an example and they all just cycle through as needed. And so they're out scouting and, you know, you're a mini fleet. You're a Polaris with a bunch of little ships. You know, same thing with a terrapin. You could... stealth drop a drop ship in that has to go a further distance, you know, stuff like that. Just it makes things like, you know, you could have a Vanguard hoplite and you just get them so much closer than they need to go, and then they go even further again, you know, extending the range of ships that don't have it. It just gives more versatility to things. I don't think we see many ships with a medium hangar at the moment. The only one that you correct me if I'm wrong, Algared, but the Kraken's the only one we know that has medium pads, so to speak. Is there another one that you can think of? I think we'll eventually get another one.
I think the Endeavour, isn't it? Because it can take the the Apollo.
Technically,
but it's not out yet. So
yeah, so you're right. Yeah, the Endeavour would be the other one. So Alaskan 789, thank you for the gifted sub to M Walker 300. Appreciate that, mate. There was someone else that dropped something in chat, but I've lost it. All right, I'll let it go for now. But yeah, if I find it again, I will. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. I'm tickled pink, to be honest, as a ship that I own. And for the longest time, I didn't think I was going to be able to afford a Kraken, so this was my cheap substitute. And I'll be honest, I really like it. And I'll put this off to you guys just to think of all those other ships that you've brought. So I now think of my Kraken and go, oh, what's going to happen to the Kraken when they do a rework? And my brain goes places like that, you know what I mean? So like when they update them all these ships, where could they get to? Especially, so again, it comes to that thing we always say, Algared, the longer you wait, the better it's going to be.
Yep. That's what Loud Gun said in chat. He said, solid evening and entertainment guys, got to go to sleep, but the Polaris was worth the wait. And I think he's right.
We'll have to do an episode with Loud Guns, by the way, at some point, especially something CCU focused, because yeah, he's definitely come into his own, 100%. So yeah, I'll try and reach out to Loud Guns if you're still around. If you're in bed, I apologize, and I'll get it. Or you reach out to me, either or. I may forget. So yeah. Do you want to go back to the questions, Algared?
I can do that for some. Let's see. So we got Banzai. Actually, it's Malkeridam. Malkeridam. I had to step away and miss the answer to question. Is the red permanently gone, or likely returning, or no clue?
Let me have a quick look.
And
while you answer the next question. Algared.
Yep. My guess was I have no idea, but we'll check that for you. Bunzai 40431 said, just out of curiosity, have you guys ever reversed your stance on a ship, and which one if you did?
I know we would if it would happen, but I can't think of one off the top of my head. We may or may not have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the Cutlass Red is not available. I thought it was Lemming. Are you there, man? Lemming's hanging out in chat. Lemming, if you can hear me, can you just pipe up and tell me? I thought the Cutlass was every day available, but obviously it's not.
It was. I asked the concierge and haven't gotten an answer yet.
Cool. There you go. So we'll follow that up for you guys and see what the hell's going on. Yeah, I thought it was every day available as well. Same with the blue. I thought that was as well, wasn't it, Lemming?
I thought the blue was always limited because it was just a bit more.
Blue is not always available.
There you go. Yeah, cool. All right. Well,
So
maybe they've changed it, or when they put stuff back, they put it back on the wrong shelf. So yeah.
So yeah, just like the Legionnaire, the Delta, all those specialist ships of the variety, all the kind of the old combat versions, they were always limited on or only available at certain times, and the blue was one of those for the Cutlass. So
I'm gonna have to add that to the list of things you guys need to remind me for. I forgot to record that. That would have been a really good little snippet thing. So I apologize. It's just I'm still recovering, and That's just how it's going to be for the next couple of days. That's why we're taking the weekend off. We've got pre-recorded stuff. We've got a couple of FMFs.
A few more Fix My Fleets. Yep.
And we've got that that episode with Griffin.
We previewed a little earlier. Yep. Yep. So yeah, I can't really think of any ships we have changed our view on. To go back to Banzai's question, I know that I've probably become less critical of the Odyssey, mainly because I've been misunderstood. I think in my hatred of the way it was sold, because I always thought it was a survey ship. I just wanted them to tell me what makes this ship a good explorer or a good survey ship, and they didn't tell me that. They told me it's got a Xeon lift and a Xeon gravity generator and a rule of cool viewing room. I don't want to know that. I want to know what makes it a good ship.
Yeah,
that's going to for that purpose. That's going to make me want to spend my money. Not.
That's it. We are not dumb consumers. They need to stop treating us like we're casual gamers. I think that's half the problem. The marketing team are traditional gaming marketers, and they're used to game. We're not traditional. You know,
buy this skin and look awesome.
Yeah.
Ships are not skins. They are tools that we use to do our job and in game. And
pre-order and get a Star Citizen Odyssey skin. Like, no, we don't give a crap about that. We want the meat and potatoes. I think CIG has seen that, especially when we get really excited about like the time they showed off Tony Zurich showed off Quanta. You know, stuff like that. We were all super excited for that. And the guy on stage at the time was going, I don't get it. Why are they cheering? And that was just when he turned the pretty graphics on. And people were cheering. Oh, that looks cool. You know, and he didn't get it. You know, but it just shows you that they are slowly learning. You know, I don't know. Every time they bring in a new person, it's like they've got to relearn it. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can remember Sean Tracy used to be seen as, when he was doing the Next Great Starship, he was always on as the evangelist for Crytek, because he was just such a Crytek fanboy, and you know, and that was his role. He was just
interesting to know how much contact he still has with Crytek. Like, I wonder if he ever talks with the Hunt Showdown team or anything like that. But yeah, I digress. Next question.
Yep. Next question is Prone Excavator says, question: how did you to meet and start? Well, we did that earlier, so I'll skip that one.
Yep. That's fine.
We were invited. So we didn't start InfoRunners, we were invited. And
like a virus, we just took over.
Yeah, like a virus, we just stayed. Troy Mills, question. When Star Citizen Live coming out today? It's just been.
Yeah, just been. We just watched. So that shows you how far behind on questions we are.
Yep. Kind of a silly one, but just for fun. Favorite manufacturer overall? Mine is Anvil. I think because of my core ships, Anvil, Carrack, Valk, Pisces, etc. With RSI is a close second due to the Galaxy, then Crusader, MSR, Drake, Vulture, etc. So what's your favorite manufacturer?
How do you pick with... I can't pick. I like them all for different reasons. The only one obviously is Origin for me that I have an issue with, and that's just because I want it to do more. I like it. I don't know, Algared, are you the same? Because I am the same. Like, I guess I could say there are certain ones that I don't like the look of, but then there's a gameplay I like. So
yep. The only ship I haven't actively gone out hunting to buy, to my memory, is the Steel.
I can pick individual ships. Don't get me wrong, but he
said I can't.
He said he said manufacturers.
That's right. And so, in terms of that answer, I suppose my favourite manufacturer is, in terms of ships I've bought, would be RSI, because that was the first ship I got. But I really do like. I did used to like the idea of Crusader, but because of the story and the lore behind them. But they've drifted because I don't see that being echoed in game. I also really like the idea of Krugo, just because they're a weapons manufacturer that's trying to break into the ship.
Maybe that's a really difficult episode that you and I should tackle, Algared. Our top tier manufacturers listed or something like that. Might even see if we can do with that with the other boys as well. Because we do our tier list video. Maybe we do a second one with some of them.
Yep. Favorite manufacturers and why?
Manufacturer tier list or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's coming. That tier list is coming soon because we do that at the beginning of the year, basically.
Yeah.
So
You want that variety though in your manufacturers. You know, it's just like real life. Like a lot of nobody likes a monopoly or duopoly. Like no one wants status quotes. I want it mixed up and interesting, and you know, you need a little bit of negative and positivity to get those juices flowing, those creative juices, and you know, I know it sounds a bit lore-y and artificial, but you want that. You want those dynamic things. So yeah.
Yep. Aurelius Indomitus has another question for us. How many systems will we have by the end of 2023? And I'm hoping we have Pyro.
Two.
I don't think we'll have many more than that. But are you talking actual solar systems? Are you talking game systems?
Oh, that's gameplay systems or
Yeah. So I'm taking it as a how many solar systems will we have?
Yeah.
In which case, 1 or 2. Stanton and Pyro, I hope. But if you're talking gameplay, yeah, I'm not sure.
Someone's asking, can we put the Polaris floor plan next to the Galaxy floor plan? Not easily, Glemming. I can't do that easily. I can probably try and do it in the background, but yeah, give me a minute.
All right, while you're doing that, we'll move on to a few questions.
Yep.
Let's see if we can rapid fire a few of these. Okay, Joe Turner. How did you do this to me? Never done the CCU game before. I got the Valctic Galaxy CCU, then I kept going till I got a Hull D. Mind blown. We didn't do it to you. You did it to yourself when you realised what you could do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we shattered or introduced you to the CCU game.
Yeah, we teach you, and then what you guys do with your own devices is entirely up to you. So yeah.
Yep. Dynamite 44 question. Should we expect loaners for modules once these modules gameplay loops come in, like getting a refinery or medical ship, while still waiting for your modular ship to?
I think they'll probably drop all the modules at the same time. But yeah, if they did,
I would assume that's what they would try and do. Yep.
Yeah, they would do that.
Yep. Saber has a question. We currently only have one vehicle to mine gems. Do you think they will make another gem miner, something like an MPUV with a rock laser?
Eventually, but as I said earlier, it's about filling out the grid at the moment. Okay.
So yeah, I expect to see the MPUV or another multi-purpose utility vehicle come in. But yep. Midnight Blacks. Midnight Black SC says SCIG said that weapons size 5 were ship-to-ship weapons. Do you think it makes sense to give ships like the Galaxy and Odyssey guns that will be less effective against fighters? No. And I said that when we reviewed the ship. It boggles my brain that a non-military combat ship has only ship-to-ship weapons. And I know people are saying, I'm saying I want bigger weapons. Well, no, I'm saying it doesn't make sense. It's a non-combat ship which is light on shields, heavy on ship-to-ship weapons, and yet it's not a ship that you want to take into ship-to-ship combat. And I heard people say, yeah, but that's to defend against the large ships. For a ship for a non-combat ship, the way you defend against large ships is you run away. Yeah, it boggles my brain. What about you, X?
I was going to say, stream's going to lag for a little bit because I got to go into Photoshop to put these things side by side because I don't have it set up to just duplicate my screen.
Yep.
So I have to go into Photoshop and put them side by side manually. So, what was the question? Sorry, real quick.
Question about size 5 ship-to-ship guns being on ships like the Odyssey and the Galaxy. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, because they're capital. Once you go, the gap between 4 and 5 is those once you go over from 4 to 5, they're for the bigger ships. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Same things with the Redeemer. It tells you it's a ship that punches up, not down.
For a Galaxy?
Well, the Galaxy is as big as a Polaris. Why wouldn't it have bigger guns?
I suppose. To me, it boggles the brain. But and I can also understand why they've done it because Connie has size 4s. It'll be fixed size 5s. So the logical sense is, well, if this is bigger, it's got bigger weapons. But yeah.
Yep.
I think I'd rather have more size 4 turrets than maybe one big turret. Not all of them be the big turrets, but yeah, that's just my view. Anyway, Jay the Mitch says, gotta change that so I can read it. Do you think we will need to actually repair soon because of ship persistence? We'll be repairing when they get it working.
That's it.
So yeah. Ace has a question, statement or a question. They say, are you confident in implementation of AI in capital ships to help solo players?
So the way that we've talked about this is they can fake a lot of it, quite frankly. So
Yep.
yeah, I am. The only thing, like, we've already seen AI working on turrets, and that, like, is, you know, we figured they're going to use the rating system is the last time we kind of talked about this, didn't we? So if you think about how you can rate a player between 1 and 5, they can take the average of a rated 3 player and go, how long does that take that 3-star rated player to do this task? And then randomly it rolls a dice, so to speak, and it goes, this AI will take between those 2 times to do that task. And it doesn't actually have to do the task. It's just standing there playing an animation. So it's actually doing nothing. And it's just a timer. And when the timer ends, it's finished. It's faking it, but it feels real.
And if they want that character to be a 5-star, right, it'll adjust the time that it's needed, or vice versa. So yeah, and you'll pay more for it for that NPC.
Yep.
JJ2078 says, yesterday's InfoRunners stream live or pre-recorded? Well, it's a live stream, so yes.
No, it's always
We're
pre-recorded.
always recorded. Sorry, always recorded, yep.
Never live. Never live.
Never live. We never do anything
This is going to be a
live.
running joke. This is going to be a running joke. It's just always pre-recorded.
Yeah. Citizen Cheese, were you able to make a donation page for CCUs and random niceties for those less fortunate? I believe there is now.
Yeah, that giveaway page, that'll be just for next week.
Yep.
But maybe we'll, I don't know, because that could be exploited.
It could.
I need a CCU for this, right? And eventually then you'll get people turning up just asking for free shit. And I'm a bit hesitant to do that, because I don't want someone to be taken advantage of, and I don't want someone to even have the opportunity to take advantage of someone else.
Yep.
So if you're giving something away, that's cool. And, you know, we're going to try and make those ship packages go to, like, there's probably going to be one that's going to be taken by someone that doesn't need it, right? We know that.
Yep.
But we want it to try and go to new people, and that's why we're thinking about bringing them on, you know, because they've got to standing there and like text and just saying, I want this ship is easy, but to physically talk to someone else, that takes some serious balls. So if you can pull that off and we give you a ship, then you deserved it as far as I'm concerned. So yeah. Algared, I don't know if you agree with that.
No, I get that. We're aware that the gifting of ships and that can be something that could be abused. You know, so you see it almost in every aspect of life. But we're hoping that we can rely on the on the good naturedness of people. And one of the things I find with the Star Citizen community is they do seem to care for the enjoyment of others' gameplay
100%.
on the whole, you know. So,
right, there you go, Lemming. I went to all that effort for you. What did you want to show? Because that's about as best as you're gonna get. So,
all right. And
they have that really annoying slanted one for the Actually, I can probably make it go bigger. Hang on. Is that better? There we go.
All right, so the next question before we go, Lemming comes in and tells us what he wanted to look at. I melted my Cuddy arrow and base pledge turned into a cutter. Going back CCU to an arrow LTI and a Corsair LTI with a CCU to the Galaxy. Hopefully arrow fits. System hopping Merc, good trade up. Look, I think trying to break down your answer, Zapoid. Your Cutlass or your Cuddy arrow, I'm not sure what that is, and base pledge turned into a cutter. I think that's a good purchase. CCU'd the arrow LTI into a Corsair. I think that's a good idea. CCU'd to a Galaxy. Hopefully the arrow fits. The arrow will definitely fit because the Saber fits. Because a Saber, an arrow should fit because arrows fit in the 890.
It's
so
whether
I assume it'll fit.
it's whether it's spawnable on that tiny pad. I do know that you and I have talked this about it, but if the arrow is that smaller thing, so it may actually be a tiny. That could be the differentiating thing. It spawns on a tiny, not a small. So you could be right there. Double check that. But if you're right, that could be a really good sneak purchase. So
the key. Sorry.
It's all right.
Go on, X.
I was just saying, it's just a sneak purchase, and it'd be really good to actually have a combat ship that can come out of the galaxy. That's all I was going to say.
Yep. And I think the key thing with those is, even if it fits, the question is whether it's supported. And that's always that thing. If you can spawn it on that small pad, then it would save it, or the extra small pad, then yes, it'll be a ship that I expect would be supported by the ship, which means repair, rearm, refuel. Whereas if it's not one that's normally supported, it makes it a bit more difficult, even if it does fit. So,
right, so we got this by sorry, just a couple of images here. So this is Polaris is 100. This is from Starter Jump Grim. He posted this. So this shows the new length at 160 meters. Pretty nice. That's very interesting.
The scary thing I took from the Polaris is that Polaris, like they were calling it an old ship. To me, it's not an old ship; it's a new ship. But they were saying it grew, and it's it was one of the newer ships in the new pipeline. So
yeah, that's the other interesting thing I just realized. That docking port, Algared. So someone else had this one that they put in on the Discord. That's actually it's a round one. So that's a small docking port. That's why it's so small. I didn't actually pick up on that. Yeah,
but it was a docking port.
Hopefully, there's a capital one on the other side. I think there might be. I'm not too sure, but we'll find out. And then the last one, I think, was posted by Forged Horizons, but this is just both. I know it's just the separate ones. So this is just the individual layers. So he's just, as I said, people will snip them. I did say that.
And put them in, and that's already done. So Yep.
Alrighty then. Still waiting on Can to tell me what the hell he wanted them for, but yeah. I just do things blindly now for... Sorry, not Can, sorry, Lemming. Sorry to throw you under the bus, Can. That was Lemming that wanted those, but... Lemming, what did you want these for? Nope, not going to talk to me. Okay.
So, Kujin Darkblade responded to people asking if it was live and said, we've been answering questions that have been posted, so that's a good hint. Shempasta has a question. Do you think CIG will update the Connie with RSI's new design language? I think we answered that a bit earlier. So Neo Strofe said, I was curious what a search and rescue fleet would look like and if the Galaxy would fit in that fleet. Yeah, I think a Galaxy with the medical bay could very easily fit into a search and rescue fleet.
Definitely with the medical places in the backs to go pick people up. 100%. I know Batgirl said she brought the medical one on the spot when she saw it on straight after we got off the stream.
I melted everything and bought the Galaxy. Yes.
Yeah.
We no longer need to do Batgirl fix my fleet. She's got no fleet. She's got a Galaxy.
So true. So yeah. Hey, Grim, if you want to jump in, man, just jump in the general chat and I'll drag you up, mate. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome to if you wish. So yeah, I'll keep an eye out for
Pants. Yep. Pants says, any thoughts on the medium mining ship CIG hinted during SitCon? Is it going to be like? What is it going to be like? Question mark. I.e. crew count, hangar for a prospector.
So you'd have to imagine it's large, wouldn't you, Algared? And based on what we've seen, well, Algared, I'll let you say it because I always usually do the spiel, but I'll let you do it for a change.
Look, I think we've got the medium ship, we've got the capital ship, we've got large ship, we've got the medium ship. They try to put one in each category. That large mining ship vehicle is going to be large, so you'd hope maybe it can take the other ships, but we'll just have to wait and see.
And what about its actual gameplay function? How do you think, knowing the prospectors' roles?
Look, I think it's going to be if it's a land, I think it'd be a landminer. To be honest, we've got our capital Orion, which is in space, never lands. We've got the Mole, which is kind of can do what the prospector can, but it really functions as being a an in-space miner. That's where it seems to come into its own. The prospect can do that, but it's also got that ability to literally prospect and do some core samples. I think that's very similar to what we see in the Odyssey. The large mining vehicle seems to be a land mining vehicle as well. It just seems to fit that arc. But yeah.
Agree with that 100%. I'm just a correction. I just got a message from Rash saying that he's counted 12 beds. So it's 12 beds plus CO and EXO. So that's 14.
Yep. Well, we were only going on the 8 from based on the video of you saw 4 and 4. So
that's okay. Well, again, it's fresh. We're going to get details wrong, point it out. But so feel free to correct us because as always, we're just trying to get the correct information. So yeah.
Yep.
How you doing, Grim?
And hi, Grim.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. Nice to hear you. What have you been up to?
Honestly, just working, getting ready to close out the year. But I was definitely excited for ISC today because I am the Polaris is one of the ships I probably went through the most effort to attain, and it was not easy.
Yep, I can relate to.
And now it's bigger.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
So price increasing coming. Type of thing. Maybe I don't know. We'll see. They've got that weird price point thing there for that $750. They don't seem to want to go above it because that the Pioneers and that weird gap of $850. And if they, I just want a CCU to a Pioneer, please. For the love of God.
Yeah. So I know the meterage they had on the site was 155, and I was thinking it was going to like 175, but obviously it looks like it's 160, 162-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. But I think in addition to the size increase, one of the bigger things about it is it looks like it's got an increase on almost everything else. Like component size is all capital, it looks like now across the board.
Agreed.
It looks like the guns have been boosted up. I'm pretty sure they're not going to nerf the amount of torpedoes. So
what size would you say the guns are if you had to take a hot guess? Because you've looked at a lot of the models more than me and Algared have.
It's weird. It looks like if you just put another ship up there, it looks like they're size 7s.
That's what I thought. That was my first thought, yeah.
But then I was kind of scared to say size 7, so I was like, well, maybe it's a size 6 because they look bigger than size 5 for sure from a measurement perspective. But then I was thinking, are there any size 6 guns? Do those exist yet?
Kraken is the only one that I'm aware of.
Kraken, that's right. Yeah.
I actually think you can buy size 6 guns at Hurston in their gun shop.
You can.
You've got nothing to use them on yet, but you can buy them.
Interesting.
Yeah, they look really nice. Literally playing JPEGs within a JPEG game, but yeah. Just real quick then, correct me if I'm wrong, could you see a Legionnaire fitting in this? Like, does that hangar look big enough to you? I had a few people message me saying that it probably looks deeper than I think it looks. But do you think they're going to make it? Because they said to metric. Now, to me, metrics is not just length and width, it's also height. So if they've made this to the same metric as the Odyssey, then doesn't it have to be higher than I think it is? Or at least as it looks?
That's what I was thinking. However, the hangar does look a little smaller than the Odyssey. The only from a total clearance perspective, not an actual pad size, because those are two different things. Also, however, I think the Legionnaire will fit in this ship. Because the Legionnaire I think is additional 4 meters, but we also don't know if the 24 meters of the Legionnaire, if that's with its VTOLs rotated out and backwards. I'm pretty sure those VTOLs fold down, which will make it shorter. And the Legionnaire, I don't believe, is wider than the Saber. So I think it'll fit in there.
Yeah, so basically it's taller than the Freelancer, but not as long. And up until now, the Freelancer was meant to be the largest ship that fitted on a small pad, and it only just fit. But I struggle to see this thing fitting a Freelancer.
As Pilgrim says in the chat, the Legionnaire is 16 meters high, and the Saber is 5. So
16. Yeah, that's higher than I remember. I only remember it being 10. 10 points.
Yeah, it's 16, and if anything holds it back from fitting, it will be the height for sure. But I think the thing that also kind of threw me is they didn't seem to mention if the actual landing pad raised and lowered like the 890 jumps, because originally in the concept it's supposed to.
It did, yeah.
However, now they're showing in the cross-section down views, they're showing a cargo elevator there, which I don't know how that would work with the elevated landing pad or if it interferes at all. But that's something to think about.
Yeah.
I guess that elevator would come up from the cargo section below. But yeah, that's something I was curious about, if that pad was still going to raise or not.
Yeah. I do like that that cargo elevator, though, linking up to that hangar, because it really does answer those questions. Like, how do I get cargo from if I'm bringing a cargo ship in to load up or restock or resupply, how do I get the cargo from there to my cargo bay, which is down a little corridors?
I'll be honest, it's one of the primary things I look at, especially with big ships. It was yet one of many reasons why I chose the Kraken ultimately as like my capital to kind of get behind, because you could tell there was thought put into how do I get cargo from the decks to the cargo bay.
It is one of the massive big plus. But yeah.
So as you can see there, I've zoomed in. Height says 10.2 meters. So I don't know where you've got 16 from. So
those measurements are different. So that says the beam is.
Sorry.
So that says the beam is 23.3, and the RSI spectrum alive says beam is 32 for the Legionnaire. But I don't think there's any way that the Legionnaire is 32 meters wide. So you might be right. The spectrum could just be wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, so
very possible.
It says 20, if I'm reading that correctly, 28.3, and I think the freelance is 28.5 or 20. They're very similar in length, but it's got the height on it, the Legionnaire. So yeah, thank you for this.
And
I will say,
Gomex, thank you for the $5, and we're sorry that the Odyssey made you buy the Odyssey monitor.
He's talking about the Samsung monitor. Algared. That's what he's talking about. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I am glad to see they retain the side-loading main cargo ramp.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's kind of a nerdy feature, but I liked it about the Polaris.
How long is it going to take you to get this into the fleet viewer?
So,
and I've got to ask,
do
you have to re-render them all, or do you just increase the size? Like, how does that work? I'm really curious.
All I'm going to adjust right now is the scale, because we have it in at 175 meters. All it takes is us changing the metric in Fleet Viewer. So that'll be quick. Starlet will change that tonight as soon as she wakes up, or in her morning. So that'll be a quick change. We put it in at 175 because I truly thought it was going to be somewhere around there. But, I think they probably, they've stated this before, they want to, keep ships, the usable amount of space under control and not just grow them superfluously, which is what's surprised me so much about the Banu Merchantman. It's kind of grown into a monster. But yeah, I mean, they kept this smaller. I think that's fine. To me, it's all about layout. I will say that I'm a tad surprised engineering has so much real estate occupied on the bottom deck. Not that that's a problem. Again, I think the engineering gameplay is going to be huge, and I'm really excited for it. But engineering takes up, damn near half the bottom deck. It's a pretty big space, yeah. Like, it almost looks like they could have expanded the cargo room even a little bit and cut down on the size of engineering a bit.
Well, that was one thing.
And that would have been nice.
One thing you talked about too, Algared, was we were wondering if they were going to move it to the back. That would have been really sick to have another back hangar. But I guess they're worried about changing the design too much, but I would have much preferred it from the back.
I would have liked the back hangar just because it would have given a design element that was, an RSI design element if they come in through the back and Anvil come in from the top or something like that. But yeah.
100%.
I was crossing my fingers for that too. I think that's one of the coolest things about the Galaxy. It's just that little. I was so hoping that would cross pollinate into larger RSI ships.
It does have drawbacks though too, because you can't have guns or turrets at the back or things like that. So maybe in a combat ship they had to make some compromises. So
it also, the other negative about it actually is that if you pull a ship in front facing, you need to turn that around or you need to back up. So it's sort of like the Idris in that regard, you know, where the pad gives you a little bit more freedom of movement.
Yeah, but you can also like fly in at full speed type of thing. Where you,
as long as it's in, you can just take off and go. So
pros and cons.
Yeah. Another cool thing about the Polaris rework is the way the bunk room is situated. I haven't seen that before on a ship, where they kind of the bunks and the lockers go in at that kind of angle. And I'm wondering if that's some of the design language from like the Bengal coming in terms of how that's laid out, because we haven't seen that in any other RSI ships or any ships for that matter.
Algared, do we have any questions from chat that have come through with the bot talking about the Polaris? Is there any questions that people have got that we can probably look at? We are going to have to look at...
I'll scroll down and see.
Yep. We are going to have to look at wrapping up here, though, soon.
Yep.
So we've gone an hour over time, but yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things with those angled beds also gives space-saving idea, because it's angled, so it can be narrow. The room can be narrower, even though it's got the same number of beds in.
Well, it almost looks like they've used the corner here, so they can have a more cornered angle on the corridor there that you can see. So I can see why it's there, and they've just run with it and carried that into the entire room.
Scrolling down.
Yep.
Can't see any at the moment, but I'm trying to race through them. So.
Well, there's a question there from Axis 96 who asks, does the Polaris have a docking collar? As far as we're aware, it does. You probably know this better than us, Grim. Does it have a capital as well as a small docking collar? Like we obviously saw the small in the video, but I remember it having a capital one as well. But
I did too, but I'll be honest with you. I mean, I don't have the new concept model. I only have what I'm seeing here. Their hollow model from IAE is still the same old hollow model they've used forever, and I can't find one anymore. Yeah, I can't find any sort of capital collar.
So on this screen, it's only got the small one. There's no capital, which is very interesting because this ship is fairly chunky, and you'd think it would have to have a capital one.
Yeah, it surprised me for its size. It's going to have to land in the capital hangars on surface side for sure. The extra large hangars, I think, cap out at 128 meters.
Yep. Sorry, Algared, you came back in a flurry there.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. He just when he disconnects, he doesn't know what's going on. Sorry again. What's wrong, Aaron?
Yep. Oxo has a question for us. He says, did the new Polaris still have the anti-fighter missile turrets toward the middle?
It did. There was in the video you could see it in one of the screens where they kind of removed the hole. The pod was still sitting on the top. So yes, it did.
John has a follow-up question that says, based on the growth of the Polaris, do you see the Perseus growing? Badgers got me into the Perseus cult.
I don't think so, because it was already planned out. It was kind of a newer ship. For me, it's no. This is one of the older ones, and there's not many older ones left. I think we're getting down to the Crucible and the Endeavour now.
I still find the Polaris as being a new ship. So
yeah, by our terms, yeah. But 5 years since this came out, so.
Crew count of the Perseus is pretty small too, so it really doesn't need a lot of
it's only
room in it.
Yeah, it's only got the 4.
Yeah. Lillian says the Polaris, or L Lillian says the Polaris rework has medical cells and engineering all coming off the hangar area. Do you think that more space-efficient designs should be used in other ships versus corridors to each?
It's kind of interesting though, because you can kind of land and take your prisoners off to the cell, take them off to the medical bay. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It would be kind of cool to see that. I think you're kind of seeing that in the Galaxy too. You land in the hangar, you drop people off in the medical. You land in the hangar, you can transfer some stuff to the refinery. Wonder if it's doing it with the manufacturing. I actually wonder if that could kind of tell us like some of what the modules could possibly be if they did go and make further ones. But yeah,
I also like that lift, because the lift says, I'm rearming. You want to rearm that Saber. You bring the stuff up from the cargo bay. So it adding to that sense of this purpose for the cargo bay and having those stores and stuff. So yeah,
I really like that, actually. To be honest with you, the small cargo elevator. Where was that in the Odyssey? Stuff like that. Like you want to.
Well, the Odyssey admittedly doesn't need it because it's got the
Yeah, I know, but even just I don't know, just something cool about having that small cargo elevator. It's just really cool, and I don't know, I like it. I don't know, there's just a lot I like about it, and it's always cool when you've waited for a ship for a really long time and then it turns around and pleasantly surprises you. You know,
It is.
and-
It is.
Yeah.
I think they've taken that small lift idea directly from their 600 rework, though, because you know they put that small cargo elevator to be able to go between ways, and they've gone, as they've been concepting this, they've gone, you know what would really work well, and they've put it in. But I think it's a good idea, and yeah.
Did the cores end up surprising you, Grim? By the way, because I know you backed that one ages ago, didn't you?
Yeah, no, it's the Corsair was definitely one of my. It's on my like top 5 favorite unreleased ship list. Well, now it's released, of course, and no, it didn't disappoint me at all. I really only have one critique on the ship, and that I definitely think it sits too low. I think that needs to be revised. But otherwise, it's caused me to melt my MSR, and you know, the MSR was a ship I thought I would not melt. So
Yeah, I've kind of, I don't know if I'm fortunate or unfortunate, but I've got all 3 of the daily driver type things in that area. So I just like for me, with the MSR, it's like I think it'll, because we know they're going to do gold passes on the ship, right? So I'm just going to hold on that until gold pass time, and then I'm not going to do culling until after gold passes. So I think, so I'm expecting, say, something like the Connie to just completely flip around and probably be the best in the game. And John Crew said it best when he goes, it's got the man's name on it, you know, meaning Chris Roberts. It's not going to be bad. They're going to make it awesome.
John Citizen says, to people asking whether we're answering questions, he says, we're answering questions as you type them. LOL. Well, as we get, I think that's more accurately, we're answering your questions as we get to them.
Those that know John, that is such a John thing to say, but yeah.
John North goes on and says, I'm not sure I like the bridge being right at the tip of the ship. Should it be further back?
I think that's the other thing.
Or should it be at the back is actually his question.
Well, I think that's an interesting thing because we've now had RSI cockpits or bridges at different spots now. We've had them up front, we've had them up the back. So it shows that they actually,
in the middle.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of flexibility where they're going to place them. They're a little bit all over the place. So
Yeah, I could go either way. I'll reserve my judgment.
Yeah, I think it's part of the kind of the design, core design aesthetic of this ship. It's part of that, and for them to have changed that would have been too big of a departure.
How'd you find the engine room? I'm a massive fan of the engine room.
Yeah, I do too. I am too. Again, it's huge, especially if you look at that bottom deck cross section. But so it's a big engineering space. But again, one of the biggest things I'm excited for in this game is engineering gameplay. You know, the not resource management, but also just the power relays and all that stuff. So I'm all for big engineering areas.
Alfredo Commando asks again, what size is the guns now? We were looking at that just a little minute ago, and we reckon they're 6s or 7s in that size frame. So yeah. Kind of scary. If this has got all size 7 turrets, that's spicy meatball.
And
to say the least.
I have to think they're size 6 because of the torpedo load on this. What does this thing carry? 24 torpedoes and can fire 4 simultaneously. If the turrets are any bigger than size 6, I mean, this is really the new RSI gunboat.
This is the Ares killer. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Right. So Malik Zaris comes in with a question for a Galaxy regarding modules. Do you think there will be a module for the Galaxy with a turret on top?
Well, technically, what we've looked at, actually, you've probably looked at this more than us too, Grim, so you can weigh in on this as well. But it looks like the modules are at the bottom. From what we can tell, is that your assessment as well, or?
Yeah, and I don't see any sort of like exterior changes to the ship just because of the modules. They straight up look like a hole in the ship. So I don't think there's going to be any sort of like weapon enhancement module.
We had
not certainly one that goes on as a dorsal turret. You could see one that gives a ventral turret.
Yeah,
but
I
I
think that one that was in the leaks when it mentions weaponry, I think the closest we would get would be an armory, and that would be so you could literally have an armory run out into the little ship at the back and do a boarding action. But by the same token, I just don't see this ship having the guns to do that, because okay, they got 3 size 5s, but like it's just the shields are size 1s. I would just go at this ship if it came at me. Like if I was in a Redeemer, I would go this in a heartbeat. Because I'd probably win, because I've got the same level of guns, so to speak, but I'm just so much more maneuverable. And if I can get on its butt, it's done. You know.
Yep. Who was it? Alex Bing is showing his inner griefer. He says, "Will the Polaris be good at pad ramming?"
Probably overkill, but yes, it will. It'll take the whole pad with it, and the space station, and everyone on board. Yes.
Yep. Sandgroper has a question, and his question was, is Badgers now planning to upgrade his Perseus to a Polaris?
Yeah, I really wish Badgers would come back, actually. It would have been really nice to get his perspective on this. But
and it would be good, it would be good to have Badgers' viewpoint on that.
Might have to, if we can get Badgers, do a really quick re-recording of the ISC. This would have been a really great episode, and I just can't believe I didn't hit the record button. But yeah, you guys have to remind me in chat. Don't forget to record. So when we do these, hey, don't forget to record. So yeah.
Well, the Perseus is definitely the reason. I don't think these are size 7s. If these are size 7s, then we truly have like the RSI gunboat, and I think this is still supposed to be a torpedo ship first and foremost. So
don't kill my dreams, Grim. Grim, shut up! Stop killing my dreams! Stop killing my dreams!
I know.
I think they're certainly bigger than size 5, because if it's size 5 and it's just a galaxy.
Yeah.
All right, Algared, can we rapid fire some questions and then we're going to wrap it up? So
I've been trying to rapid fire the questions. You guys keep answering them too long.
Yeah. All right, rapid fire round. Rapid fire round.
Do you think it is wise to limit the cutter starter packs to 1 per account? I would have bought a few to gift, and no, we don't.
No, because you can get around it. Just make new accounts. Next one.
Yep. Citizen Cheese says, could the cutter look any more like a Winnebago with VTOL if you wanted it to? No, I don't think it could.
I agree with that as well. Breaks the mold, though. We said that, both said that, didn't we?
It does. It breaks the mold for Drake ships. It's undergunned compared to Drake ships, which is bizarre, and it's over armored compared to Drake ships, which is bizarre. So it's quite unique as a Drake ship.
Really, hang on, really quickly. As far as you're aware, Grim, is there any turrets on the bottom of the Polaris?
Not that I saw at all. On the old model, though, I believe there is just that chin turret.
Yeah. So yeah. Someone in Twitch chat just asked that.
I believe just the nose turret.
Yeah. I think that's the same. There is one at the back here, though. If you can, I don't know if you can see the image I got up here, but there's one at the back.
Yeah, up top, right?
Up top. So yeah, obviously, some ships have a weakness.
That
on
turret's
the bottom,
been there,
and some ships have a weakness on the top. So yeah.
All right, Hook to 2005 says no salvage, not yet. Shinobi trip. I want to see a light fighter by Kruger Intergalactic, inspired heavily by the N1 Starfighter that Mando flies. Yes, I want to see more ships by Kruger as well.
Yep.
Yes or no for that one, Grim?
Sorry, what was that again?
He wants to know if you want to see more ships by Kruger.
Yes or no?
Yeah, I would like to see more ships by them.
Right,
maybe like really unique ships, like kind of one-offs that are just strange niche things.
Short answers, Grim. Short answers.
Sorry.
We're trying to say yes or no.
Yeah, we're trying to rapid fire because we're going to wrap up and we're trying to get through as many as we can. All right, go ahead.
Do you think we'll see Jumptown 3.0 with 3.18? Possible.
Yep, anything's possible. Yep. Next.
Crystal Stalking H, very quick question. It took us a while to get there, but can I get a $45 cutter pack with store credit? No.
No. Oh, that took ages to get to that. That was like 2
Polaris
hours
or
ago.
Idris. Polaris or Idris for a small 9-person org. Polaris.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
Polaris.
the other thing I think, Grim, you would agree with me on is this is probably, at the moment, one of the most popular capital ships in game, simply because it's the smallest.
100%.
Just 'cause
And
it's
I
the
just
smallest.
checked.
Yeah.
And I just checked. I'll make it quick. There's actually 3 turrets on the bottom side.
There you go.
Front, middle, and rear.
You probably can't see my face, but I'm mouth open and drooling right now.
Ground
so-
attack vehicle.
Yep.
All right, Mark Hawk, which ship will be important to keep a Polaris running on a longer run away from Station EA Liberator with onboard or larger support ships needed?
A ship that can bring it cargo. A
Hull
ship that can
A.
Hull A, something that can repair it as well. Like you'll see a Crucible or
Even a Vulcan.
whatever the medium repair ship could be. It could be that as well. Just you know, this isn't, again, being an attack craft. It's not really gonna. I don't know. I think it's going to be one of those ships that goes back to fill up regularly, and the fact that it can still land. So it'll land on planets when it needs to resupply and stuff like that. But the non-capital docking collar is a thing for me. I'm really weirded out by that. Why does it have a small and not a capital when it is a capital itself? I find that really strange.
Yeah, it's odd.
Yeah.
Bonzi comes with a question for your favorite ship, Execute. Chance of Reclaimer, Warbond CCU with patch 3.18 for Salvage, tier 0.
So what do you say? I don't...
Will there be a Warbond CCU to the Reclaimer?
Oh, they've done
given that in 3.18 we've got a tier 0 Salvage.
They've pretty much done that on every single ship, haven't they?
Yep.
So
and
possibly, it could be. Could be. Yeah.
Or do they not need to worry about it?
Well, for me, they don't need to worry about it. I've still got my original concept.
There you go.
but,
Citizen Cheese says, is it unrealistic to hope to squeeze a Titan into a galaxy? Possibly. Given it's an extra... I would say yes, given it's an extra small pad that looks like it's made for...
You get EVA over. Let's be honest.
Ships.
If you really need to get on the galaxy, you'll get there. You'll fly out and EVA over. You know.
Yep. Reader Woodcock. Sorry. You guys think the change to ballistic has something to do with the physical damage work wrapping up on roadmap? Possible.
Yep. Different ammo types will come in. There's just we've got so much change coming in from this game. It's not funny. We've got armor to come in, all the different ammo types. Right now, if you look at ballistic ammo, you can't re-put ammo into your guns. Eventually, you should be able to take cargo from internal and reload your guns. You know, you can't do that right now.
And I think that lift in the Polaris kind of hints at that. Monstar says...
I agree 100%.
Monstar says, do additional game packs still give you NPC slots? Yes.
As far
we don't know what else they give you, but yes.
But are they worth picking up? Maybe, maybe not. You know, they might just offer it down the road for $10, where you can get an extra character slot. They might just give everyone 10 character slots, and this just gives you an extra. So if you have an extra 2 game packs, you get 12.
Yep, I think they'll be. I think they will. As Axel just said, I think they will sell. Character slots down the track. You see it in other MMOs, so I don't see why they won't do it here.
Yep. So there's Moondog just redeemed a highlighted message. He says it's never unrealistic to hope, only to expect. I kind of agree with that, to be honest with you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nimro Gaming has a question. What's the best way to upgrade my Avenger Titan to LTI while keeping game access and Squadron 42, please?
Drake Cutter Pack can upgrade it when you say at the moment. Yeah.
Melt your starter pack so you've got no game pack. Buy the cutter. Add Squadron 42 in, then CC the cutter to the Avenger.
Will cost you more though, but you could essentially, if you're prepared to put in another $10 on top of the starter pack, you could go straight to a Cuddy Black. So you could have a Cuddy Black with LTI and the game.
Yep.
Because you can't buy the cutter starter pack with credit. So already having a starter pack means you've got $45 worth, plus buying a new starter pack puts you another $45, so you're at $90. So simply $10 more, and you're at a Cuddy Black. So yeah, it's up to you, man. It is
Yep.
more money though, but that is fortunately the way they sell them without LTI, and that is a bit. I don't know. I don't like it. Not a fan. So yeah.
Alex Bing is again showing his, griefer because he says, "What would you consider to be best at pad ramming? It's my favourite gameplay loop, and hangers are making it too hard. Suck it up."
MPUV, 100% is the best one. That thing's like a little
Yep.
tank. It's amazing.
Yep.
I remember people trying to ram me when that first came out, and that would explode. It was hilarious. So yeah.
Yep, and it would keep going. Yep, because it's Argo, and Argo are built tough. Art von Overstraten, good German name by the sound of it. How long do you think the Spirit to release, and will it speed up the development of the Genesis?
Wouldn't be surprised if we don't see it in Invictus or AIE next year, because they already know that it's in production. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alaskan 789 says this makes the Perseus look a little less appealing. Shush! Don't tell Badgers. I think he already knows. We'll grill him over it. Don't you worry.
Yeah, Lucky Charms. Do you think we will get 12 days of Xmas JPEG again this year?
I certainly hope not, because I actually want a present at the end of it. I don't want all that bullshit for nothing. That was like the ultimate troll right there. There wasn't even if there'd been like, yeah, you get $5 off. Here you go. Because you got every single one of them, you get $5 off. That would have been great, but nope, nothing.
But yes, I did like the idea of the little gifts that kind of flowed with Luminalia. But it would have been nice if it actually gave us more than just a sneak peek.
Yeah. People have now cottoned onto the fact that they can highlight messages on Twitch, and I am compelled to answer them. So I need to up the price of that stuff because they're cutting the queue. But this is the last one I'm going to answer. No more highlighted messages, right? If you highlight a message, I'm not going to answer it, right? So Moondog says, I asked this question earlier, but with more detail, but in short, why Polaris now? Well, they promised it straight after the Banner Match Man a couple of years ago. So, yeah. It's just the next capital ship in the lineup, I think.
Yeah.
Do you know anything there, Grim? Or not?
Just, I've talked to some people, and I think the Polaris is definitely in the queue. It's not on the progress tracker, but they know they need to get to it. And I think we can take some cues to the fact that it looks like they may be ramping up on RSI production, like RSI ship production.
Yeah, so you'd agree with my whole thing about trying to get 5?
100%.
Because there's now 5 of them, and mixing and matching, they can get a lot of them done. And that's why I think, I believe it or not, I think you'll see the Galaxy earlier than most people expect.
I think so too. Yep.
And I think that means we'll see the RSI at the next AE is probably the sponsor.
Yeah, either next year or the year after, depending on how long it takes to do them all. Because these are some fairly beefy ships. But again, if they've got, if they're rolling up production and they have more than just, the 3 to 5 people, if they literally chuck a whole bunch of people at this, like say 50 people, that we could really see a turnaround. But we'll see what happens, because we saw it, I think, a little bit as a test bed with Drake this year. Would you agree with that, Grim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. 100%. 100%. Yeah.
All right. X, very quick answer. I want a quick answer, not a detailed answer.
Yeah.
How would you want lasers versus ballistic weapons to be balanced versus ship armor?
I think they've already got it with the ballistics. Kind of tend to go through the shields a little bit. I think how they've got it, I like it how they've explained it. You kind of got lasers more tailored at shields and ballistics more tailored at hull.
So should one size 1 ballistics be able to damage tier 3 armor?
No, because you have different materials that armors and that are made out, and they even said that with the Idris that an Aurora will not be able to damage the armor of an Idris.
Yep.
So that's also another advantage of armor, is that it is more resistant to guns, where a hull, a naked hull, can be kind of damaged by anything. So there are counterbalances to anything. By the way, everyone that are now sending messages on Twitch, I'm ignoring you. Right.
Although they have to pay cash for bits, don't they?
No, they're just doing so if you, as you watch us on Twitch, you can get these channel points, and so they're just using them to highlight messages to try and draw my attention. The whole side of my screen is now purple, but I'm ignoring it. I just assume they're sexually frustrated because they're highlighting them in purple. But yeah,
If they're done with bits that you're paying cash for, then we will gladly answer them and go to the front of a tip. And you don't have to do that. We do try to get to them, but
I have to
highlighting it just to get us to answer it is not going to work.
I have to read one by Monster Avery. He just says rude. Yeah, exactly. Because that's what badges would say. But yeah.
It's just like students who constantly put their hand up. You just ignore them.
All right, next question.
Sorry.
All right, we're going to do this for 7 more minutes and then we're going to tap out.
Yep.
Right? So yeah, we've got 7 more minutes.
Kirstensen says, I got a Scorpius coin and paint. I got an MSI paint and Best in Show coins, but missing coins for the others. Yeah, that's because they're going through them ship by ship. And it'll take them a while.
Yeah, because they don't want to overload the system. So yeah.
Yep, because if they overload the system, it breaks, and then everyone complains.
Yep.
What is the loaner ship for the cutter? Nothing, because the cutter's out in game already.
That's it. Straight. That's another a benefit of it being a starter ship. It's just straight in there, straight off the get go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the Galaxy Q&A will cover the modularity topic for the older ships as well? Probably not. I'd like it to, but I don't think they will.
Yeah.
Bevers says, what are your thoughts on CIG selling cosmetic ship mod kits, spoilers, spikes, fins, etc.? I think they've only ever sold one cosmetic ship, and that was the F7A, and I think that actually ended up becoming an F7A.
I think we can agree. They need to bring that back now for, I don't think at the time they realized what they did wrong with that. But now they know that. I think it would be a really good thing to bring back for charity reasons and stuff like that, personally. But,
I think having that back as just a charity, even if it was just for the VA, is much better than having it, the few that are out there being available on the black market for 50 times or 60 times the price they asked for.
Just make it whatever country you go in, it goes towards, well, obviously there are exceptions to that. You don't want it like going to the Iranian government or whatever. But, somewhere nearby that, and if your country doesn't have like a thing like that, maybe it goes to a medical thing or some charity for your country is how I would do it. They can tell where it was brought from, so they can feed it back to the same country. So there's no reason they can't do that.
Yep. And unfortunately, Stoff and Sniffer know next week's Cutter Game Pack giveaway will not take place before Thursday, the 8th of December cutoff, when it switches over at 8 a.m. or 6 a.m. because we'll be recording just after it's switched over. So, so unfortunately, no, it doesn't help. If it was earlier, yes, it would be great. We could actually give them away and then buy another one and not miss out, which I think is where you're coming at. But yeah. So unfortunately, no. Dan Little 2010 says, how do you think CCUs will be handled during the next Invictus, seeing how they were handled during this IAE?
Sorry. Say again.
How do you think CCUs will be handled during the next Invictus, considering how they were handled in IAE?
What was the first part, sorry?
How would they be handled during Invictus, the CCUs?
Probably the same way. I don't know.
Yep.
It's not like they come to us and ask us what we think. We hear through back channels that they like what we do. The marketing guy really loves the interaction that we do with CCUs because they don't see a lot of that on most other channels. But man, if the guy came to us and asked us our opinion on how to do it, we would tell him. And we would also ask him why he does it the way he does it, and then if he gave us a valid reason, we'll go, okay, fair enough. But we don't know their reasonings for why they do it. Like, obviously, it's to try and raise money, but I think they could be doing it better to raise more money and help both sides, them and us. So, yeah.
And I think sometimes when they do that, they're experimenting. And so if they think it works, they keep it going. And if they think it doesn't work, they ditch it. So, okay, this one's for you, Grim. It could be for either of us, but I'm just going to get you to answer this one very shortly. Alex says, the Galaxy with Refinery was so close to offering a full game loop, but the hangar is too small to house a mining ship. Is this on purpose, or is there a chance for a smaller mining ship?
I think it's on purpose, primarily because of the way the Galaxy takes on the mining ships bags through the bottom.
Yep.
I think they just took that into account instead of making the hangar bigger.
Yep. Okay. Next question is Hook 2005. He says, when a Javelin is parked at a rest stop, your guards at the docking port, will you get a CS if anyone breaks your defenses? So will you get a crime stat if you break into a javelin? I expect you will.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think it will be possible. That's my thought point. If it's at a rest stop and it's parked and it's in a safe area. But we'll find out. Troy Mills has a question. What do you think? What do we think is going to be reworked with the Polaris? Already seen. Watch the video.
Yeah.
I'm a bunny lord. Well, I'm glad to see you're a bunny lord.
That's like what I said to Board Gamer, and there was a joke before the show on Space Odyssey where I said they need to make a board bunny, like like a mascot, and then just have it voiced by Board Gamer.
So, once multiple systems get into game, how do you see us moving medium, large, and capital ships around the verse effectively? We can't just claim respawn them as if we want to relocate them, because they'll take so long, I'm assuming. Moving them one at a time could take days, a flight time, and there aren't any carriers for ships that big. You try. I have no idea. And it's probably one of the things I'm going to struggle with. So there you go. I have no idea. And we can't answer that question because we don't know.
Yep. All right. All right, we've got 1 minute left. I'm gonna cut him off there. We've got 1 minute left. I've been looking for someone to raid. The person that I'd like to raid today is Captain Richards. He's someone we haven't raided before. I'm a big fan of him. He's a very funny guy. So I'm going to send you guys on Twitch over to see Mr. Richards. Make sure you break his follow button and give him our best. And
spam him saying you've come from InfoRunners.
Yes. Yeah. let him know where you came from, so he knows.
Yep.
Tell him Execute says hi, and you need to he needs to reach out to me and have a chat with me, because he doesn't talk to me much anymore. So yeah. All right. So raid's been created. So thank you for everyone on Twitch for joining us. Again, look forward this weekend to that thumbnail we brought up earlier. I really enjoyed that discussion, and I don't like Origin apparently. So that tells you everything about that. But yeah. So and if you guys are well behaved, I'll try and drop Fix My Fleet mid next week. But then after that, after me and Algared have had a break, we'll be back to do episodes next week. So anything you want to say, Algared, to anyone in the comments or anything like that? Or
remember, like, subscribe, hit the bell. Go the extra mile, become a YouTube member, or that type of stuff. There's also Patreon if you really like us. Don't forget, leave your comments. We do read every single comment, or at least one of us reads every single comment. We don't always answer them, but we read every single comment, and we do take on positive or constructive feedback, and at least consider it.
Cool. All right, with that then.
What would you like to hear, Grim? What would you like to hear, Grim? Since you're here.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right. He doesn't want to hear anything. All right. We're rating. Catch you later, Twitch. All right. As for YouTubers, if I could find someone to damn raid on YouTube, I would send you all there. But it just doesn't have the same search system that Twitch has. So, yeah. Thank you for joining us. Other than that, if you want to tell me in chat real quick. I would happily read. Grim, go start a stream and I'll chuck them all your way if you want. But
I wish I could.
But,
it's about to be family time for Grim.
Yeah, and I've got some appointments I got to get to as well, and we've been doing this since 6 a.m. and it's now.
Oh wow!
I was actually up at 3 a.m. and it's now 10:31. So yeah, I haven't eaten. We're done. Yeah. So
yeah, we're both pretty buggered. So
it takes it's a bit exhausting, but we enjoy it. So there.
Yep.
All right, with that, we'll love you and leave you. He's been Algared. I've been Execute. Voice of the Void's been Grim. And we're out of here.
Take